Chapter 1. Olivia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she added the final brushstrokes to the lily illustration. 3 cups of cold coffee sat beside her drawing table. Her deadline loomed tomorrow, and the botanical magazine wouldn't extend it again. "Mommy, look what I made." 5-year-old Luna bounded into the studio, paper fluttering in her small hands. "Just a minute, sweetie." Olivia didn't look up. "Mommy needs to finish this petal." "But you always say that." Luna stomped her foot, lower lip trembling. "You promised park time." Olivia glanced at her phone. 4:30 p.m. already. She'd promised park time at 3 o'clock. "You're right." Olivia set down her brush. "Let me see what you made." Luna thrust forward a crayon drawing of 2 stick figures, one tall with wild brown curls, one small with pigtails, holding hands under a giant sun. "It's beautiful," Olivia said, genuinely smiling for the first time that day. "Let's hang it up and go to the park." 20 minutes later, Luna raced toward the playground, pigtails bouncing. The autumn air smelled of leaves and apple cider. Olivia settled on a bench, watching Luna climb the jungle gym with other children. "Higher, Mommy. Watch me go higher." Luna shouted from the swing set. Olivia waved, wondering how she'd finish her illustration tonight. Single motherhood meant constant compromise. Work after bedtime. Again. A boy twice Luna's size shoved her off the swing. "My turn." Luna landed hard on her knees. Her wail cut through the playground chatter. Olivia jumped up, but froze mid-step. Luna's scream twisted into a snarl. Her little body hunched forward. The other children backed away as Luna's arms— no, not arms anymore— her front legs hit the ground. Fur rippled across her skin. Her face stretched into a muzzle. Where her daughter had stood seconds before, a wolf cub now growled, hackles raised. People screamed. Parents grabbed their children. Someone shouted about calling animal control. "Luna." Olivia whispered, unable to move. The wolf cub's eyes, Luna's amber eyes, locked onto her. Recognition flickered there. Olivia snapped into action. She grabbed her jacket, threw it over the wolf cub, and scooped her up. The small body squirmed and snapped. "It's okay," she whispered, though nothing was okay. "Mommy's got you." She ran toward the parking lot, praying no one followed. Something wet soaked through the jacket. Blood? No, urine. Luna had wet herself in fear. "Ma'am." Olivia nearly screamed when a hand touched her shoulder. She spun around, clutching the bundle tighter. A tall man in a charcoal suit stood there. Nothing remarkable about him except his eyes, yellow as harvest moon. "Take this." He pressed a business card into her palm. "When she shifts again, call. Day or night." "Shifts? Again? What's happening to my daughter?" Olivia's voice cracked. "The blood always tells." He glanced at the bundle. "She's royalty. They'll come for her now." Before Olivia could ask who they were, the man vanished into the crowd. Olivia fumbled with her car keys, the business card clutched in her trembling hand. Inside the jacket, Luna whimpered, a sound not quite human, not quite animal. By the time they reached home, Luna had changed back, naked and shivering. Olivia carried her inside, into a warm bath, checking for injuries that weren't there. Luna couldn't explain what had happened. "The boy was mean. I got really hot. Then everything was loud and smelled funny." Olivia tucked her into bed with 3 stories instead of the usual one. Luna's forehead burned against her lips when she kissed her goodnight. At midnight, Luna's screams tore through the house. Olivia found her daughter thrashing in bed, her pajamas torn. Fur sprouted along her arms, then receded. Her face contorted, stretched, then returned to normal. Her fingers grew claws, then human nails again. "Mommy." Luna cried between transformations. "It hurts." Olivia held her, dodging snapping teeth one moment, wiping tears the next. Blood spotted the sheets where claws had torn through skin. Dawn broke as Luna finally slept, exhausted. "Human again. For now." Olivia sat on the kitchen floor, staring at the business card in her hand. Alexander Thorne, supernatural consultant. Just a phone number beneath. No address. Her phone felt heavy as she dialed, hands sticky with her daughter's blood. Mr. Thorne? My daughter. She turned into a wolf. Address. The voice sounded tired, unsurprised. Olivia gave it, then asked, "What's happening to her?" The line went silent for so long she thought he'd hung up. "Your daughter's life depends on what you do next," he finally said. "Don't open your door for anyone but me." The line went dead. Olivia crawled to the kitchen window and peeked through the blinds. A large black SUV with tinted windows sat across the street. It hadn't been there last night. In her bedroom, Luna whimpered in her sleep. Olivia clutched the business card so hard it creased. She'd always known Luna's father was different, special somehow. But not this. Never this. Chapter 2. Luna's fever broke at dawn. Olivia sponged her daughter's forehead, afraid to leave even for a minute. The scratches on Luna's arms had vanished, not healed, simply gone. "Mommy, I had scary dreams," Luna mumbled, eyes half open. "I was running in the woods on 4 legs." "Shoo, it's okay now." Olivia stroked Luna's hair. "Let's get you cleaned up." In the bathroom, Olivia helped Luna out of her torn pajamas. She gasped. "What's that?" Luna tried to look over her shoulder. A crescent-shaped mark curved across Luna's right shoulder blade, silvery, like an old scar, but Luna had never been injured there. "Just a birthmark, sweetie." The lie tasted bitter. "I don't remember having a moon on my back." Luna twisted, trying to see it. Neither did Olivia. She'd bathed her daughter every night for 5 years. The mark was new, just like the wolf. A knock at the door made them both jump. Luna clutched Olivia's leg. "Stay in the bathroom," Olivia whispered. "Lock the door. Don't come out until I call you." Olivia grabbed a kitchen knife before checking the peephole. The man from the playground stood on her porch, scanning the street. Behind him, the black SUV remained parked across the road. "Mr. Thorne." Olivia called through the door. "Yes. You need to let me in quickly." She opened the door just enough for him to slip inside, then locked it again. He was taller than she remembered, with ash-blonde hair and those strange yellow eyes. "You're not human," she said, still holding the knife. "Neither is your daughter, not entirely." He removed his suit jacket, revealing a shoulder holster with a gun. "You can put the knife down. If I wanted to hurt you, that wouldn't stop me." Olivia raised the knife higher. "Tell me what's happening to Luna." Alexander sat on her couch without being invited. "She's shifting. First transformation usually happens at puberty, but royal bloodlines are different." He nodded toward the bathroom. "May I see her?" "Royal bloodlines?" "Werewolf royalty. 7 families rule our kind." He sighed at her blank stare. "You really don't know, do you? The man you were with, Luna's father, what did he tell you about himself?" Heat flushed Olivia's cheeks. "We only spent 1 night together. He was passing through town. Said his name was Eric." Alexander laughed, without humor. "Eric. Clever." He tapped his fingers on his knee. "Luna needs to come out now. There's something I need to confirm." Olivia hesitated, then called, "Luna, honey. You can come out." Luna peeked around the door, now wearing fresh pajamas. Her eyes widened at the stranger. "You were at the park," she whispered. Alexander knelt to her level. "I was. My name is Alexander. I'm going to help you and your mom understand what's happening." His voice went soft. "Can I see your back, Luna?" Luna glanced at her mother. Olivia nodded reluctantly. Alexander examined the crescent mark without touching it. "Blood moon royalty," he muttered. "West Coast pack. Alaric's bloodline." "What does that mean?" Olivia demanded. Alexander stood, face grim. "It means every werewolf in the country will be hunting her by next full moon. Royal children are rare. Some will want to protect her, others to kill her." Luna's eyes filled with tears. "Kill me? Why?" Because you're special, Alexander said. Very special. Olivia pulled Luna against her. You need to leave now. If I leave, you'll both be dead by sundown. Alexander nodded toward the window. The men in that SUV aren't with me. They're scouts. First wave. Olivia peeked through the blinds again. 2 men now stood beside the vehicle, watching her house. I don't understand, she whispered. Luna's just a little girl. Not anymore. Alexander's voice softened. The mark proves her heritage. She's the daughter of an alpha king. Luna tugged at Olivia's shirt. Mommy, I'm hungry. Go eat your cereal, sweetie. Olivia waited until Luna went to the kitchen before turning back to Alexander. I met her father 6 years ago at an academic conference. I'm a botanical illustrator. He was interested in rare plant species. He wasn't some werewolf king. Alexander's eyebrows rose. What did this Eric look like? Tall. Dark hair, but with silver at the temples. Green eyes. She remembered his hands, elegant but strong. He had an accent I couldn't place. Alaric. Alexander looked troubled. You spent the night with the Alpha King of the Western Pax. This is insane. That crescent mark is a royal birthmark. It only appears when a child's werewolf genes activate. Alexander checked his watch. We have maybe an hour before they make a move. Pack only what you can carry. We're not going anywhere with you. The alternative is waiting for them. He nodded toward the SUV. They'll take Luna. Best case, they'll kill you quickly. In the kitchen, Luna hummed as she ate her cereal, swinging her legs. So normal. So human. Where would we go? Olivia asked. There's an auction tonight. Supernatural items, services, information. All the major players will be there, including those who might protect Luna. Alexander handed her a silver pendant. Wear this. It masks scent. Auction? Like with bidding? Yes. Your daughter needs protection. The auction is where you'll find it. We're not items to be sold. No, but you need allies. Alexander's eyes flicked to the window. They're coming. Decision time. A chill ran through Olivia as one of the men from the SUV crossed the street toward her house. Luna, she called, voice steadier than she felt. We're going on an adventure. Go grab Bunny and your backpack. Alexander nodded approval. I'll bring the car around back. Be ready in 5 minutes. As he slipped out the back door, Olivia rushed to her bedroom. She stuffed a change of clothes into a bag, grabbed her wallet and Luna's medical records. Her hand hovered over the photo of her and Luna at the beach last summer. She shoved it in the bag. Luna appeared, clutching her stuffed rabbit and wearing her princess backpack. Are we going on vacation? The doorbell rang. Then came a knock, too insistent to be friendly. Something like that, Olivia whispered, leading Luna toward the back door. We have to be very quiet. Like ninja princesses? Luna whispered back. Exactly like ninja princesses. The front door splintered open as they slipped into Alexander's waiting car. Chapter 3. Alaric stared at the child lying in the infirmary bed, her small face gray against white sheets. Another one. The 5th this month. How long? He asked. Dr. Mira shook her head. Days, maybe. The silver poisoning has reached her heart. The little girl whimpered in her sleep. Tubes snaked from her arms. Monitors beeped too slowly. Alaric touched her forehead. So cold. Pack children should run hot. Her parents. Outside. They're asking for miracles. Dr. Myra's voice broke. I've nothing left to give them. Alaric strode from the room, past the parents who reached for him with desperate hands. Past the other rooms filled with sick children. Into the cool October air where he could breathe without smelling antiseptic and death. The Western Pax compound sprawled across 50 acres of Northern California forest. Modern buildings nestled among redwoods. His ancestors had claimed this territory 400 years ago. His father had modernized it. And now, under Alaric's watch, their children were dying. My king. Victor, his chief advisor, approached with tablet in hand. The council is waiting. Alaric growled low in his throat. Let them wait. They've been waiting 3 hours. Victor smoothed his tailored suit. Always impeccable, even in crisis. The Eastern Pax envoy is threatening to leave. Good. One less fool in my council room. We need them, sir. Victor lowered his voice. The sickness has spread to their territory now. 4 cases reported yesterday. Alaric's jaw tightened. Fine. Give me a moment. Victor nodded and retreated toward the main building. Alaric rolled his shoulders, feeling bones shift beneath his skin. The wolf wanted out. Wanted to run from meetings and politics. From dying children he couldn't save. His phone vibrated. Text from his security team, * northern border breach. 3 rogues captured. Requesting instructions. *. Always something. He texted back, hold for questioning. The council chamber fell silent as Alaric entered. 12 people, representatives from allied packs and his own advisors, sat around a mahogany table. Tension thickened the air. Report, Alaric said, taking his seat at the head of the table. Marcus, his security chief, spoke first. Silver poisoning cases now total 27 across all Western territories. 6 fatalities, all under age 10. Elena, the Eastern Pack envoy, leaned forward. My Alpha believes this is targeted. Someone is poisoning our children specifically. Evidence? Alaric asked. The poison only affects children with active shifting abilities. Adults show mild symptoms at worst. Dr. Mira nodded. The younger the child, the more severe the reaction. Their immune systems can't process the silver. Suspects. Alaric directed this to Marcus. The Hunter Coalition denied involvement. We're investigating splinter groups. Victor cleared his throat. There's another matter requiring attention. He slid a folder across the table. The succession question. Several council members shifted uncomfortably. Alaric left the folder untouched. Not now, Victor. With respect, my king, it cannot wait. Victor opened the folder himself. You are the last of your bloodline. If you fall, I won't. Alaric's eyes flashed gold. The West needs an heir. Victor's voice remained steady despite Alaric's glare. The pack is growing restless. Your father had announced his mate by your age. Elena nodded. My alpha sister remains unmated. A union between East and West would strengthen both territories. I'm not discussing arranged marriages while children die in my infirmary. Alaric's fist hit the table. A crack spread through the wood. Marcus's phone buzzed. He checked it, then whispered something to Alaric. Alaric stood abruptly. Council adjourned. My king, Victor began. I said adjourned. Outside, Alaric confronted Marcus. What's so urgent? We intercepted communications about an auction tonight. Black market supernatural items. Marcus showed him a phone screen. One item caught my attention. Lunar tears, rumored cure for blood poisoning. Alaric scanned the information. Probably fake. These auctions sell hope to desperate fools. Perhaps. But our sources say the curator himself will attend. That gave Alaric pause. The curator rarely appeared in public. If he validated this cure. Where? San Francisco. Private venue. Invitation only. Alaric rubbed his temple. Get me an invitation. Already done. Marcus handed him a black envelope. Your security detail. Minimal. 2 guards. I don't want attention. Alaric tucked the envelope inside his jacket. And Victor doesn't need to know. Marcus nodded, though concern flickered across his face. The rogues we captured, they carried silver-laced darts. Right size for a child. Alaric's eyes darkened. Put them in silver chains. I'll question them when I return. And if they resist? Make them regret it. Victor approached as Marcus departed. My king, about the succession matter. I'm leaving for San Francisco. Alaric strode toward his quarters. Urgent business. What business? Victor hurried to keep pace. Mine. Inside his suite, Alaric changed into a charcoal suit. The auction invitation specified formal attire. Ridiculous human customs. A knock at his door. Enter, he called. Dr. Mira stepped in, eyes red-rimmed. Sophia didn't make it. The fifth child. Gone. Alaric closed his eyes briefly. Prepare her for the moon ceremony. I'll perform it when I return. The parents are asking for you. Tell them, he faltered. What could he possibly say? Tell them I'm seeking a cure. Tonight. Dr. Myra's expression brightened slightly. You found something? Perhaps. He checked his watch. I need to leave. The council is pressing about a mate again. She knew him too well. The children come first. He slipped a silver dagger into his boot. Everything else can wait. Be careful, she said. We can't lose you too. In the garage, his guards waited beside a black SUV. Marcus had chosen well, both men discreet but lethal. The auction begins at 9, the driver said. We'll arrive by 8:30. Alaric nodded, mind already on what he might find. He didn't believe in magical cures, but for dying children, he'd explore every option. Even if it meant enduring an evening surrounded by humans and their mystical nonsense. The car pulled away, tires crunching on gravel. Behind them, howls rose from the compound, a death song for little Sophia. Alaric stared out the window, seeing nothing but the face of a child he'd failed to save. Faster, he told the driver. We don't have much time. Chapter 4. Remember, don't talk to anyone. Alexander straightened Olivia's borrowed server uniform. Stay invisible. Listen for information about protection options. Olivia adjusted the too-tight collar. And Luna? Safe in the staff lounge with my contact. Alexander checked his watch. The auction starts in 30 minutes. High-value items near the end. The venue, a renovated theater in downtown San Francisco, buzzed with activity. Staff rushed about with trays of champagne and exotic hors d'oeuvres that sometimes moved. What exactly am I serving? Olivia eyed a tray of pulsing blue spheres. Better not to know. Alexander pressed an earpiece into her hand. Channel 3 if you need me. This is crazy, Olivia whispered. I should be with Luna. You're too conspicuous together. The royal mark broadcasts her identity to anyone with supernatural sight. Alexander nodded toward a security guard with eyes that reflected light like a cat's. They'd find you in minutes. Olivia's chest tightened. And separate, we're safer? She's masked in the lounge. You're hidden in plain sight. Alexander handed her a tray of normal-looking champagne flutes. Circulate. Blend in. I'll find you with news. Before she could protest again, he vanished into the growing crowd. Olivia took a deep breath and pushed through swinging doors into the main hall. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbow reflections across marble floors. Display cases showcased auction items, a dagger with a serpent handle, a book bound in what looked like human skin, a vial of glowing red liquid. The guests were even stranger. A woman with scales instead of skin. A man whose shadow moved independently of him. Two identical twins who flickered in and out of visibility. You there, server. A man with too many fingers beckoned. Olivia approached, holding out her tray. He took a glass, eyes lingering on her face. New? He asked, sniffing the air around her. You smell different. Alexander's pendant grew warm against her chest. First night, she muttered, retreating quickly. For 20 minutes she circulated, eavesdropping on conversations about bloodlines and territories. Werewolves weren't the only supernatural beings, she gathered. There were vampires, fae, witches, and creatures she had no names for. Heard Alaric himself might attend, a woman whispered to her companion. The Western Alpha rarely leaves his territory. The child's sickness grows worse, her companion replied. He's desperate. Olivia nearly dropped her tray. Alaric. The name Alexander had mentioned. Luna's father. A commotion near the entrance drew everyone's attention. The crowd parted like water. 3 men entered. 2 were clearly guards, tall, muscular, eyes constantly scanning. Between them walked a man who commanded attention without effort. Raven black hair with silver streaks at the temples. Strong jawline dusted with stubble. Broad shoulders beneath a perfectly tailored suit. And eyes, green as summer leaves, but with gold flecks that seemed to glow. Alaric. Had to be. Olivia ducked behind a column, heart racing. 6 years, and she'd recognize him anywhere. One night that had changed her life forever. The memories flooded back. His laugh. His accent. The way he traced patterns on her skin afterward, telling her stories about constellations. He'd been gentle, mysterious. Nothing like the predator who now surveyed the room with cold calculation. Conversations hushed as he passed. People bowed or nodded respectfully. Some backed away. Alaric acknowledged no one. Olivia's earpiece crackled. Alexander's voice, Alaric is here. Stay away from him. I repeat, stay away. Too late. As if sensing her thoughts, Alaric turned, gaze sweeping the room, and locked onto her. Recognition flickered across his face. Surprise. Then something darker. Olivia tried to move. Couldn't. His stare pinned her in place. A guest bumped her elbow. Champagne sloshed over the tray, splashing onto Alaric's suit as he approached. I'm so sorry, she gasped, setting down the tray and grabbing a napkin. Up close, he was even more intimidating. Taller than she remembered. His presence made the air feel heavy. Clumsy, he said, voice low and rich with that accent she'd never identified. Though perhaps intentional? No, she dabbed at his jacket, then realized she was touching him and jerked back. We've met. Not a question. His nostrils flared slightly. Though you smell different. The pendant. Thank God for the pendant. I think you're mistaking me for someone else. His head tilted, studying her. I never forget a face. Especially one so. He paused, searching for the word. Distinctive. Was that an insult or compliment? His expression gave nothing away. Just a server, she said, backing up a step. Excuse me. His hand shot out, catching her wrist. Not painfully, but with unmistakable strength. Your name. The command in his voice made her bristle. Not your business. Something like amusement crossed his face. Spirited. That I remember too. One of his guards whispered in his ear. Alaric frowned, released her wrist. We're not finished, he told her, then turned away. Olivia sagged against the column, trembling. He remembered her. After 6 years. One night. Her earpiece crackled again. What the hell was that? Alexander hissed. I said stay away. He recognized me, she whispered. Impossible. The pendant. He knew my face. Silence, then, get to the lounge. Now. Luna. Static cut him off. Dread pooled in Olivia's stomach. She abandoned her tray and pushed through the crowd toward the staff area. The auction announcer's voice boomed over speakers. Ladies, gentlemen, and beings of all realms, please take your seats. Bidding will commence in 5 minutes. People streamed toward the auditorium. Olivia fought against the flow, panic rising. A hand caught her elbow. She spun, ready to fight. Victor smiled thinly. Olivia Blackwood. What an unexpected pleasure. Her blood turned to ice. Victor. Alaric's advisor. She remembered him now. He'd been there that night at the conference, watching from the shadows. How did you find me? Oh, we've been looking for quite some time. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Ever since certain genetic anomalies appeared in our bloodlines. Fascinating research you were doing 6 years ago. I don't know what you're talking about. But she did. Her old research on genetic mutations. The paper that had brought her to the conference where she'd met Alaric. The child is here, isn't she? Victor leaned closer. The royal offspring. Olivia yanked her arm free. Stay away from my daughter. Your daughter. Victor's eyebrows rose. Oh, my dear. She was never meant to be yours. The lights dimmed, signaling the auction's start. Olivia used the distraction to slip away, sprinting toward the staff lounge. Inside, chairs were overturned. Alexander's contact lay unconscious on the floor. Luna was gone. Chapter 5. Olivia's scream caught in her throat. She knelt beside Alexander's unconscious contact, checking for a pulse. Still alive. Luna, she called, searching behind furniture, inside closets. Nothing. Her earpiece crackled. Alexander's voice cut through static. The auction started. Where are you? Luna's gone, Olivia choked out. Someone took her. Silence then, stay there. No. Olivia was already moving. I need to find her. She burst back into the hallway, scanning faces of passing staff. No one had seen a little girl. The auction hall hummed with excitement. On stage, an auctioneer in a blood-red suit displayed a crystal orb. Bidding starts at 50,000 for the authentic oracle sphere, he announced. Sees past, present, and 16 possible futures. Olivia slipped along the back wall, searching the crowd. No sign of Luna's pigtails or pink backpack. A security guard eyed her suspiciously. She straightened her server uniform and pretended to collect empty glasses. Next item, the auctioneer called, a vial of phoenix tears. Heals any wound, cures most poisons. Starting bid, 100,000. The crowd murmured. Alaric sat in the front row, leaning forward slightly. Beside him, an empty seat where Victor should have been. Victor, who knew about Luna. Cold fear gripped Olivia's spine. She needed to find Victor. Something tugged at her mind. A feeling like a whisper, Mommy? Olivia froze. That wasn't her own thought. Mommy, I'm scared. Luna's voice. In her head. Olivia closed her eyes, focusing on the sensation. Where are you, baby? A flash of images, darkness, metal shelves, cleaning supplies. A storage closet? Olivia moved faster, slipping through a service door. The backstage area bustled with staff preparing auction items. Luna, are you hiding? Asterisk, the man with the funny voice told me to wait. He said Daddy wants to meet me. Asterisk. Olivia's heart hammered. Victor. Had to be. A janitor's closet stood at the end of the hallway. Locked. Olivia grabbed a fire extinguisher and smashed the handle. Inside, Luna sat on an upturned bucket, clutching her stuffed rabbit. Mommy. Luna launched herself into Olivia's arms. The man said I should surprise my daddy. Is my daddy really here? We need to go. Now. Olivia lifted Luna, turning to escape. Victor blocked the doorway. Going somewhere? Get away from us. Olivia backed up, shielding Luna. Do you have any idea what she's worth? Victor's smile didn't reach his eyes. A true-blooded royal child? The bidding would start in the millions. She's not an auction item. Perhaps not officially, but I know buyers who would pay handsomely in a private sale. Olivia grabbed a bottle of cleaning solution and hurled it at his head. Victor dodged easily. Your maternal instincts are charming, but misplaced. He stepped closer. She belongs with her father's people. Mommy, Luna whimpered, I don't like him. It's okay, baby, Olivia whispered, though nothing was okay. They were trapped. Victor reached for Luna. Come, child. Time to meet your real family. A growl rumbled from Luna's chest, a sound no human child should make. Her eyes flashed gold. Victor hesitated, surprise crossing his face. You said I'm special, Luna said, voice strange, deeper, wilder. The man with the nice eyes said I'm royal. Alexander, Olivia breathed. When had Luna spoken with him alone? You are very special, Victor recovered quickly. Which is why I want my daddy. Luna's declaration silenced him. Take me to him. Victor smiled triumphantly at Olivia. As the princess commands. No. Olivia clutched Luna tighter. Luna, we need to go. But mommy, I feel him. Luna touched her chest. Here. He's close. The strange connection Olivia had felt earlier. Was Luna feeling it too? More strongly? Victor extended his hand to Luna. I'll take you to him. Luna looked up at Olivia, eyes pleading. Please, mommy. Just to see him. Olivia's mind raced. Maybe this was their chance. In a public setting, surrounded by witnesses, even an alpha king couldn't simply snatch a child. And she needed to know if Alaric was truly Luna's father. We go together, she told Victor firmly. And we just talk. That's all. Victor's smile widened. Of course. He led them through service corridors, avoiding the main auction hall. Luna gripped Olivia's hand, practically bouncing with excitement. Is he nice, mommy? Does he look like me? Why didn't he visit before? Questions Olivia couldn't answer. Her brief encounter with Alaric tonight had shown a cold, dangerous man. Nothing like the charming, passionate stranger she'd spent the night with years ago. They emerged into a private viewing room overlooking the auction. Through the one-way glass, Olivia could see Alaric in profile, attention fixed on the auctioneer displaying a glowing vial. Luna tears, the auctioneer announced. The only known cure for blood silver poisoning. Bidding starts at 500,000. Alaric raised his bid card immediately. Wait here, Victor instructed, slipping through a side door. Luna pressed her hands against the glass. That's him, she whispered. I can feel it. Luna, listen to me. Olivia knelt, holding her daughter's shoulders. Whatever happens, we stay together. Understand? If anyone tries to separate us, you scream as loud as you can. Luna nodded solemnly, then her gaze returned to Alaric. He looks sad, mommy. On stage, the bidding escalated. Alaric's jaw tightened with each raised bid. Victor appeared beside Alaric, whispering in his ear. Alaric stiffened. His head turned sharply toward the one-way glass. Though he couldn't possibly see them, his gaze fixed exactly where they stood. The hair on Olivia's arms rose. We need to go, she whispered, tugging Luna's hand. Too late. The door to their viewing room swung open. Alaric filled the frame, Victor hovering behind him. Time stopped. Alaric's gaze swept over Olivia, recognition and something like accusation in his eyes. Then his attention shifted to Luna. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Luna broke free from Olivia's grip. Before anyone could stop her, she launched herself across the room. Daddy! She cried, arms outstretched. Alaric stood frozen, expression unreadable. But he didn't move away. Didn't stop her. Luna crashed into his legs, hugging him tightly. I knew you'd find me. I've been waiting forever. Olivia surged forward to pull her back, but Victor blocked her path. Let it happen, he murmured. Blood calls to blood. Alaric slowly knelt to Luna's level. His expression softened as he studied her face. He reached out hesitantly, one finger tracing the air beside her cheek without touching. Your eyes, he said softly. They're like my mother's. Luna beamed. And I have your special mark. She twisted, pulling her shirt collar aside to show the crescent birthmark. See? It means I'm a princess. Something flashed across Alaric's face. Shock, disbelief. He looked at Olivia sharply. This is impossible. Apparently not, she replied, voice steadier than she felt. Luna grabbed Alaric's hand, pressing it to her birthmark. See? It's real. The moment their skin connected, light blazed from Luna's mark. She gasped, eyes rolling back. Her small body went rigid. Luna. Olivia shoved past Victor. Alaric caught Luna as she collapsed. His sleeve pulled back, revealing his wrist, where an identical crescent mark now glowed on his skin. His eyes met Olivia's, wide with shock. What's happening to her? Olivia demanded, reaching for her daughter. Luna convulsed in Alaric's arms, small body thrashing. Foam flecked her lips. She's seizing, Alaric growled. Victor, get Dr. Mira on the phone. Now. Outside, commotion erupted in the auction hall. Security guards burst into the viewing room. Sir, we need to leave, one said urgently. We've detected hunter operatives in the building. Alaric ignored them, focusing on Luna's trembling form. The birthmark on her shoulder pulsed with silver light, matched by the new mark on his wrist. Stay with me, little one, he murmured. Voices shouted in the hallway. Footsteps pounded toward them. The lights went out. In the sudden darkness, Luna's and Alaric's matching marks glowed like twin moons. A gunshot cracked. Glass shattered. Olivia lunged blindly toward her daughter. A strong arm caught her waist. Stay down. Alaric commanded, pulling her to the floor beside him. Luna lay between them, still seizing. More gunshots. Someone screamed. Olivia felt Luna being pulled from between them. No! She cried, clutching at empty air. Another shot, closer. Pain exploded in Olivia's shoulder. The last thing she saw before darkness claimed her, Luna's glowing birthmark disappearing through the door in a stranger's arms. Chapter 6. Pain came first. Dull, throbbing pain in Olivia's shoulder. Then voices, distant yet urgent. Silver bullet fragments. Lucky it just grazed her. The child stabilized yet? Unprecedented reaction. Bloodlines merging. Olivia forced her eyes open. Cream-colored ceiling. Soft sheets. The medicinal smell of antiseptic. She's awake, someone said. A woman's face appeared above her. Sharp cheekbones, silver-streaked dark hair, kind eyes. Don't try to move yet. The bullet didn't penetrate deeply, but silver poisoning affects humans too. Luna, Olivia croaked. Where's my daughter? The woman, a doctor, judging by her white coat, stepped aside. Across the room, Luna lay in another bed, small and pale against white sheets. Monitors beeped steadily beside her. An 4-line ran into her arm. Luna. Olivia tried to sit up. Pain lanced through her shoulder. She's stable, the doctor said, gently pressing Olivia back down. The seizure passed, but she's exhausted. Her body is adapting. Adapting to what? Where are we? Olivia's gaze darted around the room. Modern medical equipment, but the walls were paneled in rich wood. Large windows showed forest beyond. You're at Silverest, the Western Pax compound. The doctor checked Olivia's bandage. I'm Dr. Mira. I serve Alpha Alaric's pack. Alaric. The auction. The glowing birthmarks. Gunshots. Someone took Luna, Olivia said. In the dark. Alaric took her. And you. Dr. Mira's mouth tightened. Hunters infiltrated the auction. Their primary target was the Alpha, but when they saw Luna's reaction. She shook her head. You've both been unconscious for nearly 10 hours. The door opened. Alaric entered, looking exhausted. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. His tailored suit was gone, replaced by a simple black t-shirt and jeans. More human. More like the man she remembered. Leave us, he told Dr. Mira. The doctor hesitated, then nodded. 10 minutes only. They both need rest. After she left, silence stretched between them. Alaric moved to Luna's bedside, studying her sleeping face. Is she really mine? His voice was low, almost to himself. You don't remember me, do you? Olivia pushed herself up despite the pain. Not really. Alaric's gaze shifted to her. I remember you were researching genetic anomalies. I remember one night. I remember ordering your memory altered before I left. Altered? Anger flashed through her. You messed with my head? Standard protocol when humans learn too much. No apology in his tone. You should never have remembered my face. Well, your protocol didn't work very well, did it? I remembered everything. Apparently. His jaw tightened. But a child should have been impossible. My kind doesn't reproduce easily with humans. And I took precautions. Clearly not enough. Olivia glared at him. Why were you even at that conference? What did you want from me? Your research. You were tracking genetic mutations across population groups, finding patterns no one else noticed. Alaric ran a hand through his hair. We placed you there. Arranged for you to present. I attended to evaluate whether your work could help my people. The revelation hit her like another bullet. My entire career breakthrough, that was you? You manipulated me. We funded your grant anonymously. The work was yours. The talent was real. He shrugged. We simply directed it. And then you slept with me. Was that part of the evaluation too? Something flickered in his eyes. No. That was unexpected. Luna stirred, whimpering in her sleep. Both adults immediately looked toward her. She has your eyes, Alaric said softly. But she can't be mine. Why? Because it doesn't fit your perfect werewolf genetics. Because I always used protection. Because I haven't fathered children with full-blooded werewolves despite trying. Because, he stopped, visibly composing himself. The timing is right, but biology should have made it impossible. Well, she is yours. Olivia's voice cracked. She's been mine for 5 years, mine alone, and now she turns into a wolf and has your eyes and your stupid birthmark, and people are shooting at us, and I don't know what to do. To her horror, tears spilled down her cheeks. She wiped them away angrily. Alaric looked uncomfortable with her emotion. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handkerchief, offering it awkwardly. The mark that appeared on my wrist, he said as she took it, is a lunar bond. It connects bloodlines. It shouldn't have appeared unless. He trailed off, staring at Luna. It's ancient magic. Rare. It means she carries my royal blood, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm her biological father. What? Olivia blinked in confusion. My brother could have been her father. Or any male in my direct bloodline. You have a brother? Had. Something dark passed over his face. He's dead now. Luna's monitor beeped more rapidly. She twisted in the sheets, face scrunched in discomfort. Dr. Mira returned, moving quickly to check Luna's vitals. Her temperature's rising again. I need to bring it down. Will she shift? Alaric asked. Possibly. Her body is caught between forms. Dr. Mira looked at Olivia. It's not normally this difficult. Children typically don't shift until puberty, and by then their bodies are ready. Luna's first transformation was too early, and now the lunar bond is accelerating the process. What can we do? Olivia asked. Keep her cool. Keep her calm. And, Dr. Mira hesitated, looking at Alaric. What? He demanded. Physical contact with blood relatives can ease the transition. The closer the blood relation, the more effective. Alaric stiffened. You're sure? It's what we do with pack children during their first shift. Parents hold them through it. Alaric approached Luna's bed cautiously. He reached out, then pulled back. I don't. Just hold her hand, Dr. Mira said gently. Let her feel your presence. Awkwardly, as if handling explosives, Alaric took Luna's small hand in his. The effect was immediate. Her breathing slowed. The monitor's beeping steadied. Olivia watched, heart twisting. For 5 years, she alone had soothed Luna's fevers and nightmares. Now this stranger, this werewolf king who'd altered her memories then abandoned her, held the key to her daughter's comfort. You said my memory was altered, Olivia said. What exactly did you take? Alaric didn't look up from Luna. Details about werewolves. Our biology. Location of our territories. He paused. And me. You should have remembered a pleasant evening with a visiting researcher. Nothing more. But I remembered everything. Your name was the only detail missing. Impossible. Our best memory workers handled it. Yet here we are. Olivia shifted, wincing at the pain in her shoulder. Why take Luna and me from the auction? Why not just take her? Now Alaric did look up, expression unreadable. The hunters who attacked recognize royal children by their marks. They saw Luna's reaction to me and the mark that appeared on my wrist. If they captured her, they could use her blood to track every member of my bloodline. So you're protecting yourself? I'm protecting her, he corrected sharply. And the other children under my care. Many of whom are dying from silver poisoning that hunters like those at the auction are spreading. That silenced her. The glowing vial at the auction, Luna Tears, the auctioneer had called it. A cure for silver poisoning. You were bidding on a cure, she realized. I was bidding on a myth. Bitterness edged his voice. Victor informed me later it was fake. Snake oil for desperate fools like me. Luna stirred again, eyes fluttering open. Mommy, she called weakly. Olivia pushed herself out of bed, ignoring the pain and dizziness. Dr. Mira moved to stop her, but Alaric shook his head. Olivia reached Luna's side, taking her other hand. I'm here, baby. Luna's gaze moved to Alaric, confusion clearing into recognition. You're my daddy. He tensed but didn't contradict her. How do you feel, little one? Hot. Itchy inside. Luna's brow furrowed. I had dreams about running in the woods. On 4 legs. That's normal, Dr. Mira assured her. Your wolf is trying to come out. Will it hurt again? Fear trembled in Luna's voice. Not if I'm here, Alaric said, surprising everyone. I'll help you through it. Luna smiled sleepily. I knew you'd find me someday. Her eyes drifted shut again. Olivia exhaled shakily. What happens now? You rest. Both of you. Alaric withdrew his hand from Luna's, careful not to disturb her. This compound is secure. No one enters without my knowledge. And after we recover? What then? Olivia met his gaze directly. She has a life. School. Friends. A home. None of which can protect her from what's coming. Alaric's voice hardened. My enemies now know she exists. Hunters. Rival packs. Even some in my own council who fear what her existence means. What does it mean? He didn't answer immediately. The Luna bond is significant. Historically, children who manifest it become important to the pack's survival. She's 5 years old. The only thing she should be is a child. Alaric moved toward the door. We'll discuss this when you're stronger. Guards are posted outside. Ask for anything you need. Wait. Olivia took a shaky step toward him. Just tell me one thing. That night, was any of it real? Or was I just a research project to you? Alaric paused, hand on the doorknob. For a moment, she glimpsed conflict in his eyes. I was on an intelligence mission, he said carefully. But the attraction was real. You were unexpected. Before she could respond, he was gone. Dr. Mira helped Olivia back to her bed. He hasn't slept, the doctor said quietly. Not since bringing you here. He sat between your beds, watching over both of you. Olivia stared at the closed door. He said Luna can't be his daughter. Biologically, it should be impossible. Dr. Mira checked Olivia's bandage. But the Luna bond doesn't lie. And those eyes, they're the Queen Mother's eyes exactly. I knew her well. Then how? Dr. Mira smiled enigmatically. The old stories say true alpha bloodlines can transcend normal boundaries. Perhaps you were meant to carry his child. I don't believe in destiny. Neither does he. Dr. Mira adjusted Olivia's fore. And yet, here you both are. Outside the window, wolves howled in the distance. Luna smiled in her sleep, as if hearing family call her home. Chapter 7. 3 days passed in a blur of sleep, medication, and brief waking moments. By the 4th morning, Olivia could walk without dizziness. Her shoulder still ached, but the wound was healing cleanly, faster than human normal, Dr. Mira noted with interest. Luna recovered more quickly. By day 2, she was exploring their suite, a generous apartment with 2 bedrooms, a sitting area, and a small kitchen stocked with food. Guards outside their door were polite but firm. They couldn't leave without escort. Gilded prisoners in a luxury cage. On the 5th morning, a knock came as Olivia braided Luna's hair. "Enter," she called, expecting Dr. Mira for their daily checkup. Instead, a young woman with copper-red hair appeared, arms laden with clothing. "Good morning. I'm Kira, Alpha Alaric's assistant. I've brought proper attire for your tour." "Tour?" Olivia tied off Luna's braid. "Of the compound. Alpha's orders." Kira laid clothing on the sofa, practical items in muted colors for Olivia, and a child-sized outfit for Luna that looked surprisingly similar to what the guards wore. "The council wishes to meet you both." "Meet us or examine us?" Olivia muttered. Kira's lips twitched. "Both, I imagine. You've caused quite the stir." Luna bounced excitedly. "Will my daddy be there?" "The Alpha has been handling complications from the auction incident." Kira's careful phrasing made Olivia suspect those complications were violent. "But he'll join the council meeting." 30 minutes later, properly dressed and slightly nervous, they followed Kira through corridors of the main building. Luna skipped ahead, marveling at everything, especially the occasional wolf padding past on pack business. "They can change whenever they want?" Olivia asked quietly. "Adult wolves, yes. Children have less control." Kira guided them through a glass walkway connecting to another building. "That's why the first shift is so important. It establishes control patterns in the developing brain." Outside, the compound sprawled across forested hillsides. Modern buildings nestled among ancient redwoods. Wolves and humans moved through the grounds with purpose. "How many live here?" Olivia asked. "About 400 pack members in the central compound. Another 1,000 spread through surrounding territories." Kira nodded toward distant mountains. "The Western pack controls land from the Pacific coast to the Rockies." "Like a country within a country," Olivia mused. "Exactly like that. Each major pack functions as its own nation, with treaties, alliances, and occasionally wars." Kira stopped at massive double doors carved with a wolf motif. "The Alpha rules absolutely, but wise ones consult their council." "And is Alaric wise?" Olivia couldn't keep the edge from her voice. Kira studied her carefully. "He's kept peace for 10 years in territories that saw constant bloodshed under his father. Until the silver poisoning began, pack children thrived." "I'd call that wisdom." The doors swung open, revealing a circular chamber. Sunlight streamed through high windows onto a round table where 8 people sat. They rose as Olivia and Luna entered. "May I present Olivia Blackwood and her daughter Luna," Kira announced formally. 7 pairs of eyes examined them with undisguised curiosity. The 8th person, Victor, merely smiled thinly. "Welcome to Silverest," a gray-haired woman said. "I am Elder Marissa. Please sit." 2 chairs waited at the table. Olivia guided Luna to one, then took the other. "Where's my daddy?" Luna asked loudly. Several council members exchanged glances. "The Alpha will join us shortly," Marissa replied. "First, we'd like to know you better." What followed felt like an interrogation disguised as polite conversation. They asked about Luna's health, her development, her abilities. "Has she shown any special talents?" Victor asked. "Besides the obvious shapeshifting?" "She's 5, Olivia said flatly. "She's good at coloring and knows all the dinosaur names." A barrel-chested man with a thick beard laughed. "A scholar already. Marcus Blackwater, security chief." He nodded respectfully. "Your daughter showed remarkable courage at the auction. A true warrior spirit." Victor leaned forward. "The Luna bond is what interests us most. Dr. Mira reports it's the strongest she's seen in her lifetime. The birthmark appeared spontaneously." "Yes." Olivia described the playground incident, Luna's first shift. A door opened at the far end of the chamber. Alaric entered, followed by Dr. Mira. Unlike the council members in their business attire, Alaric wore tactical pants and a black Henley pushed to the elbows. Fresh scratches marked his forearms. Luna leapt from her chair. "Daddy!" She launched herself across the room. Several council members tensed, but Alaric caught her easily, lifting her to eye level. "Good morning, little wolf," he said, voice gentler than Olivia had heard before. "Feeling better?" Luna nodded enthusiastically. "I haven't gone furry again. Dr. Mira says that's good." A smile tugged at Alaric's mouth. "Very good." He set her down and addressed the council. "Report." Victor stood. "We were discussing the lunar bond. Its implications." "And have you enlightened our guests about those implications?" Alaric took his seat at the head of the table. Luna scrambled into the empty chair beside him, beaming. "We thought you might prefer to explain," Marissa said diplomatically. Alaric's gaze shifted to Olivia. "The 7 royal bloodlines each carry specific abilities. Mine specializes in healing. The lunar bond suggests Luna has inherited this trait strongly." "What does that mean for her?" Olivia asked. Dr. Mira stepped forward. "Perhaps a demonstration would help." She turned to Luna. "Would you like to meet another little girl? She's very sick and could use a friend." Luna looked to Olivia for permission. "Is it safe?" Olivia asked. "Completely," Dr. Mira assured her. "Just a short visit to the infirmary." Luna nodded eagerly. "I can take Bunny. He helps when I don't feel good." "Excellent idea," Dr. Mira smiled, offering her hand. After they left, tension settled over the room. "Now we can speak plainly," Victor said. "The child must be officially claimed as royal bloodline. The pack needs stability, especially with the sickness spreading." "She has a human mother," a councilwoman objected. "No royal child has been mixed blood in 4 generations." "The lunar bond supersedes blood purity concerns," Marcus countered. "Old magic trumps modern prejudice." "Old magic is precisely what concerns me," said another man. "Hybrid children with royal blood and lunar bonds feature prominently in the prophecies. Not always favorably." Olivia's patience snapped. "Stop talking about her like she's a political pawn or a science experiment. She's a child." Silence fell. Alaric's expression remained neutral, but something like approval flickered in his eyes. "Miss Blackwood is right," he said. "Luna's welfare comes first. The rest we'll address in time." Victor frowned. "My king, time is what we lack. The Eastern Pack already knows of her existence. Their envoy requests audience." "Denied," Alaric said flatly. "They claim right of blood knowledge," Victor pressed. "If Luna carries mixed heritage." "I said denied." Alaric's eyes flashed gold. "This discussion is finished." A tense silence fell. Marissa cleared her throat. "Perhaps we should join Dr. Mira at the infirmary. See what insights Luna's visit might provide." They walked through underground tunnels connecting the buildings. Alaric fell into step beside Olivia. "Your shoulder?" he asked quietly. "Better. Still sore. Silver takes longer to heal than regular wounds." Silence stretched between them, filled with unasked questions. "Your council wants to use Luna somehow," Olivia finally said. "What aren't you telling me?" Alaric's jaw tightened. "Children in my pack are dying. If Luna inherited my bloodline's healing ability, she might help us understand why our traditional remedies aren't working." "You want to experiment on her?" "I want to save lives," he corrected sharply, then moderated his tone. Dr. Mira would simply observe. No invasive tests. The infirmary was a modern medical facility built into the hillside. Large windows let in natural light, but security features were evident everywhere. Reinforced glass, keypad entry, armed guards. They found Luna sitting beside a bed where a little girl lay, pale as the sheets around her. Luna was reading aloud from a picture book, one hand casually resting on the sick child's arm. "That's Sophia's sister, Emma," Dr. Mira whispered. Age 8. Advanced silver poisoning. We nearly lost her yesterday. The sick girl looked frail, with dark circles under her eyes and patchy fur on her arms. Caught between forms, Olivia realized. How long has she been like this? She asked. 3 weeks, Dr. Mira replied. The silver prevents complete shifting, so her body can't purge the toxin naturally. As they watched, Luna set aside the book and placed both hands on Emma's arm. You're all speckly inside, Luna said matter-of-factly. Like glitter but sharp. Emma blinked weakly. You can see inside me? Not with my eyes. With my other feeling. Luna scrunched her face in concentration. The sharp bits don't belong there. What happened next made Olivia's breath catch. Where Luna touched Emma's arm, the patchy fur receded. Healthy skin appeared. Dr. Mira moved quickly to check Emma's vitals. Temperature dropping. Heart rate stabilizing. Emma's eyes brightened. She looked at her arm in wonder. The burning stopped. Alaric stepped forward, kneeling beside Luna. What are you doing, little one? Luna looked up, surprised. Helping the sharp bits find a way out. They're stuck. Can you show me how? He asked gently. Luna took his hand and placed it beside hers on Emma's arm. Feel the stuckness? You have to make a path. Alaric closed his eyes. After a moment, he nodded. I feel it. The council members murmured among themselves. Victor watched with undisguised calculation. Unprecedented, he whispered to Marissa. The Alpha himself hasn't been able to heal the silver poisoning. She's teaching him, Marcus said, wonder in his voice. A child teaching an Alpha. Emma sat up suddenly, stronger than she'd appeared moments before. I'm hungry, she announced. The room erupted in shocked laughter. Dr. Mira ordered food immediately. Luna yawned, leaning against Alaric's shoulder. Helping is tiring. Without hesitation, he lifted her. Luna rested her head in the crook of his neck, eyes drooping. My king, Victor approached, excitement evident. This changes everything. If the girl can teach others her healing method. She's exhausted, Alaric cut him off. Whatever she did depleted her energy. A small price. Victor. Alaric's voice held warning. She's 5 years old. Olivia stepped closer to them. She needs rest. Victor looked like he wanted to argue, but nodded stiffly. Of course. But the council must discuss implications. If she can cure the silver poisoning. Then she'll be targeted even more, Alaric said flatly. This stays in this room. No reports. No documents. Victor's face tightened with displeasure, but he bowed slightly. As you command. Alaric carried the now sleeping Luna back to their suite, Olivia beside him. They walked in silence, both processing what they'd witnessed. At the door, Alaric hesitated. She has a gift. She's always been special, Olivia said softly. Even before the wolf. The pack will want to claim her officially. Make her my heir. His expression grew troubled. It would protect her legally, but paint a target on her back. I won't let her be used as a political tool. Alaric studied her face. No. I don't believe you will. He sounded almost approving. Rest. We'll talk more tomorrow. As he transferred the sleeping Luna to Olivia's arms, his hands lingered briefly. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? Raising her with courage. His expression softened. She's remarkable. Before Olivia could respond, he was gone. Inside, Olivia tucked Luna into bed, stroking her hair. Despite her exhaustion, Luna's cheeks glowed with healthy color. Healing others had strengthened her somehow. Made her more stable. Outside the window, the forest stretched toward distant mountains. Somewhere out there, enemies plotted. Hunters tracked. Rival packs schemed. And here, in this strange new world, her daughter had found part of herself Olivia could never have provided. She kissed Luna's forehead and whispered, "Sweet dreams, my little wolf." Chapter 8. Moonlight spilled through hotel curtains. His hands, warm against her skin. Your research could change everything, he murmured against her neck. It's just genetic anomalies, she replied, breathless. Nothing special. He pulled back, green eyes intent. It's everything. You've mapped the pathways we've been searching for. His fingers traced patterns on her bare skin, spirals, crescents, ancient symbols. Who are you really? She whispered. His smile turned sad. Someone who will remember this night long after you forget. Olivia jerked awake, sheets tangled around her legs. The dream, no memory, left her skin tingling where his touch had been. 4 weeks at Silverest, and the memories returned more frequently. Fragments of conversation. Sensations. Pieces of a puzzle she still couldn't fully assemble. Moonlight filtered through her bedroom window. Nearly midnight. Luna slept peacefully in the next room, adjusting to her new reality with the resilience of childhood. Sleep wouldn't return now. Olivia pulled on a robe and stepped onto their private balcony. Cool night air carried the scent of pine and something wilder, the pack outrunning beneath the waxing moon. Movement below caught her eye. A solitary figure emerged from the forest, moving with preternatural grace. Even from a distance, she recognized Alaric. He'd shifted back to human form at the forest edge, now wearing only dark pants, his torso bare in the moonlight. He stopped abruptly, head lifting. He'd sensed her watching. Olivia stepped back into shadow, heart racing like a guilty teenager. Too late. His eyes found her in the darkness. For a moment, neither moved. Then Alaric inclined his head slightly, acknowledgement, not invitation, and continued toward the main building. Olivia retreated inside, unsettled by her reaction to him. This wasn't the charming man from her memories. This was an alpha predator with blood on his hands, who'd erased himself from her mind without consent. Yet her body remembered his touch. She shook the thought away and pulled a research file from her nightstand. Dr. Mira had provided materials on werewolf biology after Olivia insisted on understanding Luna's heritage. She'd read until dawn if necessary, anything to avoid more dreams. Morning brought new routines. Luna now spent 3 hours daily with pack children, learning werewolf history and practicing control techniques for her shifting. The rest of the day, Olivia insisted on maintaining Luna's regular education: reading, math, science. Today, Luna bounced back after her werewolf lessons, eyes bright with excitement. I shifted just my hand, Mommy. Watch. She concentrated fiercely, and fur rippled over her small fingers, nails extending into claws. That's wonderful, sweetie. Olivia fought to keep her voice steady. Her daughter's hand was a wolf's paw. How was this her life now? Miss Kira says I'm the fastest learner ever. Luna shifted her hand back to human, beaming with pride. Can we have lunch with Daddy today? He promised to show me the special garden. Alaric had begun spending time with Luna, awkward at first, then with growing confidence. Olivia maintained careful distance during these visits, watching her daughter bond with her father from the safety of detachment. I think he's busy with council meetings today, Olivia said. Luna's face fell. He's always in meetings. Running a kingdom is hard work. Olivia guided Luna to the kitchen table where lunch waited. Maybe tomorrow. Miss Blackwood. Olivia turned to find Kira at their door, tablet in hand. Sorry to interrupt, but Dr. Mira requests your presence in her research lab. Kira's expression gave nothing away. Regarding your earlier work. My research. Surprise made Olivia's voice sharper than intended. I can watch Luna, Kira offered. We'll practice her control exercises. 20 minutes later, Olivia entered a state-of-the-art research facility buried beneath the main building. Dr. Mira waited, surrounded by digital displays showing DNA sequences. Thank you for coming, the doctor said. I believe I've found something significant about your previous research. Olivia studied the displays. These are the genetic markers I was tracking 6 years ago. My anomaly patterns. Yes. But look at this. Dr. Mira swiped to reveal new sequences. These are from Luna's blood sample. The patterns match exactly. That's impossible. I was studying theoretical mutations, not werewolf genetics. Not impossible. Remarkable. Dr. Mira brought up another display. You were tracking a specific genetic marker you called the adaptability sequence. In werewolves, we call it the shift trigger. It's what allows transformation. Olivia's mind raced. But my research subjects were human. I found the sequence in less than 1% of samples. Dormant werewolf genes, Dr. Mira explained. Bloodlines so diluted the shift ability was lost, but the marker remained. You're saying I was studying werewolf genetics without knowing it? You were mapping mixed bloodlines, humans carrying trace werewolf ancestry. Something we've tried and failed to do for generations. Dr. Mira's eyes gleamed with excitement. Your approach was revolutionary. Olivia sank into a chair, pieces falling into place. That's why Alaric attended my presentation. Why he approached me. Yes. And why your memories were altered afterward. This knowledge could expose dormant bloodlines living as humans. And Luna? Her human-werewolf mix. According to your own research, theoretically impossible. Dr. Mira displayed comparative DNA strands. The shift trigger shouldn't activate in a first-generation hybrid. Yet in Luna, it's not only active but dominant. Asterisk, your research could change everything. Asterisk, Alaric's words from her dream. I need to see my original research files, Olivia said suddenly. My complete findings. Dr. Mira hesitated. They're classified. Alpha access only. It's my work. Indignation flared. Work I apparently never got to finish because someone erased my memories. The lab door opened. Alaric entered, tension evident in his posture. She can see the files. Dr. Mira bowed slightly. Alpha. Leave us, he ordered. After she departed, silence stretched between them. Alaric moved to a computer terminal, entering a complex password. Files appeared on the main display, Olivia's research, complete with her original notes. I kept copies, he said, answering her unasked question. When your work proved valuable. Kept copies while erasing my mind. Bitterness edged her voice. Standard protocol. Stop saying that. Olivia snapped. You keep hiding behind protocol, like it excuses manipulating my entire career. Alaric's jaw tightened. Your research was dangerous. It could have exposed thousands of dormant bloodlines to hunters. People with no idea of their heritage, no ability to protect themselves. So instead of asking for my help, explaining the stakes, you used me and then erased yourself from my life. Yes. No apology in his tone. I made the choice that protected my people. And got me pregnant in the process. Olivia gestured to the DNA displays. Care to explain that part of your protocol? Alaric growled low in his throat, a sound more wolf than man. That was never meant to happen. Well, it did. Olivia turned back to her research files, unable to face him. Luna exists because you couldn't keep your royal pants zipped during your espionage mission. It wasn't like that. What was it like then? Enlighten me. His silence made her turn. Alaric stood rigid, conflict evident on his face. I respected your mind, he finally said. Your passion for discovery. I intended only to evaluate your research, but... He trailed off, looking uncomfortable. But what? I hadn't expected you. Something vulnerable flashed across his face, quickly masked. The mind wipe was scheduled before we met. Standard procedure for any human who discovers too much. I didn't authorize it until afterward. How generous. Sarcasm dripped from her voice. Alaric stepped closer. I didn't know about Luna. I swear it. If I had. What? You'd have kidnapped us sooner. Protected you. His control slipped, eyes flashing gold. A royal child with a human mother, living unguarded in the human world. Do you have any idea how vulnerable you were? How many would kill for her blood? His intensity silenced her momentarily. She turned back to the DNA displays, focusing on science instead of emotion. According to this, Luna shouldn't exist. She pointed to specific markers. The royal bloodline shouldn't be compatible with my genes. Alaric moved beside her, close enough that she felt his heat. Yet she does exist. Could someone have altered her genetics? Before birth or after? His brow furrowed. That technology exists, but it's experimental. Dangerous. And it would have left evidence in her DNA. Then what explanation? They're twins, the nurse said, placing a tiny bundle in Olivia's arms. Asterisk twins? But the ultrasound only showed one baby. Asterisk. Asterisk, the second one was hidden behind her sister. Small but perfect. Asterisk. Asterisk, then alarms blared. Doctors rushed in. Someone took the baby from her arms. Asterisk. Asterisk, we're losing the second infant. Heart rate dropping. Asterisk. Through a haze of medication and exhaustion, Olivia saw them working desperately over a tiny form. Asterisk, I'm sorry, the doctor said later. We couldn't save her. Asterisk. Asterisk, one perfect daughter remained. Luna. Asterisk. The memory hit Olivia like a physical blow. She gasped, clutching the edge of the computer terminal. Olivia. Alaric's hand steadied her elbow. What is it? Twins, she whispered. I had twins. Alaric stiffened. What? Luna had a twin sister who died at birth. The memory clarified with painful sharpness. I'd forgotten. They gave me something for the pain that made everything hazy. That's not in any of your medical records. I requested her body for private burial. Couldn't bear the thought of hospital disposal. Olivia pressed a hand to her mouth. My mother helped me. We buried her under a cherry tree at the family cabin. Alaric's grip on her elbow tightened. We need to verify this. Now. Why? What does it matter? She died. His expression turned grim. Royal werewolf twins are extraordinarily rare. When they occur, they typically share a single wolf spirit between two bodies. I don't understand. If Luna had a twin who died physically, but their shared wolf spirit survived in Luna alone. He gestured to the DNA displays. It would explain the impossible markers, the early shifting, the healing abilities beyond even royal bloodline norms. Olivia remembered Luna's words to the sick child, asterisk, you're all speckly inside. Asterisk. She sees things others can't, Olivia whispered. Senses them. Two souls. Two perspectives. Alaric's voice roughened. One vessel. The implications staggered her. So part of her twin lives on in her. More than lives. Strengthens her. Makes her unique. The child must be claimed as royal bloodline, Victor had insisted in council meetings. Asterisk. The pack needs stability. Asterisk. Now Olivia understood the political implications. Luna wasn't just royal bloodline. She was something unprecedented. Your council wants to use her power, she realized. That's why they're pushing for you to claim her. Alaric didn't deny it. Many would exploit her abilities. Not just my council. Every pack. Hunters. Others you haven't yet encountered. And you? What do you want from her? His gaze met hers directly. To know her. To protect her. Just that. It's enough. Something shifted in his expression, a softening. She's extraordinary, Olivia. Not because of politics or power. Because she's Luna. The simple truth in his words caught her off guard. For a moment, she glimpsed the man from her memories. The one whose passion had matched her own, whose mind had challenged and delighted her. Asterisk, his laugh in the darkness. You're relentless, Dr. Blackwood. You won't rest until you've catalogued every genetic mystery. Asterisk. Knowledge is power, she'd replied, tracing the strong line of his jaw. Asterisk, and power corrupts. He caught her hand, kissed her palm. Be careful what truths you uncover. Some are dangerous. Asterisk. Asterisk, is that what you are? She'd whispered. A dangerous truth? Asterisk. Asterisk, his eyes had darkened. The most dangerous. Asterisk. Olivia blinked, disoriented by the memory's vivid intrusion. You remember something else, Alaric observed. You warned me, she said quietly. That night. You told me some truths were dangerous. Yet you pursued them anyway. A hint of his earlier smile appeared. Stubborn even then. The lab door opened before she could respond. Victor entered, his usual smooth composure fractured by urgency. My king, forgive the interruption. He glanced between them, noting their proximity with narrowed eyes. The Eastern Pack's envoy arrived unannounced. With their alpha. Alaric tensed. Elena's here? Why wasn't I informed immediately? They crossed our border under white flag protocol. No advance warning. Victor's gaze slid to Olivia. They're requesting formal introduction to the royal child. Denied, Alaric growled. They invoke ancient right of assessment. Victor looked grim. They claim blood right. Alaric's expression darkened dangerously. On what grounds? Victor hesitated, then said, they claim the child carries Eastern bloodline markers. That her father wasn't you, but your twin brother. Chapter 9. She's not ready for a full moon shift. Olivia paced Dr. Myra's office, panic edging her voice. She's only just learning to control partial transformations. Dr. Myra watched her sympathetically. The moon doesn't wait for readiness, I'm afraid. Tonight's pull will be irresistible to a new shifter. Outside, the compound buzzed with preparation. Pack members secured buildings, organized supervision teams for younger shifters, and stocked the infirmary. The first full moon since Luna's arrival. The hunter's moon, they called it. What exactly will happen to her? Olivia asked. When moonrise begins, she'll feel the shift building. Restlessness, heightened senses, emotional intensity. Dr. Myra arranged medications on a tray. Then the physical transformation. For adult wolves, it's controlled. For children, especially first-timers, it can be overwhelming. Painful. Briefly. The pack runs together on full moons, even the children. The bond eases discomfort. Alaric hadn't spoken to Olivia since the Eastern Pack's accusation 3 days ago. He'd disappeared into emergency council sessions, leaving her and Luna under doubled security. Victor had been more forthcoming, in his calculated way. The Eastern Pack claims right of assessment based on alleged bloodline connection, he'd explained. They believe Luna is the child of Kasimir, Alpha Alaric's twin brother. The brother he said was dead, Olivia had replied coolly. Victor's smile hadn't reached his eyes. Politics is rarely straightforward in our world. Now, as evening approached, Olivia returned to their suite to find Kira helping Luna dress in special clothing for the full moon. It's made to shift with you, Kira explained, fastening a delicate silver chain around Luna's neck. And this will help you find your way back when the run ends. Luna fingered the pendant, a crescent moon engraved with her name. Will it hurt, Miss Kira? A little, sweet one. But then it feels wonderful. Kira's eyes softened. Like stretching after being cramped in a small space. Will Daddy run with me? The door opened before Kira could answer. Alaric entered, looking exhausted but focused. I'll run beside you the entire time, he promised Luna, kneeling to her level. You won't be alone for a moment. Luna beamed, throwing her arms around his neck. After a moment's hesitation, he returned the embrace. Over Luna's shoulder, his eyes met Olivia's. Something unspoken passed between them, a shared concern for their daughter. We need to talk, he said quietly when Luna released him. About tonight. About other matters. On the balcony, away from Luna's sensitive hearing, Alaric explained the situation. The Eastern delegation remains at our border. Their alpha, Elena, is Kasimir's former mate. Former? So they believe Luna is their alpha's stepdaughter. It's more complicated. Alaric's jaw tightened. Elena claims she can prove Kasimir is alive. That he's been alive these past 6 years. I believed him dead. Olivia leaned against the railing, processing this. Is it possible? I saw his body. Identified it myself. Pain flashed across Alaric's face. But werewolf twins sometimes share abilities beyond normal understanding. Some ancient texts speak of spirit walking. You think your dead brother possessed you? That he was the one who... She couldn't finish the sentence. I don't know what to think. Frustration edged his voice. But Luna's first full moon takes priority. The Eastern pack can wait. What happens tonight? Practically speaking. I'll stay with Luna through her first shift. The children run in the inner forest, safe, enclosed, guarded. He hesitated. You should remain in the secure wing. Absolutely not. I'm staying with my daughter. It's not safe for humans during full moon. Even controlled wolves can be unpredictable. I don't care. I care, he growled. Luna needs both parents. I won't risk you. The possessive concern in his voice silenced her momentarily. Fine. But I want to see her before and after. And I want communication the entire time. Alaric nodded. Marcus will stay with you, linked to my team. You'll know everything that happens. As sunset approached, they gathered in the great hall with other families. Pack children vibrated with excitement while their parents offered last-minute advice. Dr. Mira distributed a special tea to the children. It eases the first transition, she explained. Luna sipped obediently, making a face at the bitter taste. Remember what we practiced, Alaric told her. Breathe through the change. Don't fight it. What if I get lost? Luna's eyes widened with sudden worry. Impossible, Alaric said firmly. I'll be with you every moment. And the pack looks after its cubs. The sun dipped below the horizon. Through tall windows, they watched the moon rising. Huge and orange, the hunter's moon. Luna gasped, dropping her cup. Mommy, it's starting. Olivia knelt, holding Luna's trembling hands. Remember to breathe, baby. Just like in practice. Luna's skin flushed hot. Her eyes flickered between human brown and wolf gold. It tickles, she whispered, then doubled over with a cry. Alaric scooped her up. Time to move outside. Olivia followed them to the courtyard where pack members were already shifting. The sounds of cracking bones and stretching sinews filled the air as humans transformed into wolves of all sizes and colors. Luna whimpered in Alaric's arms, her limbs twitching uncontrollably. It hurts now, she cried. Make it stop. Olivia reached for her daughter instinctively. Don't, Alaric warned. She could harm you accidentally. She needs me, Olivia insisted, placing her hand on Luna's forehead. The moment she touched her daughter, something strange happened. The golden glow in Luna's eyes dimmed. Her trembling eased. How are you doing that? Alaric asked, astonished. Olivia had no answer. Some instinct guided her actions. She kept her hand on Luna, who relaxed visibly. The transformation, Dr. Mira observed nearby. It's slowing. No, Alaric corrected, watching closely. It's normalizing. Controlled. Luna took a deep breath, then smiled shakily. It doesn't hurt anymore. Whispers spread through the gathered pack. Victor pushed forward, staring at Olivia with new intensity. What are you doing to the child? He demanded. Helping her, Olivia replied, not understanding herself. Dr. Mira approached cautiously. Miss Blackwood, did you know you could do this? Do what? You're suppressing the moon's pull. Dr. Mira's voice held wonder. I've only read about this ability. Moon dimming, the old texts call it. Victor's expression darkened. A dangerous talent. One hunter clans cultivate specifically against our kind. I'm not a hunter, Olivia protested. More wolves gathered, watching warily. Some growled low in their throats. Step away from the child, Victor ordered. No. Alaric's voice cut through the tension. She's helping Luna. The moon climbed higher. Luna's transformation resumed but proceeded smoothly, fur rippling across her skin, limbs reshaping gradually instead of with the violent contortions other children experienced. "I didn't know," Olivia whispered to Alaric. "I swear I didn't know I could do this." "I believe you." His expression was unreadable. Few abilities manifest without training. This suggests bloodline heritage. Hunter blood. The thought sickened her. Or something older. He studied her face. The ancient texts mention humans who could walk between worlds. Spirit walkers. Moon dimmers. Peacebringers. Luna's transformation completed. Where their daughter had stood, a wolf cub now settled on its haunches, silver-gray with distinctive amber eyes. She yipped excitedly, untroubled by the change that had moments ago caused her pain. Alaric began his own transformation. Unlike the others, his shift happened in the space of a heartbeat, fluid, controlled, powerful. His massive black wolf form dwarfed the others, silver streaking his muzzle and chest. He nudged Luna gently with his nose. She responded playfully, bouncing around him. Marcus approached Olivia in human form. "I'll stay with you as promised. The others are already shifting." All around them, wolves howled as the full moon's light bathed the courtyard. The sound raised goosebumps on Olivia's arms, primal, wild, calling to something deep inside her. Alaric's wolf eyes met hers. A silent promise, "I'll protect her." With a final nod to Olivia, he led Luna and the other wolves toward the forest. "The safe room is prepared," Marcus said. "We can monitor from there." Inside the fortified observation room, screens showed various areas of the territory. Marcus pointed to one displaying the inner forest. "The cubs run here. Completely secure." Olivia watched Luna romping with other wolf children, awkward at first, then with growing confidence. Alaric remained close, occasionally guiding her with gentle nudges. "She's doing well," Marcus observed. "What did Dr. Mira mean about my ability?" Olivia asked. "Moon dimming." Marcus looked uncomfortable. "It's rare. Historically, humans with the ability were either highly valued as pack allies or hunted and killed." He met her gaze directly. "Your ability could completely neutralize a werewolf's power during transformation. Make them vulnerable. I would never hurt the pack. Or Luna." "I believe you, but others might not." He nodded toward a screen showing the Eastern delegation camped at the border, especially those with political agendas. Hours passed as Olivia watched Luna's first moon run. The wolf children played, hunted small game under supervision, and learned pack behaviors from adult wolves. Near midnight, alarms suddenly blared. Red lights flashed across all screens. "Perimeter breach," Marcus snapped, grabbing his radio. "Multiple sectors." The screens showed chaos erupting, dark figures scaling fences, others emerging from hidden tunnels. "Not wolves. Humans with weapons." "Hunters," Marcus growled, already shifting to wolf form. "They timed their attack with the full moon when many of us are in wolf form." "Luna!" Olivia cried, searching the screens frantically. The cubs' play area had emptied. Adult wolves hurried the children toward emergency shelters. "Stay here," Marcus ordered, voice distorting as his muzzle formed. "This room is secure." He bounded out, locks engaging automatically behind him. Olivia pounded on the screens, trying to find Luna among the fleeing wolves. There, Alaric's distinctive black form shepherding cubs to safety, Luna tucked close to his side. Then smoke bombs exploded around them. The screen went dark. "No!" Olivia screamed, slamming her hand against the monitor. Another screen showed hunters moving methodically through the compound. Not chaotic attackers, disciplined, organized. They carried strange weapons that fired glowing projectiles. Silver darts, Olivia realized, remembering Dr. Myra's explanations. Designed to prevent shifting, to keep werewolves trapped in whatever form they currently held. A wolf on another screen took a direct hit. It collapsed instantly, convulsing as silver entered its bloodstream. Panic clawed at Olivia's throat. She had to reach Luna. But how? The safe room was locked, designed to keep dangers out, and her in. She examined the security panel. Retinal scanner, keypad, voice recognition. All useless to her. A hunter appeared on one screen, headed toward the safe room corridor. He carried what looked like explosive charges. They were methodically checking every secure area. Olivia's eyes fell on the ventilation grate near the ceiling. Large enough for a person? Maybe. Using a chair, she pried the grate loose, then hauled herself up into the shaft. Dust and cobwebs clung to her as she crawled, guided only by instinct and desperation. The shaft split in multiple directions. She hesitated, then closed her eyes, focusing on that strange connection she'd felt with Luna earlier. "Where are you, baby?" "Nothing." Then, faintly, "Mommy?" "Scared." Olivia moved faster, following the mental thread that connected her to her daughter. The ventilation shaft emerged in a storage room. She dropped down, listening at the door before carefully opening it. The hallway beyond was hazy with smoke. Alarms still blared, but distant now. Emergency lights cast eerie red shadows. Olivia moved silently, barefoot on cold floors, stopping at each intersection to sense Luna's direction. The feeling grew stronger. "Close now." Voices approached. Olivia ducked into an alcove. 2 cubs secured in transport, a man reported into a radio. "No sign of the target yet." "Keep searching," the radio crackled. "She has the royal mark." Team 3 reports adult wolves converging on the south shelter. That's likely where they've hidden the high-value children. The south shelter. Olivia memorized the direction they pointed, then continued after they passed. Outside, chaos reigned. Wolf forms engaged with hunters across the compound grounds. Tranquilizer darts flew. Silver weapons flashed. Olivia kept to shadows, moving toward the south shelter. The connection to Luna pulled stronger, but suddenly mixed with terror. "Mommy! They're here." She ran then, caution forgotten. The south shelter, a reinforced bunker built into the hillside, had its door blown open. Inside, hunters systematically checked terrified wolf cubs, examining each for the royal birthmark. Luna huddled in a corner, partially hidden behind storage crates. Her wolf form trembled, eyes wide with fear. No sign of Alaric. 2 hunters approached Luna's hiding spot, weapons ready. Without thinking, Olivia burst in. "Stop." The hunters spun, guns trained on her. "Human female," one reported into his radio. "Unarmed." "Get away from my daughter," Olivia demanded, stepping between them and Luna. "Your daughter?" The hunter laughed. "Lady, that's a werewolf. Now step aside before you get hurt." Olivia didn't move. "I said get away from her." The second hunter raised his weapon. Last warning. Something shifted inside Olivia, a power she'd never known she possessed flowing through her veins. The same energy she'd felt when touching Luna during her transformation, but stronger, focused. "You can't have her," Olivia said, voice unnaturally calm. She raised her hand. The hunters staggered back as if struck. "What the?" One dropped his weapon, gasping. "Can't shift." Olivia realized what was happening. Her ability, moon dimming, wasn't just working on Luna. It affected all shifters in her presence, including the hunters. Because they were werewolves too. "You're wolves," she whispered in shock. "Working against your own kind." The hunter snarled, features caught in partial transformation. "We're cleaning the bloodlines. Half-breeds and royal tyrants first." He lunged at her despite his compromised shifting. Olivia's power flared instinctively. The hunter froze mid-leap, then crumpled to the floor, unconscious. His partner backed away. "What are you?" Before she could answer, a massive black wolf burst through the doorway. Alaric, bleeding from multiple wounds but radiating lethal fury. The hunter fired frantically. Alaric dodged, then launched himself at the man's throat. Olivia turned away, shielding Luna from the violence. When she looked back, the hunter lay still. Alaric stood over him, muzzle stained red. More wolves poured in. Marcus among them, his grey form distinctive. They surrounded Olivia and Luna protectively. Alaric shifted smoothly back to human form, unconcerned with his nakedness. Blood streaked his chest from various wounds, all already healing. "Are you hurt?" he demanded. Olivia shook her head, still processing what had happened. They were werewolves. The hunters. Rogues. Extremists who believe in blood purity. Alaric knelt beside Luna, checking her for injuries. "They killed their human sides long ago." Luna whimpered, pressing against Olivia. Her small wolf form shivered uncontrollably. "She's stuck," Alaric said, concern creasing his brow. "Fear has locked her shift." Olivia gathered Luna into her arms. "It's okay, baby. You're safe now." She smoothed the fur between Luna's ears, feeling that strange power flowing again, not suppressing the wolf this time, but stabilizing it. Gradually, Luna's trembling subsided. Her wolf form relaxed, then slowly, inch by inch, shifted back to human. Soon a small girl with tangled hair and tear-streaked cheeks replaced the wolf cub. "Mommy," she sobbed. "The bad men wanted to take me." "They're gone now," Olivia soothed, rocking her. "Daddy stopped them." Luna looked up at Alaric with unconditional trust. "You got all bloody." A hint of smile touched his lips. "Battle wounds. Already healing." He crouched to her level. "You were very brave, little wolf." Marcus approached, now in human form and hastily dressed. "The compound is secure. We captured 6 alive, killed 12. 3 escaped." "Casualties?" Alaric asked grimly. 4 pack members dead. 8 wounded, 3 critically. They targeted the infirmary first, the sick children. Alaric's expression hardened. "Take Luna and Olivia to the emergency bunker. Full security. I'll handle the interrogations." "No," Olivia said firmly. "No more separation. We stay together." Alaric looked ready to argue, then nodded sharply. "The royal quarters then. They're secure." As they left the shelter, Olivia noticed the hunter she'd incapacitated was missing. "The one eye, affected. Where is he?" Alaric's expression turned dangerous. "Being questioned." "How did I do that? Make him collapse?" "Moondimmers can do more than suppress shifting," he said quietly. "In their full power, they can shut down a werewolf's entire system. Few humans manifest the ability naturally." "You think someone altered me? Like they tried to alter my memories?" His gaze was searching. "I think there's more to your bloodline than either of us knew. And our enemies just discovered it." Outside, the full moon still hung in the sky, now watching over a battlefield. Pack members carried their wounded to the infirmary. Others secured captive hunters. Near the forest edge, Olivia spotted the Eastern Pack's envoy, Elena, speaking urgently with Victor. When Elena saw Olivia carrying Luna, she stopped mid-sentence, eyes fixed on the child. Even at a distance, Olivia recognized the hunger in that gaze. "She wants Luna," Olivia whispered to Alaric. "They all do," he replied grimly. "But after tonight, they'll want you too." "Me? Why?" "A moondimmer of your strength hasn't been seen in generations." His hand settled protectively on her lower back, guiding her toward the main building. "You just became the second most valuable person in my territory." "And the first?" Olivia asked, though she already knew. Alaric's gaze dropped to Luna, now sleeping exhausted in her mother's arms. "The child who carries 2 souls," he said softly. "The one the prophecies call the bridge between worlds." Chapter 10. Dawn broke over Silverest, revealing the attack's aftermath. Shattered windows. Bullet-riddled walls. Blood-staining pristine walkways. Olivia watched from the royal quarters as pack members cleared debris and reinforced security. Luna slept deeply in the adjacent bedroom, exhausted from her traumatic first moon. The door opened. Alaric entered, now properly dressed though still bearing faint scars from the night's battle. "The captives?" Olivia asked, being questioned. His tone left no doubt about the methods. They were well informed. Had our patrol schedules, building layouts, security protocols. "Inside help." Alaric's jaw tightened. We're investigating. He moved to the window beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. For a long moment, they watched the recovery efforts in silence. You fought well last night, he finally said. Few humans would have entered a combat zone for any reason. She's my daughter. Yes. Something softened in his expression. Our daughter. The simple acknowledgement, after weeks of scientific uncertainty and political maneuvering, caught Olivia off guard. You're claiming her? Officially? The council meets this afternoon. I'll recognize her as my blood. He turned to face her. Whether I'm her biological father remains uncertain, but the lunar bond doesn't lie. She carries my bloodline. And what does that mean for Luna? For us? Protection. Resources. Training for her abilities. His gaze was direct. And danger. Every enemy of the Western Pack will target her. Like last night. That was merely the first attempt. Alaric ran a hand through his hair, a rare display of weariness. There will be worse. From the bedroom, Luna called sleepily, Mommy? Daddy. They found her sitting up in bed, hair tousled, eyes bright with excitement rather than trauma. I was a real wolf. She bounced on the mattress. I ran so fast. And I could smell everything. Alaric smiled, a genuine smile that transformed his usually stern face. You were a wonderful wolf, little one. Very brave. Can we do it again tonight? Luna asked eagerly. Not tonight, Olivia said, sitting beside her. The full moon only happens once a month. Luna's face fell. But I want to be a wolf again. With practice, you'll shift whenever you choose, Alaric explained, perching awkwardly on the edge of the bed. But first you must master control. The bad men won't come back, will they? Sudden worry clouded Luna's expression. No, Alaric said firmly. I won't let them. Luna studied him with surprising seriousness. You got hurt protecting us. Already healed. He showed her his arms, now unmarked. Werewolves heal quickly. Will I heal fast too? Faster than most. Alaric hesitated, then added, You have special blood. Royal blood. Luna beamed. I'm a princess. Of sorts. Alaric glanced at Olivia. Today, I'll present you to the High Council. They'll recognize you formally. Like a coronation? Luna clapped her hands. Will I get a crown? More like an introduction. Alaric looked uncomfortable with Luna's enthusiasm. The council needs to acknowledge you for your safety. After breakfast, Kira arrived with clothing for all three of them, formal attire suitable for a council presentation. The High Council includes representatives from allied packs, she explained as she laid out the garments. Far more formal than our regular council meetings. For Luna, she'd brought a silvery blue dress with subtle wolf motifs embroidered along the hem. For Olivia, an elegant emerald gown that complemented her coloring. Alaric's outfit was simple but regal, black with silver accents marking his alpha status. The Eastern Pack delegates will attend, Kira added, helping Luna with her dress. Alpha Elena insisted, given the circumstances. Olivia caught Alaric's eye. The question of Luna's paternity, whether Alaric or his supposedly dead twin brother Kasimir, remained unresolved. We face this together, Alaric said quietly as Kira busied herself with Luna's hair. Present a united front. And if this Elena has proof about your brother? We listen. Evaluate. Make no commitments. His hand briefly touched hers. Trust no one but each other today. The High Council gathered in the Great Hall, a cathedral-like space with soaring ceilings and ancient tapestries depicting werewolf history. 12 ornate chairs formed a semicircle on a raised platform. Before them stood a smaller chair, clearly meant for Luna. Spectators filled the gallery, pack members eager to witness the historic recognition of a new royal child. Among them, Olivia spotted Dr. Mira and Marcus, both offering encouraging smiles. Victor orchestrated the proceedings, directing everyone to their places with practiced efficiency. His earlier coldness toward Olivia had transformed to careful deference since her display of moon-dimming power. The child sits alone for the presentation, he instructed. Tradition requires the council to evaluate her without parental influence. Alaric nodded, but Olivia protested. She's 5 years old. I'm staying with her. The traditions, Victor began. Will be adjusted, Alaric interrupted. Miss Blackwood stays with Luna. I'll observe from my council seat. Victor's displeasure showed only in the tightening of his mouth. As you wish, my king. The Eastern Pack delegation entered. 6 individuals led by a striking woman with silver-streaked black hair and piercing amber eyes. Elena, the Eastern Alpha. Her gaze fixed immediately on Luna. My niece, she said, loud enough for all to hear. My brother's blood. Murmurs rippled through the gathered crowd. Alaric's expression remained neutral, but Olivia felt tension radiating from him. Your claim will be addressed during council, Victor stated firmly. Please take your designated seats. The formal proceedings began with ancient rituals, burning sacred herbs, reciting pack lineages, presenting the written history of royal bloodlines. Luna sat remarkably still through it all, eyes wide with wonder at the pageantry. Finally, Victor announced, Alpha Alaric Blackwood of the Western Territories will now recognize the child Luna. Alaric rose from his council seat. I, Alaric Blackwood, Alpha of the Western Pack, recognize this child as carrying the royal blood of my lineage. I acknowledge the Luna bond that connects us. He approached Luna, kneeling before her chair. I claim her under pack law as a daughter of my house, entitled to all protections and privileges thereof. He took Luna's small hand, pressing it to a silver medallion bearing the pack's crest. The metal glowed briefly where she touched it. The mark accepts her, Victor announced. The claim is validated. Applause erupted from the Western Pack members. Elena stood abruptly. I challenge this claim. Silence fell instantly. On what grounds? Victor demanded. Blood right. The child carries the blood of Kasimir Blackwood, my mate and rightful alpha of the Eastern Pack. Elena's eyes flashed golden. I have proof. Kasimir is dead, Alaric stated flatly. I identified his body myself. You identified a body, Elena corrected. One that resembled your twin. But Kasimir lives. She reached into her jacket, withdrawing a vial of dark liquid. His blood, willingly given. Test it against the child's. The truth will be undeniable. Dr. Mira stepped forward. Blood verification can be performed immediately, if both parties agree. Alaric's expression remained controlled, but Olivia saw doubt in his eyes. Proceed. Dr. Mira took the vial, then approached Luna. May I have a small drop of your blood, little one? Just a tiny prick on your finger. Luna looked to Olivia for reassurance. At her nod, Luna extended her hand bravely. While Dr. Mira performed the test, Elena addressed the council. For 6 years, Kasimir has lived in exile, recovering from injuries inflicted when his brother seized power. He appointed me regent in his absence. Lies, Alaric growled. I seized nothing. My father named me successor, and Kasimir challenged me. He died in honorable combat. Yet his blood exists, Elena gestured to the vial. Fresh. Vital. He returned to our territory 3 months ago, weakened but alive. The council members exchanged troubled glances. Succession disputes had sparked wars before. Olivia asked the question no one else dared. If Kasimir lives, why doesn't he come himself to claim Luna? Elena's smile turned cold. The injuries he sustained at his brother's hands left him, diminished. He cannot travel safely. But he sends me with his authority. Dr. Mira returned, face grave. The blood analysis is complete. The results. Victor prompted. The blood in the vial is indeed related to Luna's. Dr. Mira hesitated. It shows closer genetic markers than Alpha Alaric's blood in our previous tests. Gasps and murmurs filled the hall. Alaric's face hardened to stone. Further, Dr. Mira continued, Luna's unique genetic structure, the doubled spirit markers we've observed, aligns with an ancient condition documented in royal twins. One twin carrying aspects of both siblings. Impossible, Alaric said, but uncertainty colored his voice. Elena's triumph showed in her posture. The child belongs with her father's pack. With her blood. No. Olivia stood, placing herself between Luna and Elena. Luna stays with me. Human, Elena sneered. You have no standing here. The child is royal blood, far too valuable to waste in the human world. Luna clutched Olivia's hand, eyes wide with confusion and fear. Alaric cut through the growing tension. Enough. Luna remains under my protection, regardless of paternity questions. His voice carried absolute authority. She will be raised here with her mother, while we investigate these claims thoroughly. Elena stepped forward. The Eastern Pack has rights. The Eastern Pack has no rights in my territory, Alaric interrupted, eyes flashing gold. You've presented your claim. Now leave. This isn't finished, Elena warned. For today it is. Alaric's tone left no room for argument. Marcus will escort your delegation to the border. After Elena's group departed, the council erupted in heated debate. Victor attempted to maintain order while various factions argued implications. Alaric guided Olivia and Luna from the chaos, leading them to a quieter antechamber. She's lying, Olivia said immediately. She must be. Perhaps. Alaric paced the small room. But the blood test could be manipulated. Olivia knelt before Luna, who looked increasingly distressed. Sweetheart, why don't you draw a picture of the ceremony? There's paper on that desk. Once Luna was settled with drawing materials, Olivia turned back to Alaric. Even if Kasimir is alive, even if he somehow is Luna's biological father, she doesn't know him. He's never cared for her. Never protected her. Never loved her. In pack law, blood connections carry tremendous weight. Alaric's voice lowered. But you're right. Her welfare matters most. What's really bothering you? Olivia studied his troubled expression. There's something more. Alaric hesitated, then admitted quietly, the royal children in my bloodline, mine and Kasimir's, have a disturbing mortality rate. 3 generations. None surviving past childhood. Understanding dawned. That's why you resisted claiming Luna. Every royal child in our line has died young. My father had 7 children. Only Kasimir and I reached adulthood. Pain edged his voice. Some sickened. Some were assassinated. Some died in mysterious accidents. You're afraid the same will happen to Luna. I'm terrified of it. The raw admission clearly cost him. By claiming her publicly, I may have sealed her fate. Olivia touched his arm gently. Or changed it. She has something the others didn't. What? She smiled at Luna, happily drawing at the desk. 2 souls. 2 parents who'll protect her with their lives. And apparently, 2 royal bloodlines fighting to claim her. 3, Alaric corrected grimly. 3. You. His gaze met hers directly. The Moondimmer bloodline. Perhaps the most powerful of all. Chapter 11. The Silverest library spanned 3 floors, its ancient texts protected behind glass cases. Olivia traced a finger over a dusty tome displaying illustrations of humans with glowing hands subduing wolf forms. Moondimmers, she whispered, reading the faded caption. Keepers of balance. A week had passed since the High Council presentation. Elena and her delegation had returned to Eastern Territory, but their claims about Kasimir lingered like poison in Silverest's atmosphere. Security remained at highest alert. Meanwhile, Olivia researched her newly discovered abilities. The library's historical section contained limited information on Moondimmers. Most records had been destroyed during the Great Purge 3 centuries ago when werewolves systematically eliminated humans who could threaten their power. Alaric had assigned Dr. Mira to assist her research while he handled political fallout from Elena's challenge. Luna divided her time between werewolf lessons with the pack children and regular education with Olivia. Finding anything useful? Dr. Mira approached, carrying more books. Just fragments. This text suggests moondimmers weren't just werewolf suppressors. They were mediators between human and supernatural communities. That aligns with the oldest stories. Dr. Mira set down her stack. Before the purge, moondimmers held respected positions in mixed territories. Then why kill them? Fear. A skilled moondimmer could neutralize an entire pack during full moon, leaving them defenseless. Dr. Mira's expression turned sympathetic. When trust broke down between species, those with power eliminated potential threats. Olivia turned a brittle page. How did I not know? 35 years without a clue about my heritage. The ability often remains dormant without triggering events. Your connection to Luna, the stress of the full moon, these catalyzed what was always inside you. Footsteps echoed from the staircase. Victor appeared, impeccably dressed as always. Ms. Blackwood. His tone remained carefully neutral, the respect in his address never quite reaching his eyes. The Alpha requests your presence in his study. A visitor has arrived with information about your heritage. What visitor? Suspicion colored her voice. He calls himself the curator. Victor's lip curled slightly. An ancient being who deals in supernatural secrets. Notoriously unreliable, but occasionally useful. The Alpha's study occupied the highest level of the main building. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the entire territory, reminding visitors of the Alpha's expansive power. Alaric stood at one of these windows, tension evident in his posture. Across from him sat the strangest man Olivia had ever seen. Ageless described him best, neither young nor old. His skin had a faintly golden sheen. White blonde hair fell to his shoulders. His eyes shifted colors as he turned to regard her, blue, then green, then amber. The moondimmer arrives. His voice carried an accent Olivia couldn't place. Exquisite specimen. Untrained but powerful. This is Olivia Blackwood, Alaric said stiffly. Luna's mother. I know who she is. The curator rose with fluid grace. I've waited decades for her bloodline to resurface. Olivia remained in the doorway. Who exactly are you? I am the curator. He spread his hands as if this explained everything. Collector of supernatural secrets. Keeper of forbidden knowledge. Witness to 17 centuries of magical evolution. You're not human, Olivia observed. Nor werewolf nor fae, nor any single classification. He smiled, revealing slightly pointed teeth. I am unique. As are you. Alaric gestured Olivia forward. The curator approached our border guards voluntarily. Says he has critical information about moondimmers and Luna's condition. Information that will cost you, Victor interjected from near the door. Everything valuable has its price. The curator shrugged elegantly. Mine is modest considering what I offer. Which is? Olivia asked. The truth about your bloodline. The reason your daughter manifests unprecedented abilities. His eyes settled on Violet. And a way to stabilize her shifting that will prevent tragedy. Alaric straightened. What tragedy? The child carries 2 spirits in one vessel, a dangerous balance. Unaddressed, the spirits will eventually war for dominance. The curator's expression turned grave. When that happens, the vessel ruptures. The child dies. Olivia's heart lurched. You're saying Luna will die if we don't help her? All dual-spirit children die without intervention, usually before puberty. The curator nodded toward Alaric. Ask your Alpha about his bloodline's history. Those royal children who mysteriously sickened and died? Dual spirits, every one. Alaric's face paled. That's impossible. Dual-spirit children are extraordinarily rare. In most bloodlines, yes. In royal twin lines? Common. The curator circled the room, examining objects on shelves. Your ancestors knew this. They developed rituals to balance the spirits. Then why did our children still die? Alaric demanded. Because the rituals required something your line lost generations ago. The curator turned to Olivia. Moon dimmers. The natural counterbalance to werewolf magic. Olivia sank into a chair, connecting pieces. You're saying royal werewolf children need moondimmers to survive? Precisely. Your kind stabilizes the dual spirits, preventing them from tearing the host apart. He picked up a delicate crystal figurine, examining it in the light. The Great Purge eliminated most moondimmers. Without them, royal children began dying mysteriously. Werewolves blamed hunters, rival packs, human diseases, never realizing they'd exterminated their children's only salvation. Silence fell as they absorbed this revelation. How do you know all this? Victor asked suspiciously. I was there. The curator replaced the figurine. I witnessed the last proper stabilization ritual 400 years ago, before the purge. And you know how to perform this ritual? Alaric pressed. I do. Your price? Victor asked. The curator smiled. Access to your ancestral vault. Specifically, the Crescent Codex, your family's original grimoire. I wish to study it, copy certain passages. Nothing more. Alaric and Victor exchanged glances. The vault hasn't been opened in generations, Victor said carefully. The codex may not even exist. It exists. The curator seemed certain. Hidden in the deepest chamber, behind blood-locked doors. Your father sealed it, Alaric, when he realized his children were dying despite every protection. Why not just tell us the ritual without payment? Olivia challenged. If children's lives are at stake. The curator's expression softened slightly. Rules bind even me, Moondimmer. Knowledge must be exchanged, never simply given. Balance in all things. Victor drew Alaric aside, speaking in hushed tones. Olivia studied the strange visitor, unsettled by his ancient eyes in an ageless face. What am I? She asked quietly. What does Moondimmer really mean? You are balance incarnate, he replied. Neither human nor wolf, but the bridge between. Your kind walks in twilight, touching both worlds but belonging fully to neither. That doesn't answer my question. Doesn't it? His eyes shifted to deep blue. Your grandmother told you the answer years ago. In bedtime stories you dismissed as fantasy. Olivia stiffened. How could you possibly know about my grandmother's stories? I know many things about the Blackwood line. Your grandmother was the last active moondimmer in your family. She recognized your potential when you were born. Memories stirred. Her grandmother's strange bedtime tales about women who could calm wild beasts with a touch. Girls born with starlight in their veins. The silver bracelet she'd given Olivia on her 7th birthday, inscribed with symbols Olivia now recognized from the library's ancient texts. She knew, Olivia whispered. She tried to prepare me. In her limited way. The knowledge had already fractured by her generation. The curator stepped closer. But she left you clues. The fairy tales were instruction manuals, hidden in plain sight. Alaric rejoined them, expression resolute. We accept your terms. You'll get access to the vault after demonstrating the ritual's effectiveness. I'll need 3 items for the stabilization ritual, the curator replied smoothly. Blood from both parents. A personal object the child treasures. And moonstone powder from the Western Peak mines. The mines were depleted centuries ago, Victor objected. The commercial veins, yes. The sacred ceremonial cave still holds the purest deposits. The curator turned to Alaric. Your ancestors harvested there exclusively for royal rituals. I know the cave, Alaric said. We can collect what's needed. How dangerous is this ritual for Luna? Olivia asked, the most important question. The curator considered her. All power carries risk. This ritual channels ancient forces through your daughter's dual spirits to create harmony instead of conflict. Done properly, it's no more dangerous than her natural shifting. And improperly? His gaze didn't waver. It could accelerate the spirit's war, causing immediate rupture rather than the gradual deterioration that would occur naturally. "You're saying it could kill her instantly," Olivia translated flatly. "Any intervention carries risk. Without intervention, her fate is certain." The curator shrugged. "You merely choose which risk to accept." "Who performs the ritual?" Alaric asked. "The moondimmer must lead it. I will guide her." The curator nodded to Olivia. "Her blood connection to the child strengthens the working." Victor cleared his throat. "This ritual, will it settle the paternity question? Confirm whether Alaric or Kasimir fathered the child?" The curator smiled enigmatically. "It will reveal truth, though perhaps not the truth you seek." After the curator departed to guest quarters, Alaric paced his study. "I don't trust him." "Nor should you," Victor agreed. "The curator's reputation for manipulation is legendary. But if he's right about dual spirits causing the deaths in your bloodline..." Olivia left the implication hanging. Alaric stopped pacing. "We'll verify what we can through the library records. Dr. Mira can check Luna's condition against historical symptoms." He turned to Victor. "Prepare an expedition to the ceremonial cave. Small group, highest security." Victor bowed slightly. "And the ancestral vault?" "We'll deal with that if the ritual proves legitimate." After Victor left, silence fell between them. Olivia moved to the window, watching pack members going about their daily activities below. "You think it's true?" she asked. "About Luna's condition?" Alaric joined her at the window. "The timing matches. Most royal children in my line died between ages 5 and 7. The symptoms align too: increasing instability during shifts, fever cycles, eventual system collapse." "Has Luna shown any symptoms?" "Not yet." His voice softened. "But her dual nature is undeniable. 2 spirits in one body, her twin's essence merged with hers." Olivia pressed her forehead against the cool glass. "When I was pregnant, the doctors were initially certain I was carrying twins. Then suddenly there was only one heartbeat. They said it happens sometimes. One twin simply vanishes." "Vanishing twin syndrome," Alaric nodded. "In werewolf pregnancies, it often means the spirits merged rather than one fetus being reabsorbed." "And these merged spirits eventually fight for control?" "According to the curator, yes." Alaric hesitated, then placed his hand on her shoulder. "We don't have to trust him to use his knowledge. If there's any chance this ritual could help Luna, we should explore it." The warmth of his hand seeped through her blouse. When had they shifted from adversaries to allies? The change had been so gradual she hadn't noticed until this moment. "My grandmother's stories," she said suddenly. "They always featured special women who could calm wild creatures. She gave me a silver bracelet with strange symbols when I was young." Olivia met his gaze. "I still have it at home. In my jewelry box. We should retrieve it. Might contain clues about your abilities." "You'd let me go home?" The hope in her voice was embarrassingly obvious. "Not alone," he clarified. "Too dangerous. But I could arrange a secure visit to collect personal items." "For Luna too? She misses her things. Her favorite stuffed animals, her books." Alaric nodded. "We'll arrange it after the Moonstone expedition returns." A knock interrupted them. Dr. Mira entered, expression troubled. "Pardon the intrusion, but I've been reviewing Luna's latest test results." She handed Alaric a tablet displaying medical scans. "There's an anomaly in her shift patterns." Alaric studied the display, frowning. "Explain." "The cellular transformation during her shifts is becoming erratic. Some cells begin transforming, then revert, then transform again." Dr. Mira pointed to colorful graphs. "It's causing microscopic stress fractures in her bone structure." Olivia's heart sank. The dual spirits fighting for control? "It appears so." Dr. Mira looked grim. "Based on the progression rate, I'd estimate we have 3 to 4 months before serious symptoms manifest." "The ritual," Alaric said immediately. "We need to accelerate preparations." There's more, Dr. Mira continued reluctantly. I analyzed the blood sample Elena provided, comparing it to our records of Kasimir's blood from before his death. And Alaric tensed visibly. It's a match. Recent, viable blood from your brother. Dr. Mira met his gaze directly. Kasimir appears to be alive. Alaric's expression hardened. That's impossible. I burned his body myself. The DNA is unmistakable. And it shows closer markers to Luna's than yours, confirming the possibility that he's her biological father. The revelation hung heavy in the air. If Kasimir lives, why hide for 6 years? Olivia asked. Why send Elena instead of coming himself? Power play, Alaric growled. Creating doubt about my leadership. About Luna's paternity. Classic Kasimir strategy. Dr. Mira cleared her throat. There's another possibility. The captured hunter we interrogated finally revealed useful information. Their group is funded by Eastern interests, specifically, individuals close to Elena. She's working with hunters? Alaric looked incredulous. The hunter claimed they were provided Western security details by someone with access to Kasimir's blood. Their mission was to capture Luna, not kill her. Capture her for whom? Olivia demanded. The hunter didn't know. Only that she was to be delivered to a facility in Eastern Territory. Alaric's expression turned dangerous. Elena's playing a deeper game than simple succession claims. And Luna's caught in the middle, Olivia said quietly. The tension in the room shifted as Luna herself burst through the door, face flushed with excitement. Mommy! Daddy! I made the water move. She bounced on her toes. In training class, when I focused really hard. Alaric knelt to her level, troubles momentarily set aside. The water moved? Show me. Luna nodded eagerly, then stopped, noticing the adult's serious expressions. What's wrong? Are the bad people coming back? No, sweetheart, Olivia assured her, though the lie tasted bitter. We're just talking about grown-up things. About me. Luna's perceptiveness sometimes startled Olivia. About helping you control your special abilities better, Alaric said, not quite lying. We found someone who knows special magic that might help you. Luna brightened. Like a wizard? Something like that. Alaric smiled slightly. Now, show me about moving water. After Luna demonstrated her newfound ability to create tiny ripples in a glass of water, a skill typically beyond young werewolves, Dr. Mira took her for scheduled testing. Alone again, Olivia turned to Alaric. If Elena is working with hunters, Luna isn't safe anywhere. She's safe here. His voice carried absolute conviction. The hunters breached your security once already. A mistake that won't happen again. His expression darkened. If my brother truly lives, if he's allied with Elena and hunters. This goes beyond simple pack politics. What does he want? Alaric's gaze fixed on the doorway where Luna had disappeared. The one thing that might give him legitimate claim to both territories. His voice dropped. A royal child with unprecedented power. His blood. His heir. Luna. Olivia wrapped her arms around herself. My daughter. Our daughter, Alaric corrected firmly. Whatever blood test results show. Whatever ritual revelations come. His unexpected declaration warmed something inside her, something that had been cold and afraid for too long. The curator, she said suddenly. His timing is too convenient. Appearing just as we discover Luna's condition, offering solutions for an ancient vault's contents. I had the same thought. Alaric's lips curved in slight approval. The expedition team will include members loyal only to me. They'll watch for traps or deceptions. And if the ritual is real, if it can help Luna, then we perform it. Determination hardened his voice. And I open the vault, payment for my daughter's life. What's in this vault that's so valuable? Family secrets. Ancient magic. Weapons that could shift power between packs. Alaric shrugged. Or myths and dusty papers. No one living has entered it. Through the window, they watched the curator strolling through the compound gardens, examining plants with careful attention. Though dozens of pack members moved about, a wide berth surrounded him, instinctive wariness of something ancient and unknown. "He knows more than he's telling," Olivia murmured. "They always do." Alaric's shoulder brushed hers as he turned from the window. "But so do we." Chapter 12. Absolutely not. Alaric slammed his fist on the conference table. "We don't need Northern Pack involvement." Marcus didn't flinch at his alpha's outburst. 3 more hunter cells identified at our borders. Eastern Pack mobilizing. We're stretched too thin, my king. Maps covered the table, red pins marking confirmed hunter positions around Western territory. Blue pins showed Eastern Pack movements, too organized to be coincidental, too close to be innocent. 3 days had passed since the curator's arrival. The Moonstone expedition departed that morning for the ceremonial cave, heavily armed and intensely loyal to Alaric. "Northern involvement means northern debt," Victor cautioned. "Alpha Magnus will demand concessions." "Magnus hates Elena more than he dislikes you," Marcus pointed out. "After she assassinated his sister last spring." Olivia, seated quietly in the corner, absorbed the complex political landscape. Luna attended lessons with other pack children, guarded by Alaric's most trusted warriors. "What about the Southern Alliance?" Alaric asked. "Lydia owes me 3 favors." "Southern forces are handling coastal hunter uprisings," Marcus replied. "They've got nothing to spare." Alaric cursed under his breath. "And Central remains neutral as always." Victor studied the map thoughtfully. "There's another option. The Lone Pax Consortium. Independent alphas with territories too small to threaten us, but warriors skilled enough to matter." "Mercenaries," Alaric scoffed. "Allies of convenience," Victor corrected. "They'll fight alongside us if properly compensated." A knock interrupted them. Kira entered, looking unsettled. Alpha Alaric, a messenger, arrived from the Northern Pack. She hesitated. "Alpha Magnus himself awaits at the northern checkpoint." Stunned silence fell over the room. "Magnus came personally?" Alaric straightened. "Without invitation or announcement. He invoked emergency protocol. Says he brings critical intelligence regarding the Eastern threat." Kira glanced at Olivia. "He specifically requested the Moondimmer's presence at the meeting." Alaric's expression darkened. "How does he know about Olivia's abilities?" "Word travels," Victor said grimly. "Moondimmers are rare enough to generate significant interest." "I should meet with him," Olivia suggested. "If he knows something about the hunters." "You don't understand Northern Pack politics," Alaric cut her off. "Magnus has motives within motives. Nothing is straightforward with him." "Unlike you." The words slipped out before she could stop them, tinged with sarcasm. Alaric's eyes flashed gold briefly, then unexpectedly, his mouth quirked in a half-smile. "Fair point." He turned to Marcus. "Bring Magnus to the neutral meeting house. Triple security. No weapons allowed inside." "And Ms. Blackwood?" Victor asked. Alaric met Olivia's gaze. "Her choice." "I'll attend," she said firmly. "If this concerns Luna, I should hear it directly." An hour later, they gathered in a simple building at Silverest's edge, technically outside Pack territory, a designated neutral zone for diplomatic meetings. Alpha Magnus of the Northern Pack didn't match Olivia's expectations. Where Alaric projected controlled power, Magnus exuded jovial confidence. Tall and broad with a silver-streaked red beard, he laughed too loudly and smiled too widely. Only his eyes, sharp as ice picks, revealed his true nature. "Alaric. Still looking grim as death, I see." Magnus clasped Alaric's forearm in traditional greeting. "And this must be the Moondimmer. Lovely. Absolutely lovely." "Miss Blackwood," Alaric corrected coldly. "Luna's mother deserves her proper address." Of course." Magnus bowed slightly to Olivia. An honor, Miss Blackwood. Your daughter's existence has set quite the cat among the pigeons. They settled at a round table. No pack symbols adorned the walls. No territorial markers. Just plain wood and glass, transparency by design. You invoked emergency protocol, Alaric said, dispensing with pleasantries. State your purpose. Magnus' smile dimmed. Always direct. Very well. He placed a small wooden box on the table. 3 days ago, my border patrol intercepted a hunting party pursuing a wounded werewolf through neutral territory. He opened the box, revealing a silver dart with strange markings etched along its shaft. New hunter technology, Magnus continued. Designed not to kill, but to capture. The silver content is minimal, just enough to prevent shifting while a tracking compound enters the bloodstream. Alaric examined the dart without touching it. Tracking what? DNA markers. Magnus' jovial mask slipped further. Specifically, royal bloodline markers. The wounded wolf was one of my cousins. Royal blood, though distant. They're hunting royals specifically? Olivia asked, with disturbing precision. Magnus nodded grimly. The captured hunters revealed they've been contracted to collect royal children particularly for experimentation. Ice formed in Olivia's stomach. By whom? That's the interesting part. Magnus leaned forward. They believed they worked for Eastern interests. Payment came through Elena's channels. But the research facility they mentioned. He tapped the table meaningfully. It's registered to a corporation owned by Kasimir Blackwood. Alaric went completely still. Impossible. Kasimir is dead. I thought so too. We all did. Magnus pulled out a tablet, displaying surveillance photos. Until my people captured these images at the facility 2 days ago. The photos showed a man resembling Alaric but thinner, harder, with a distinctive scar running from temple to jaw. Despite the differences, the resemblance was unmistakable. Alaric's twin brother. Kasimir, Alaric whispered, shock evident in his voice. Very much alive, Magnus confirmed. And apparently experimenting on royal blood. Why? Olivia asked. What could he possibly gain? Magnus turned to her. You haven't told her? He asked Alaric. Told me what? Alaric's expression tightened. Royal blood contains unique properties. Healing abilities beyond ordinary werewolves. Enhanced shifting. In concentrated form, it can boost another wolf's power temporarily. Like a supernatural steroid, Olivia realized. More like a miracle drug, Magnus corrected. But harvesting it is universally forbidden. The subject rarely survives the extraction process. Horror dawned. And they're targeting children because purer blood. Less developed defenses. Easier to control. Magnus' voice turned grim. And your daughter, with her dual spirit nature, would be the most valuable subject of all. Alaric surged to his feet, barely containing his rage. Why bring this to me? Northern Pack has no love for Western. Elena approached us 2 weeks ago. Proposed an alliance against you. Magnus met Alaric's gaze steadily. She offered shared hunting rights in Western territory after your removal. And you declined this generous offer because... Children, Alaric. All pretense of joviality vanished from Magnus' face. They're experimenting on children. Pack children. Lines must be drawn somewhere. Silence fell as they absorbed the implications. The hunters who attacked during the full moon, Olivia said slowly. They weren't trying to kill Luna. They were trying to capture her. For Kasimir's experiments, Alaric concluded, voice deadly quiet. Magnus nodded. Elena supplies the hunters. Kasimir provides the facility and research direction. They're building something big, an army perhaps. Wolves artificially enhanced with concentrated royal blood. We need to shut it down, Alaric said flatly. Hence my visit. Magnus spread his hands. I propose a temporary alliance. Northern and Western packs united against this threat. Your terms? Victor asked, ever the politician. Joint operation to destroy the facility. Shared intelligence on hunter movements. Mutual defense during the operation itself. Magnus smiled thinly. And afterward, revised hunting rights in the contested valley territories. Always an angle, Alaric muttered. I'm still an alpha. Magnus shrugged unapologetically. But in this case, my pragmatism aligns with principle. Children are dying, Alaric. Royal children. The bloodlines weaken with each generation. If Kasimir perfects his research, he could destroy what remains of all royal bloodlines, Alaric finished. Starting with your daughter, Magnus confirmed. The most valuable specimen of all. Olivia's protective instincts flared. When would this operation happen? We need 2 weeks for preparation, Magnus replied. Coordinated assaults on known hunter outposts, followed by the main facility strike. Too long, Alaric shook his head. The curator claims Luna shows early signs of spirit conflict. We need to perform the stabilization ritual within days. Magnus' eyebrows rose. The curator is here? At Silverest. He whistled low. These are interesting times indeed. You know him? Olivia asked. Know of him. The curator appears when supernatural balances shift. Magnus stroked his beard thoughtfully. Has he requested access to your ancestral vault yet? Alaric's surprise showed briefly. How did you? Because he tried the same approach with my family a century ago. Offered miracle cures in exchange for access to our oldest relics. Magnus' expression turned serious. Be careful, Alaric. The curator's knowledge is genuine, but his motives are his own. Did you grant him access? Victor asked. No. We found another solution. Magnus glanced at Olivia. A moondimmer, though not nearly as powerful as Ms. Blackwood appears to be. The discussion turned to alliance details, borders, protocols, signal systems for joint operations. Olivia's mind wandered to Luna, imagining her daughter in Kasimir's laboratory. Rage and fear twisted together in her chest. Ceremony Cave expedition, Victor was saying. Should return tomorrow with the moonstone. Magnus frowned. You sent an expedition to the old ceremonial cave? On the curator's advice. Yes, Alaric confirmed. Why? The cave system connects to a larger network. Some tunnels reach Eastern Territory. Magnus looked troubled. If Elena's scouts monitor those passages. Alaric's expression darkened. The expedition is well armed. Let's hope it's sufficient. Magnus rose. I've shared what I came to share. Do we have an alliance? Alaric stood as well. Temporary and limited. Against Kasimir's operation only. Agreed. Magnus extended his hand. The enemy of my enemy. Is my enemy's enemy, Alaric corrected, clasping Magnus' forearm again. Nothing more. Magnus laughed. You never were one for pretty sentiments. After Magnus departed with his guards, Alaric organized an immediate council meeting to brief his leadership on the new alliance and intelligence. Olivia slipped away to check on Luna, finding her daughter happily engaged in art therapy with other pack children. Luna had created a vivid drawing of 3 wolves, one large and black, one medium with amber eyes, and one small and silver. That's Daddy, you and me, Luna explained proudly. As wolves. It's beautiful, Olivia said, throat tight with emotion. When did you see me as a wolf? In my dreams. Luna added yellow crayon around the medium wolf. You glow when you use your special power. Olivia hugged her daughter close, inhaling her sweet scent mixed with crayons and childhood. Everything she did now, alliances with dangerous alphas, ancient rituals with unknown consequences, served one purpose, keeping this precious child safe. Alaric found them later in their suite, Luna already asleep, Olivia sorting through the few belongings they'd brought to Silverest. The council approved the alliance, he said without preamble. Joint patrols begin tonight. Olivia nodded. Magnus seemed sincere about protecting children. Magnus is sincere about advancing northern interests. Alaric crossed to the window, staring out at the darkening forest. But in this case, our goals align. You truly believed Kasimir was dead? His shoulders tensed. I burned his body myself after our challenge combat. Scattered his ashes according to tradition. Then how? I don't know. Frustration edged his voice. But the body I burned was someone. And if Kasimir somehow survived, where has he been these 6 years? Why emerge now? Because of Luna, Olivia said simply. Her existence changes everything. Alaric turned, expression haunted. If he truly is her biological father. It doesn't matter, Olivia said firmly. Biology isn't what makes a parent. In werewolf law, it carries tremendous weight. Then werewolf law is wrong. She met his gaze directly. You claimed Luna before the council. You've protected her, taught her, loved her. That's fatherhood, Alaric. Not DNA tests. Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, then a warming she hadn't seen before. My own father, he said quietly, was technically my biological father. But he never protected me or Kasimir from his rages. Never taught us except through fear. Never showed love. I'm sorry. It's ancient history. He dismissed it with a gesture. But your point is taken. A comfortable silence settled between them, unexpected after weeks of tension and suspicion. My grandmother's stories, Olivia said suddenly. They always featured a special child, half of one world, half of another, who brought balance when chaos threatened. A prophecy? I thought they were just bedtime tales. She smiled ruefully. My grandmother would point to the night sky and say, remember, Livy, the moon has 2 faces. The bright side everyone sees, and the dark side hiding its secrets. You must learn to walk in both. Wise woman, Alaric commented. She gave me a riddle once. Said when I understood it, I'd know my purpose. Olivia closed her eyes, recalling the words. What stands between day and night, between tooth and throat, between power and peace? Twilight, Alaric answered immediately. The moment between worlds. Olivia's eyes opened in surprise. That's exactly right. It's an ancient werewolf parable about balance. He moved closer. The answer is twilight, the time when neither wolf nor human dominates. The in-between space where true balance exists. Moon dimmers, Olivia whispered. We stand between worlds. Balance incarnate, as the curator called you. His gaze studied her face with new intensity. Perhaps not just Luna's existence changes everything. A distant alarm shattered the moment. Alaric tensed, listening to the pattern. Border breach, he said, already moving toward the door. Southern quadrant. Olivia followed. Hunters. No. Different signal. His expression turned grim. The expedition team is returning. Emergency protocol. They hurried through the compound toward the southern entrance where guards had assembled. A battered vehicle sped through the gates, riddled with bullet holes. Only 3 people emerged, half the original team. Ambush, the leader gasped, blood seeping through his tactical gear. Eastern forces. They knew exactly where we'd be. The Moonstone. Alaric demanded. The leader handed over a small leather pouch. Secured. But at high cost. Olivia stared at the pouch containing the key component for Luna's ritual. 3 lives lost to obtain it. As medics rushed the wounded expedition members to the infirmary, Alaric turned to Victor, suspicion darkening his features. Eastern forces knew precisely where our team would be, he said, voice dangerously quiet. Only council members knew the expedition route. Victor's expression remained composed. Are you suggesting a traitor in the council, my king? I'm stating a fact. Information leaked. Alaric surveyed his gathered advisors. And when I discover the source, their death will serve as warning to others who might betray this pack. A tense silence fell. The Moonstone is secured, Alaric continued. We proceed with ritual preparations. And, he added, gaze sweeping across his assembled leadership, we share future plans only on need-to-know basis. As they walked back to the main building, Olivia asked quietly, "Do you really suspect Victor?" "I suspect everyone," Alaric replied. "Kasimir's apparent survival changes all calculations. Old loyalties may resurface with my brother's return." "What was he like before your fight?" Alaric's pace slowed. "Brilliant. Charismatic. Our father's favorite until Kasimir questioned his decisions once too often." Pain flickered across his face. "He was my closest friend before ambition twisted him." "And you truly believed you killed him?" "I delivered what should have been a fatal wound." Alaric's voice roughened. "I mourned him, Olivia. Despite everything, he was my twin. My blood." She touched his arm gently. "I'm sorry." His hand covered hers briefly. "Now we have the moonstone. The ritual can proceed." "What about the curator's other requirements? A personal object Luna treasures." "I've arranged a secure visit to your home tomorrow." Alaric met her gaze. "We'll retrieve what's needed, Luna's treasures and your grandmother's bracelet." "Thank you." The simple acknowledgement seemed inadequate for the trust this represented. Above them, the waxing moon approached full once again. Luna's second moon as a werewolf would come in 3 days, the same night planned for the stabilization ritual. Olivia looked toward the northern horizon where Magnus' pack now patrolled alongside western wolves. To the east, Elena and Kasimir plotted their next move. To the west, the ceremonial cave where 3 wolves had died protecting their alpha's daughter. "We're surrounded by enemies," she murmured. "Yes," Alaric agreed. "But for the first time in many years, I'm no longer facing them alone." The simple admission, offered without calculation or political motive, touched something deep inside her. A connection neither had anticipated when this journey began. As if sensing her thoughts, Alaric added quietly, "Whatever comes next, we face it together. For Luna's sake." "For Luna," she agreed, though something in her heart whispered there might be other reasons to stand beside this complicated alpha who had become more than her daughter's protector. More than the enemy she'd first believed him to be. Chapter 13. Home looked smaller than Olivia remembered. After weeks in Silverest's grand spaces, her modest suburban house seemed like a dollhouse, familiar yet strange. "It's my room." Luna darted inside the moment Alaric disarmed the security team's perimeter. "My books. My toys." Alaric followed more cautiously, senses alert for threats. Marcus and 2 other guards secured the property while Dr. Mira accompanied them inside. 15 minutes, Alaric reminded them. Essentials only. Olivia moved through her home in a daze. Bill still sat in the basket by the door. Unwashed coffee mugs in the sink. Her life paused mid-sentence when Luna first shifted. In her bedroom, she found her jewelry box exactly where she'd left it. Inside nestled her grandmother's silver bracelet, delicate links inscribed with symbols she now recognized from the ancient texts. She slipped it on, surprised by its perfect fit and comforting weight. "Moondimmer crafting," Dr. Mira observed from the doorway. "The symbols channel and focus your natural abilities." "Did you find what you need?" Alaric appeared behind Dr. Mira, tense and vigilant. Olivia nodded. The bracelet, some clothes, Luna's medical records. She hesitated. "And something else." From her closet, she retrieved a small wooden box. "My grandmother's notebook. Her recipes, she called them." She opened it to reveal pages of handwritten instructions, diagrams and symbols. A Moondimmer's grimoire disguised as household notes. Alaric's expression sharpened with interest. This could be valuable for the ritual. "Mommy." Luna called from her room. "I can't decide which stuffies to bring." Olivia smiled despite the tension. The crisis of choosing between beloved toys. In Luna's cheerful bedroom, stuffed animals covered every surface. Luna clutched her rabbit, Bunny, her constant companion, while agonizing over which others deserved rescue. "Bring Bunny and 2 more, Olivia suggested gently. "We can't carry everything." Luna deliberated with 5-year-old seriousness before selecting a wolf plush Olivia's mother had given her and a well-worn teddy bear. "Ready," she announced. As they prepared to leave, Olivia touched familiar walls one last time. "Will we ever come back?" Alaric's silence answered more honestly than words could have. The drive back to Silverest passed quietly, Luna dozing between them in the SUV's back seat. Halfway there, Alaric received a call that made his expression darken. "Problem?" Olivia whispered, mindful of Luna's sensitive hearing even in sleep. "Magnus scouts located another hunter outpost near our territory. Larger than expected." He thumbed through messages on his phone. "The operation timeline may need acceleration." At Silverest, the curator awaited their return, examining the moonstone with evident satisfaction. "Perfect quality," he declared. "The ritual can proceed tomorrow night, with the waxing moon nearly full." "Not the full moon itself?" Olivia asked. "Too much power. We need balance, not maximum force." The curator gestured to her wrist. "I see you found your ancestral tool. Excellent. It will focus your abilities during the ritual." In the following hours, preparation consumed them. The curator directed the arrangement of a ritual space in a protected courtyard. Dr. Mira conducted final tests on Luna, confirming the dual-spirit conflict was progressing faster than initially feared. 3 weeks at most, she told Alaric and Olivia privately. The cellular instability is accelerating. The curator spent hours with Olivia, teaching the ritual's necessary steps, the proper channeling of her moon-dimming abilities. Luna participated in shorter sessions, viewing the coming ceremony as an exciting adventure rather than life-saving intervention. By evening, Olivia retreated to the library, seeking quiet to absorb her grandmother's notebook. The familiar handwriting brought comfort as she deciphered recipes for calming wild natures and balancing opposing forces. Alaric found her there, surrounded by books and notes. "The council meeting finished," he said, settling into a chair opposite her. "Magnus reports increased Eastern activity near the facility housing Kasimir's experiments." "When will you move against it?" 4 days from now. After the ritual, assuming Luna recovers quickly." He studied her face. "You should rest. Tomorrow will demand all your strength." "I know." She touched her grandmother's notebook. "But these pages. It's like hearing her voice again. She knew what I was, prepared me as best she could. She sounds like a remarkable woman." She was. Olivia smiled at memories. She could calm any animal with a touch. "I thought it was just a knack with creatures. Now I realize she was using moondimmer abilities." Alaric leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. The curator completed his ritual analysis using the moonstone. He believes he can confirm Luna's paternity during the working. "Does it matter? You've claimed her regardless." "It matters for her health." Alaric's voice roughened. "Royal bloodlines carry specific genetic markers. Healing techniques vary depending on ancestry. If Kasimir is truly her biological father, then what? Then certain aspects of the ritual would change." He met her gaze directly. "And certain political realities would shift." Olivia set down her grandmother's book. "You would still protect her? Even if she's not yours by blood?" "She is mine." The certainty in his voice brooked no argument. "By claim, by choice, by bond. Blood is only one kind of connection." Warmth spread through Olivia's chest at his declaration. These past weeks had transformed her view of the Alpha, from mysterious one-night stand to memory-altering manipulator to unexpectedly honorable protector. "And something more," whispered a voice in her heart. "There's a ritual reference in my grandmother's notes," she said, changing the subject. "For confirming bloodlines. Much simpler than the stabilization ceremony." Alaric straightened. "Could we perform it tonight?" "I think so. It requires blood from the child and the suspected parent." She flipped pages to the relevant passage. "And a moondimmer to channel the revealing energy." "Let's do it," he said immediately. Knowing Luna's exact heritage could improve tomorrow's ritual chances. Within the hour, they gathered in Alaric's private study, Olivia, Alaric, Luna, and Dr. Mira to supervise the small blood draws required. Like a science experiment? Luna asked, watching with interest as Dr. Mira prepared the supplies. Exactly, Olivia smiled. Just a tiny prick on your finger, like when Dr. Mira checks your blood sugar. The ritual itself was simple. Drops of Luna's blood and Alaric's combined in a shallow silver bowl. Olivia added 3 drops of water, then moonstone dust from their expedition's spoils. Following her grandmother's instructions, she held her bracelet over the mixture and focused her moon-dimming energy, not to suppress wolf nature but to reveal truth. Show us blood connected to blood, she whispered. Truth hiding in shadow, come to light. The mixture swirled, though no one had touched it. Colors separated, red blood, clear water, white moonstone dust, then either combined or repelled. Dr. Mira observed with scientific fascination. The separation pattern indicates genetic markers aligning or conflicting. Alaric watched intently, expression unreadable. After several minutes, the mixture settled. Red and white particles had formed distinct patterns, some overlapping, others remaining separate. Dr. Mira leaned closer. Partial match. Some genetic markers align perfectly. Those would be the royal bloodline markers common to both you and Kasimir. Others show distinct separation. What does that mean? Olivia asked. Dr. Mira straightened. It means Alaric is not Luna's biological father. The pattern would show near-complete alignment if he were. Luna looked between the adults, confused. Daddy's not my daddy? I am your father, Alaric told her firmly. By pack law and by choice. This test only shows that someone else's blood also contributed to making you. Luna considered this. Like how my art teacher says we can mix red and yellow paint to make orange? The simple analogy made Olivia smile despite the tension. Something like that, yes. Can we test the other daddy's blood too? Luna asked innocently. We don't have, Olivia began, then stopped as Alaric produced a small vial from his desk drawer. Kasimir's blood, he confirmed at her questioning look. Magnus provided a sample his team recovered from the research facility. They repeated the ritual with the new sample. This time, the blood and moonstone particles swirled together almost completely, a near-perfect match. Genetic confirmation, Dr. Mira said softly. Kasimir is Luna's biological father. Alaric's face revealed nothing, but Olivia noticed his hands clench briefly. There's your answer, he said flatly. After Dr. Mira departed with Luna to prepare her for bed, silence stretched between them. I'm sorry, Olivia finally said. For what? You didn't know. Alaric moved to the window, staring out at the night. How could you? He appeared to you as someone else entirely. But if I had somehow known, recognized something wrong. Kasimir was, extremely skilled at deception. Alaric turned back to her. The real question is why? Why approach you specifically? Why father a child and leave her unprotected in the human world? Olivia thought back to that conference night 6 years ago. He was interested in my research. Like you were. But I approached you officially, as part of our investigation into genetic markers. Kasimir apparently went to extraordinary lengths to create a separate identity. You think he planned this? Luna's conception. Kasimir never acted without calculation. Alaric's voice hardened. And now he operates a facility experimenting on royal blood. Children's blood. A terrible thought struck Olivia. You don't think he intended for Luna to be harvested? I don't know. The admission seemed to cost him. The brother I knew could be ruthless, but harming children crossed lines even he respected. Olivia sank into a chair, processing the confirmation that the man she'd spent one passionate night with, the man who'd fathered her daughter, was not Alaric but his twin brother. A man now conducting horrific experiments on werewolf children. This changes nothing about tomorrow, Alaric said firmly. The ritual will proceed as planned. Luna's dual spirit condition requires stabilization regardless of paternity. And after? If Kasimir learns the ritual succeeded. Olivia met his gaze directly. If he claims her? He has no standing. I claimed Luna before the High Council. The pack acknowledges her as mine. Determination hardened his voice. Kasimir forfeited any rights by his actions. Yet doubt lingered in her mind. Pack law placed tremendous emphasis on blood connections. If Kasimir challenged Alaric's claim with biological proof. There's something else, Alaric said, interrupting her thoughts. Something that's been troubling me since Magnus shared the surveillance photos. What? The timing. Kasimir supposedly returned only 3 months ago, according to Elena. Yet Luna is 5 years old. His brow furrowed. If he planned her conception, where has he been the intervening years? Why not claim her sooner? Maybe he didn't know the pregnancy succeeded? Perhaps. Alaric didn't sound convinced. Or perhaps something else is happening. Something we haven't yet understood. The next morning brought final preparations for the evening's ritual. The curator inspected everything with meticulous attention. The moonstone placement, the silver bowl's positioning, the symbols drawn around the ritual space. The child's treasured objects? He inquired. Olivia produced Luna's beloved rabbit, worn soft from years of cuddling. This is her most precious possession. Perfect. The emotional connection strengthens the ritual. Throughout the day, Luna remained upbeat, viewing the coming ceremony as an exciting adventure rather than a medical necessity. Olivia envied her daughter's innocence, her ability to find joy despite the dangers surrounding her. As evening approached, Marcus requested an urgent meeting with Alaric. Olivia attended at Alaric's insistence, a sign of trust she didn't take lightly. The interrogation of the captured hunter revealed something disturbing, Marcus reported, placing a file on Alaric's desk. DNA test results from their research facility. Alaric opened the file, expression darkening as he read. Confirm this, he ordered. Already done. 3 separate tests, all conclusive. Marcus looked grim. I wouldn't have believed it otherwise. What is it? Olivia asked, anxiety climbing. Alaric passed her the file. Inside, complex genetic reports showed comparison analyses between DNA samples. I don't understand all this medical terminology, she admitted. It's comparing Kasimir's DNA from 6 years ago, our medical records before his supposed death, with his current DNA from the blood sample Magnus provided. Alaric's voice turned strange. They don't fully match. That's impossible, Olivia said. Genetic markers don't change. Exactly. Marcus nodded. The core markers match, confirming it's the same person. But there are unexplained mutations in the current sample. Changes that shouldn't be possible naturally. What does this mean? Olivia looked between them. It means, Alaric said slowly, that the Kasimir who fathered Luna and the Kasimir operating the research facility may not be exactly the same person. How is that possible? We don't know. Alaric's expression grew troubled. But it might explain certain inconsistencies in behavior and motivation. Their discussion was interrupted by Dr. Mira, who entered looking concerned. Luna's latest readings show accelerated spirit conflict, she reported. The instability is progressing faster than projected. How long? Alaric demanded. Days, not weeks. The full moon will trigger severe symptoms if we don't complete the ritual tonight. As if to confirm this assessment, Luna suddenly cried out from the adjacent room where she'd been coloring. They rushed to find her doubled over, arms partially shifted to wolf form, then flickering back to human. It hurts, she sobbed. Make it stop. Olivia gathered her daughter close, focusing her moon-dimming ability to stabilize the erratic shifting. Gradually, Luna's arms returned to human form, but she remained pale and trembling. The spirits fight for dominance, the curator observed from the doorway. We must begin the ritual immediately before moonrise. There's no more time. As they carried Luna to the prepared ritual space, Alaric's phone buzzed with an urgent message from Magnus. Eastern forces mobilizing, he reported grimly. Moving toward our borders in significant numbers. They know, Olivia realized. Somehow they know we're performing the ritual tonight. The leak continues, Alaric growled. Marcus, double the security around the ritual space. No one enters without my direct authorization. The curator prepared the final elements, arranging Luna's stuffed rabbit in the center of the ritual circle, positioning the moonstone fragments at precise points around her. Remember your instructions, he told Olivia. Your power must flow continuously once we begin. Any interruption could destabilize the process fatally. I understand. Olivia fastened her grandmother's bracelet securely around her wrist. If Eastern forces attack during the ritual? Alaric asked quietly. The ritual cannot stop once begun, the curator replied. The child's life depends on completion. Luna lay in the center of the ritual circle, still weak from her shifting episode. Her small face showed trust despite her discomfort. This will make me better? She asked Olivia. Yes, baby. Olivia smoothed Luna's hair. The special magic will help your wolf and human sides get along better. And then I won't hurt anymore? That's right. Olivia kissed her forehead. Be brave just a little longer. Alaric knelt beside them. I'll be just outside the circle, watching over you both. Luna reached for his hand. Promise you'll still be my daddy? Even if the other daddy is my blood daddy? Emotion flickered across Alaric's face. I promise, little wolf. Always. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the curator instructed everyone to take their positions. Olivia knelt at Luna's head, palms hovering over her daughter's temples. Alaric stood guard at the circle's edge, watchful and tense. Begin, the curator instructed as the first stars appeared. Olivia closed her eyes, focusing on the moondimmer energy flowing through her veins. Her grandmother's bracelet warmed against her skin, channeling and strengthening her natural ability. The curator chanted in an ancient language, sprinkling moonstone dust in precise patterns. Luna's breathing steadied as Olivia's power flowed into her, seeking the conflicted spirits within. Minutes passed. The chanting continued. Olivia sensed the dual essences in Luna, two spirits entwined like fighting serpents, each seeking dominance. Balance, not dominance, she projected into that spiritual battleground. Harmony, not victory. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she worked to create paths of communication between the warring spirits. The curator's voice rose and fell, guiding her efforts with ancient words of power. Luna's body lifted slightly from the ground, suspended by invisible force. Her eyes opened, glowing with supernatural light, first gold, then blue, then both colors swirling together. The spirits reveal themselves, the curator intoned. Now, Moondimmer, weave them together as one. Olivia poured more energy into the connection, picturing threads of silver light binding the spirits not in subjugation but in partnership. Her grandmother's bracelet burned hot against her skin. Luna gasped, her body arching. The birthmark on her shoulder blazed with silver light. Almost complete, the curator encouraged. The final binding requires blood of true father to stabilize the connection. Alaric stepped forward without hesitation, extending his arm over Luna. Dr. Mira made a small incision, allowing several drops of his blood to fall onto Luna's glowing birthmark. The moment the blood touched her skin, something unexpected happened. Luna screamed, not in pain but in surprise. A second birthmark appeared on her other shoulder, identical to the first but darker, almost black. 2 marks, the curator whispered, clearly shocked. 2 bloodlines. What's happening? Alaric demanded. The blood test. The curator looked genuinely stunned. It revealed partial truth only. The child carries blood of both twins. Impossible, Dr. Mira protested. No child can have 2 biological fathers. No ordinary child, no. The curator's eyes widened with realization. But twins who share a spiritual connection as well as blood. If both contributed essence, if both somehow were present during conception. What are you saying? Olivia asked, maintaining her focus on Luna despite her confusion. "I'm saying," the curator replied in wonder, "that both Alaric and Kasimir are Luna's biological fathers. One provided physical genetics, one provided spiritual essence. The dual spirit condition isn't from absorbed twin. It's from dual paternity." Luna's body settled back to the ground, both birthmarks still glowing. Silver on one shoulder, black on the other. "Complete the ritual," the curator urged. Questions later. Olivia refocused her energy, now understanding what balanced the warring spirits. Not dominance of one over the other, but acknowledgement of both paternal lines, Alaric's and Kasimir's, existing in harmony within one child. The final binding took shape in her mind's eye, silver and black energies no longer fighting but flowing together in perfect balance. Luna's breathing deepened, her expression peaceful for the first time since her shifting began. "It is done," the curator announced as the last chant ended. Olivia slumped forward, exhausted. Alaric immediately moved to support her while Dr. Mira checked Luna's vital signs. "Normal," she reported with evident relief. "Completely stable. The cellular disruption patterns have harmonized." Luna opened her eyes, blinking sleepily. "The fighting stopped," she murmured. "They're friends now." Alaric helped Olivia to a nearby bench while the curator examined Luna's dual birthmarks with fascination. "Remarkable," he murmured. "I've read of such cases in ancient texts, but never witnessed one. Spiritual twins creating a child of both bloodlines. How is this possible?" Alaric demanded. "I wasn't physically present during Luna's conception." The curator's expression turned thoughtful. "Werewolf twins sometimes share more than blood. They share essence, particularly royal twins. In rare cases, this connection allows one twin to experience what the other does, even unconsciously." "Are you suggesting Alaric somehow participated in Luna's conception through some mystical twin connection?" Olivia asked incredulously. "Not mystical. Biological and supernatural combined." The curator gestured to Luna's dual marks. "The evidence is undeniable. The ritual revealed truth deeper than blood tests can detect." Before they could discuss further, Marcus burst into the courtyard. "Eastern forces breached the outer perimeter," he reported urgently. "Elena leads them personally. They demand the child." Alaric's expression hardened. "Get Luna and Olivia to the secure bunker. Activate full defensive protocols." "Wait," the curator interjected. "The child is stabilized but needs recovery time. Moving her could disrupt the new balance." "We have no choice," Alaric growled. "Actually," the curator said carefully, "there is another option. One that might prevent bloodshed while protecting everyone's interests." "Speak quickly." "The dual paternity revelation changes everything. By pack law, both Alaric and Kasimir have legitimate claim to Luna." The curator looked between them. A truce could be negotiated on these terms, preventing war between Western and Eastern territories. "I will not surrender Luna to Kasimir or Elena," Alaric stated flatly. "Not surrender. Shared guardianship. With Miss Blackwood retaining primary custody." The curator's expression turned serious. "The alternative is war, with Luna as the prize. Is that what any of you want?" Olivia cradled Luna's sleeping form. "I won't let her become a political pawn." "Nor should she be," the curator agreed. "But acknowledging dual paternity could create diplomatic space for negotiation. For peace." Marcus cleared his throat. "Sir, we have minutes, not hours. Elena's forces approach the main compound." Alaric stood still for a moment, calculating options with the strategic mind that had kept his territory safe for a decade. "Send word," he finally ordered. "I will meet with Elena under truce flag. Neutral ground. No weapons." "Alaric, no," Olivia protested. "It's too dangerous." "More dangerous to fight with Luna vulnerable." He knelt beside her. "Trust me. I won't surrender her to anyone." As Marcus hurried to arrange the meeting, Alaric touched Luna's cheek gently. "Dual paternity," he mused, still processing the revelation. She truly is of both our bloodlines. Does it change how you feel about her? Olivia asked quietly. Alaric met her gaze directly. Only by confirming what I already knew in my heart. She is mine. Ours. His hand briefly covered hers. And I will protect what's mine. The curator observed this exchange with enigmatic satisfaction. The ritual succeeded beyond expectation. The child is saved. He smiled slightly. Now for the small matter of my payment. The ancestral vault, Alaric remembered. If we survive tonight's confrontation, you'll have your access. Outside, howls rose from the forest, eastern wolves announcing their presence. The scent of imminent conflict filled the air. Alaric rose to his full height, alpha power radiating from him. Get Luna to safety. I'll handle Elena. Be careful, Olivia said. If Kasimir is with them. Then I finally face my brother again. Alaric's expression hardened. And discover just what he's become in these 6 missing years. Chapter 14. Diplomacy failed before it began. Elena breached the neutral meeting ground with twice the agreed number of warriors. When Alaric objected, fighting erupted instantly, as if Elena had planned it that way. Retreat to the compound. Alaric ordered his guards as eastern wolves surged forward. Olivia heard the battle from the secure medical wing where Luna rested after the ritual. Snarls, howls, the crack of gunfire, sounds of war creeping closer to their sanctuary. We need to move deeper inside, Dr. Mira urged, preparing emergency medications. The outer defenses won't hold against their numbers. Luna slept peacefully despite the chaos, her dual birthmarks now faded to faint silver and black crescents. The ritual had succeeded in stabilizing her spirits, but left her deeply exhausted. I won't risk moving her yet, Olivia insisted. The curator said she needs uninterrupted recovery. The door burst open. Marcus entered, bleeding from claw marks across his chest. They've breached the east wing, he reported grimly. Elena brought hunter allies. They're using silver weapons against our defenders. Where's Alaric? Olivia demanded. Fighting at the front line. He ordered me to get you and Luna to the panic room. Marcus winced as Dr. Mira quickly bandaged his wounds. No time to argue. We move now. Olivia gathered Luna, wrapping her in blankets. The child stirred but didn't wake, unnaturally deep in post-ritual sleep. They hurried through service corridors, avoiding the main hallways where fighting intensified. Twice they changed routes to evade eastern patrols that had penetrated deeper than expected. Almost there, Marcus whispered as they approached the concealed entrance to Silverest's most secure shelter. A figure stepped from the shadows ahead. Victor, impeccable as always despite the chaos around them. This way, he beckoned. Quick. Marcus hesitated. This isn't the planned route. Eastern forces blocked the primary access. Victor gestured urgently. I've secured an alternative path. Something in his manner raised alarms in Olivia's mind. Where's Alaric? Still fighting. Victor's smile didn't reach his eyes. He'll join us after. Marcus subtly shifted position, placing himself between Olivia and Victor. Protocol requires you confirm security codes before redirecting protected assets. Victor's expression hardened. There's no time for protocols. Eastern wolves will be here momentarily. As if summoned by his words, growls echoed from nearby corridors. Too close. Closing in. Marcus, Olivia whispered. Take Luna. Run. Without waiting for his response, she thrust her sleeping daughter into his arms and slid her grandmother's bracelet onto her wrist. Go, she urged. Marcus hesitated only a moment before understanding dawned. He nodded once, then sprinted down a side passage with Luna. Victor's facade cracked. Stop him. Shadows moved behind Victor, eastern wolves emerging from hiding. They'd been waiting, Olivia realized. An ambush. You betrayed us, she said, backing away. You're working with Elena. With Kasimir, Victor corrected, dropping all pretense. The rightful alpha. I've served his interests for years, waiting for his return. The wolves rushed past them, pursuing Marcus and Luna. Olivia focused her moondimmer energy, reaching out to slow them as they passed. Two collapsed immediately, their shifting abilities neutralized so violently they lost consciousness. Victor's eyes widened. Your power has grown. You have no idea, Olivia said, channeling more energy through her grandmother's bracelet. But Victor moved faster than she anticipated. Before she could target him, he pressed a cloth over her face. Sweet-smelling chemicals overwhelmed her senses. Kasimir wants to meet you properly this time. Victor's voice faded as darkness claimed her. After all, you're family now. Consciousness returned slowly. Olivia found herself strapped to an examination table, medical monitors beeping steadily beside her. The room, sterile and white, resembled a laboratory more than a prison cell. Finally awake, a voice observed. The dose was carefully calibrated, but humans can be unpredictable. The man who stepped into view resembled Alaric so closely they could only be twins. But differences revealed themselves immediately. Kasimir was thinner, harder, with that distinctive scar running from temple to jaw. His eyes held none of Alaric's occasional warmth, only calculating intelligence. "Where's my daughter?" Olivia demanded, fighting against her restraints. "Safe. Unlike you, Luna required no restraints. The ritual left her conveniently unconscious." Kasimir checked her monitors with clinical detachment. "Fascinating readings. Your moondimmer abilities register even while inactive. If you hurt her, why would I harm my own daughter?" Kasimir raised an eyebrow, especially one with such valuable genetic properties. Fear and rage twisted together in Olivia's chest. Luna isn't a laboratory specimen. On the contrary, she's the most important specimen I've ever created. He adjusted her foredrip. Though created might be too deliberate a term. Your pregnancy was an unexpected outcome of my research. Research? Disgust colored her voice. Is that what you call seducing women under false pretenses? Kasimir actually smiled, a cold expression nothing like Alaric's rare warmth. Seduction was merely the delivery mechanism. I needed genetic material from a potential moondimmer to test compatibility with royal werewolf bloodlines. You knew what I was? Before I did. I suspected. Your research highlighted genetic markers my own studies had identified in dormant moondimmers. He checked readings on a tablet. What I didn't anticipate was successful conception. Human werewolf hybrids almost never occur naturally, particularly with royal bloodlines. Olivia processed this with growing horror. You used me as a test subject. An unusually successful one. He sounded almost proud. When I confirmed your pregnancy, I monitored from a distance. The child's development exceeded all projections. You knew about Luna all along, Olivia realized. You've been watching us for years. Of course. Did you think it coincidence that no supernatural threats found you until recently? Kasimir adjusted another monitor. I maintained protective surveillance until the time was right for collection. Collection? Revulsion filled her. She's a child, not a specimen. She's the future of our species. For the first time, genuine emotion entered his voice. The perfect synthesis of werewolf power and moondimmer balance. A door opened. Elena entered with Victor following close behind. The child's vital signs are stabilizing, she reported. The ritual succeeded beyond expectations. And my brother? Kasimir asked. Wounded but alive. Still fighting our forces at Silverest. Elena's smile turned vicious. His defeat is merely a matter of time. Olivia struggled against her restraints. What did you do with Luna? Your daughter is in our most advanced medical suite, Elena replied. Being properly evaluated. Terror clutched at Olivia's heart. Let me see her. In time, Kasimir said. First, we need to discuss your role in our research moving forward. I will never help you experiment on children. You misunderstand. The children are merely proof of concept. The real work involves integrating moondimmer abilities with royal werewolf bloodlines. Kasimir gestured to her restraints. Your participation isn't optional, but your cooperation would make things less unpleasant. Elena examined Olivia with undisguised contempt. I still don't understand your fascination with this human. We could extract what we need without negotiation. Blunt extraction diminishes potency, Kasimir replied. Willing participation yields better results. His gaze returned to Olivia. Besides, she's Luna's mother. Family ties have value. Family ties. Olivia laughed bitterly. You abandoned your family for 6 years. Kasimir's expression darkened. I did what was necessary for our species' survival. Royal bloodlines weaken with each generation. Moondimmers were nearly extinct. I found a solution to both problems. By experimenting on children, creating hybrids. By saving our future. For the first time, passion entered his voice. My brother would let tradition guide us to extinction. I chose a different path. A commotion erupted outside the laboratory. Shouting. Gunfire. A distant explosion shook dust from the ceiling. Elena tensed. Perimeter breach. Northern forces. Magnus, Victor hissed. He's allied with Alaric. Unexpected but manageable, Kasimir decided. Accelerate the evacuation. Priority specimens first. Specimens. Olivia felt sick. How many children have you taken? Kasimir ignored her question. Prepare the moondimmer for transport. As Elena and Victor hurried away, Kasimir approached Olivia with a syringe. This will keep you manageable during transport. Desperation gave Olivia focus. As he leaned close, she channeled every ounce of moondimmer energy through her grandmother's bracelet, focusing it directly at Kasimir. He staggered back, gasping, features contorting as his werewolf nature warred against her suppression. Impressive, he wheezed. But ultimately futile. With visible effort, he fought through her power, movements slowed but not stopped. He prepared to inject her. The door exploded inward. Alaric stood framed in the smoking entrance, blood-streaked and radiating lethal fury. Step away from her, brother, he growled. Kasimir turned, syringe still raised. Always dramatic entrances, Alaric. Some things never change. The twins faced each other for the first time in 6 years. Mirror images distorted by time and choice, one hardened by leadership responsibilities, one twisted by obsessive research. Where is Luna? Alaric demanded. Safe. Receiving necessary treatment. Kasimir edged sideways, keeping the examination table between them. She's more valuable than you could possibly understand. She's a child. My child. Our child, apparently. A hint of genuine amusement touched Kasimir's face. The ritual revealed interesting truths, didn't it? Dual paternity. Unprecedented. Alaric moved further into the room, never taking his eyes from his twin. Victor explained your research before I ripped out his throat. Children harvested for royal blood. Experiments combining bloodlines. Necessary steps toward werewolf evolution, Kasimir replied. The future you're too blinded by tradition to see. I saw the specimens your people were evacuating. Children strapped to gurneys. Weakened by blood extraction. Alaric's voice turned dangerous. You've become a monster, Kasimir. I've become a visionary. Kasimir suddenly lunged, plunging the syringe toward Olivia's neck. Alaric moved with blinding speed, catching his brother's wrist. The twins struggled, supernatural strength evenly matched. The syringe hovered inches from Olivia's skin. You never could best me in combat, Kasimir taunted. I killed you once, Alaric growled. I can do it again. Did you? Kasimir's smile turned strange. Or did you merely kill the vessel? Confusion flickered across Alaric's face. In that momentary distraction, Kasimir broke free and slashed at Olivia's restraints with a scalpel. Not attacking her, freeing her. Run, he ordered, voice suddenly different. Lighter. Desperate. Alaric tackled his brother. They crashed into medical equipment, snarling and tearing at each other with supernatural strength. Olivia scrambled from the table, tearing free her remaining restraints. She edged toward the door, searching for an escape route. The twins fought with terrifying ferocity, claws extended, partial shifts rippling across their features as control slipped. Furniture splintered under their combined weight. Glass shattered. Blood spattered across white walls. "Find Luna!" Alaric shouted between blows. 3 doors down. Medical suite. Olivia hesitated, torn between escape and helping Alaric. Kasimir gained momentary advantage, pinning his brother against a wall. "You never understood," Kasimir hissed. "I saved our bloodline while you played alpha politics." "By torturing children?" Alaric headbutt his twin, breaking free. "By ensuring our survival." Kasimir spat blood. "The sickness killing royal children. I found the cure through Luna's dual nature." As they grappled, something strange happened. Kasimir's features seemed to ripple, not with shifting but with internal conflict. His voice changed mid-sentence. "Alaric, listen," he gasped, tone suddenly desperate. "Not in control, possession ritual." Then his expression hardened again, voice returning to its previous cold tone. "Enough. You're outnumbered. Eastern forces control this facility." Olivia stared, comprehension dawning. Not just twins fighting. Something more complex happening within Kasimir himself. Alaric noticed too. He stopped attacking, instead circling warily. "Who am I speaking to right now?" Kasimir's face twisted in obvious internal struggle. When he spoke, the voices alternated between sentences. "Your brother, of course, cold, controlled. Help me, Alaric, desperate, pained. The visionary you never were, arrogant, calculated. Trapped in my own body, pleading weak." Olivia stepped closer despite the danger. "He's fighting himself." Possession, Alaric realized. But not spirit possession. Something else. Kasimir convulsed, clutching his head. The scar on his face glowed with unnatural light. "The ritual went wrong, merged us." "Us who?" Alaric demanded. Kasimir straightened suddenly, expression cold again. "Enough distraction. You've lost, brother. The specimens are evacuated. Luna joins them shortly." Olivia had heard enough. While the twins focused on each other, she slipped through the broken door into the hallway. 3 doors down, Alaric had said. The facility hallways teemed with activity, Eastern wolves and human researchers evacuating equipment and specimens. Twice Olivia had to duck into doorways to avoid detection. The third door was guarded by 2 Eastern wolves. No way past them without confrontation. Olivia closed her eyes, focusing her moondimmer energy through her grandmother's bracelet. This time, she didn't aim to incapacitate but to confuse, clouding the guard's senses just enough to create an opening. The wolves blinked, shaking their heads as if clearing fog. In that moment of confusion, Olivia darted past them into the medical suite. Luna lay on a treatment bed, surrounded by monitoring equipment. She appeared unharmed but remained unconscious, and 4 running into her small arm. A female researcher looked up in surprise. "You're not authorized." Olivia channeled pure moondimmer energy at the woman, who collapsed instantly. Moving quickly, she disconnected Luna's monitors and removed the 4. "Luna, wake up," she urged, gathering her daughter into her arms. "We need to go." Luna stirred slightly but didn't wake. The ritual's aftermath still held her in deep sleep. Olivia peered into the hallway. The guards had recovered, now searching for the intruder they'd sensed. No escape that way. A ventilation duct in the ceiling caught her attention. Large enough for her and Luna? Maybe. Using a rolling stool, Olivia managed to reach the vent cover and remove it. Then, with strength born of desperation, she lifted Luna up and into the duct before climbing in herself. They crawled through dusty metal passages, Olivia navigating by instinct more than knowledge. Luna began to stir in her arms. "Mommy," she mumbled. "Where are we?" Playing hide and seek, Olivia whispered. We need to be very quiet. Shouts and alarms echoed through the facility. Their escape had been discovered. The ventilation shaft ended at a grate overlooking what appeared to be a loading dock. Eastern wolves loaded equipment into trucks while armed guards patrolled the perimeter. No way out that direction, Olivia muttered. A crash sounded from somewhere deep in the facility, followed by howls of pain. The Northern Western Alliance had penetrated further inside. Luna stirred again, more awake now. Daddy's fighting, she said with strange certainty. Yes, sweetheart. To protect us. Not just Daddy. Both daddies. Luna touched her dual birthmarks, which had begun glowing faintly. They're hurting each other. Before Olivia could respond, the loading dock erupted in chaos. Northern wolves burst through side entrances, led by Magnus himself in massive wolf form. Fighting spread across the dock as Eastern defenders rallied. Now's our chance, Olivia whispered. She kicked out the vent cover and lowered Luna carefully to a stack of crates below, then followed. They huddled behind the crates, searching for a clear path through the battle. Magnus' forces were gaining ground, but escape still seemed impossible through the combat zone. Olivia. A voice called softly from nearby. She turned, ready to defend Luna. The curator stepped from the shadows, looking completely unruffled by the surrounding chaos. This way, he beckoned. I've secured an exit route. Why should I trust you? Olivia demanded. Because options are limited, and time grows short. He gestured to Luna's glowing birthmarks. The twins' combat affects her. We must break their connection before permanent damage occurs. Luna whimpered, clutching her shoulders where the marks burned brighter. It hurts, Mommy. The curator extended his hand. Trust or not, your daughter needs immediate intervention. Olivia made her decision. Lead the way. He guided them through the loading dock, somehow avoiding notice despite the raging battle. A service door led to a maintenance tunnel, which in turn opened to the forest beyond the facility. Northern forces control this sector, the curator explained. Magnus' lieutenant awaits with transport 200 yards ahead. Why are you helping us? Olivia asked, still suspicious. Balance must be maintained. The curator's eyes shifted color in the dim light. What happens here today impacts supernatural equilibrium for generations. They emerged from the tunnel into moonlit forest. True to the curator's word, a northern wolf waited with a vehicle idling nearby. Wait, Luna suddenly said. Daddy needs help. We'll find Alaric after you're safe, Olivia assured her. Not just him. Both of them. Luna's expression turned unnaturally serious. They're trapped. The curator studied Luna intently. What do you see, child? The mean voice controls Uncle Kasimir. Has for a long time. Luna touched her black birthmark. But sometimes Uncle Kasimir is stronger and fights back. Uncle Kasimir? Olivia questioned. That's what he calls himself in my dreams. Luna's eyes flickered gold. The nice man who shares Daddy's face but not his heart. The curator nodded thoughtfully. Soul fragmentation. Not possession as we assumed. What does that mean? Olivia demanded. It means Kasimir's body houses more than Kasimir's soul. The curator's expression turned grave. The ritual that saved Luna could save him too, if we intervene in time. You want me to help the man who kidnapped us? Who experiments on children? I want you to help the man trapped within the monster, the curator corrected. The distinction matters greatly. Luna clutched Olivia's hand. Please, Mommy. The mean voice will win if we don't help. Olivia looked at her daughter's determined face, then at the facility where Alaric fought his twin. Her every instinct screamed to flee with Luna to safety. But those dual birthmarks continued glowing brighter. Luna's connection to both twins meant this fight affected her directly. What do I need to do? She asked the curator. Return with me. Use your moondimmer abilities not to suppress but to separate, to distinguish between the souls inhabiting Kasimir's body. And Luna? Remains here, protected by northern forces, the curator said firmly. The child must not re-enter the conflict zone. Olivia knelt before Luna. I need you to go with the nice wolf person. Stay hidden until I come back with Daddy. Which Daddy? Luna asked innocently. The question pierced Olivia's heart. Whichever one needs us most right now. Luna nodded with surprising understanding. The mean voice is called Gideon. He's very old and very angry. Be careful, Mommy. Olivia hugged her daughter tightly, then transferred her to the waiting northern wolf's care. Keep her safe, she instructed. Her life above all others. The wolf nodded solemnly. Now, Olivia said, turning to the curator. Show me how to separate warring souls. They re-entered the facility through service tunnels, the curator leading with unerring precision. The sounds of battle had diminished. Either the fighting had moved elsewhere or one side had gained decisive advantage. The twins still combat in the laboratory sector, the curator said, sensing her unasked question. Their dual nature creates a unique energy signature easily tracked by those with proper senses. What exactly am I facing? Olivia asked as they hurried through deserted corridors. You called it soul fragmentation, not possession. An ancient technique nearly forgotten. Soul splitting allows a powerful entity to place a portion of itself within another being. The curator's expression darkened. Gideon is an old name, known in certain texts. A practitioner of forbidden magics from before the Great Purge. He's inside Kasimir? Controlling him. Partially. The host's original soul remains, but suppressed. Fighting for control in moments of strength. The curator gestured to an approaching junction. This is why Kasimir seemed erratic, sometimes helping you, sometimes threatening. The good man trapped inside the monster, Olivia murmured, recalling his words. Precisely. Your task is to use moondimmer abilities to separate the energies, to help Kasimir's true self regain control long enough for full extraction. They turned a corner and found themselves facing the laboratory where she'd left the twins fighting. The door hung from broken hinges. Inside, destruction surrounded two figures locked in combat. Alaric and Kasimir fought with fading strength, both bleeding from multiple wounds. As she watched, Kasimir gained temporary advantage, pinning Alaric against a wall. I should have killed you years ago, Kasimir snarled, voice cold and unfamiliar. Weak, sentimental fool. Then his expression changed, features softening. Run, brother, he gasped, voice lighter, desperate. Can't hold him back, much longer. Olivia stepped forward. Kasimir. Both men turned. Recognition and alarm crossed their identical faces. Olivia, get out. Alaric shouted. The moondimmer returns, Kasimir said, voice once again cold. Excellent. We have unfinished business. I'm not speaking to you, Gideon, Olivia said firmly. I'm talking to Kasimir. The real Kasimir. Surprise flickered across his face before the cold mask returned. Clever girl. But Kasimir is merely a passenger now. I control this vessel. For how long? The curator challenged, stepping forward. Your hold weakens with each full moon. The host fights you more successfully each time. Insignificant resistance, Gideon/Kasimir sneered. I chose this royal vessel precisely for its strength and bloodline access. Perfect for my resurrection. Alaric used the distraction to break free, moving to Olivia's side. Luna? He asked urgently. Safe, she assured him. With northern forces. The curator addressed Alaric softly. Your brother is still within, fighting for control. The moondimmer can separate them temporarily, but extraction requires your participation. Extraction how? Alaric asked, never taking his eyes off his twin. Blood ritual. Similar to Luna's stabilization but reversed, pulling apart what should never have joined instead of harmonizing natural duality. Gideon/Kasimir laughed. You think a half-trained moondimmer and ritual improvisation can defeat me? I've practiced soul magic for centuries. Not alone, the curator agreed. But combined with twin bond and blood right? Perhaps. Olivia stepped forward, raising her grandmother's bracelet. I helped Luna balance two souls in one body. I can help separate two souls that should never have merged. Your daughter is special, Gideon/Kasimir countered. A natural dual spirit. This is different. Not so different, Olivia replied. Luna's connection to both her fathers gives me access to both your energies. For the first time, uncertainty crossed Gideon/Kasimir's face. The curator moved quickly, using the distraction to draw a ritual circle on the laboratory floor with blood from the twins' wounds. Symbols similar to those used in Luna's stabilization but inverted, reversed. Moon dimmer, take your position, he instructed Olivia. Alpha, restrain your brother within the circle. Alaric launched himself at Kasimir, tackling him into the center of the hastily drawn symbols. They grappled fiercely, but Alaric's fresh determination gave him advantage over his weakening twin. Now Olivia, the curator called. She focused her energy through the bracelet, seeking the tangled souls within Kasimir's body. Unlike Luna's naturally dual spirit, this merger felt wrong. Oily darkness wrapped around a struggling core of light. I see you, Kasimir, she whispered, directing her power toward that trapped essence. Fight him. Push back. Kasimir's body convulsed as internal war intensified. Helping, trying. His voice gasped, momentarily his own. The blood connection, the curator urged Alaric. Twin to twin. Reinforce it. Understanding, Alaric pressed his bleeding forearm against his brother's identical wound. Where their blood mingled, energy sparked visibly, supernatural connection between twin alpha bloodlines. Olivia channeled more power, creating separation between the entangled souls. Sweat beaded on her forehead from the effort. This was nothing like Luna's balancing ritual. This was tearing apart entities that fought her intervention. More power, the curator instructed. Break the binding points where Gideon's essence anchors to Kasimir's. She pushed harder, visualizing sharp silver light cutting dark tendrils. Kasimir screamed, a sound of both agony and liberation. Black mist began rising from his body, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape above the circle. Gideon's essence, partially extracted. Not possible, the mist hissed, voice no longer using Kasimir's vocal cords. The vessel is mine. He never was, Alaric growled, maintaining the blood connection. My brother. My blood. My family. The curator began chanting in that ancient language, words that seemed to cause the black mist physical pain. It writhed above them, losing cohesion. Finish it. The curator ordered Olivia. Sever the final connections. She gathered her remaining strength, focusing everything into one final push. Her bracelet glowed white-hot against her skin. Return to yourself, Kasimir, she commanded. Reclaim what's yours. With a sound like tearing fabric, the last connections snapped. The black mist howled in fury, swirling frantically as it sought another host. The curator completed his chant with a shouted word of power. The circle blazed with supernatural fire, containing the disembodied essence. Banishment time, he announced with grim satisfaction. He produced a crystal vial, uncorking it with practiced efficiency. The black mist was drawn inexorably into the container, compressing into the small space despite its apparent struggles. The moment the last wisp disappeared inside, the curator sealed the vial with an ornate stopper. Symbols carved into the crystal glowed briefly, then faded. Contained, he declared. Temporarily. Permanent banishment requires more elaborate ritual. Olivia barely heard him. She swayed on her feet, energy depleted by the extraction working. Strong arms caught her before she fell, Alaric's arms. Easy, he murmured. You've done enough. On the floor, Kasimir lay motionless but breathing. His face looked younger somehow, the hard lines of cruelty erased. The scar that had marked him glowed briefly, then faded to a faint silver line. Is he? Olivia couldn't finish the question. Himself again, the curator confirmed, kneeling beside the unconscious twin. For the first time in 6 years. Gideon took him during your challenge combat, he explained to Alaric. The body you burned was likely a constructed vessel, designed to deceive. Why? Alaric asked, still supporting Olivia. Why target Kasimir specifically? Royal bloodline access. Alpha potential. Twin connection to the Western Alpha. The curator pocketed the vial containing Gideon's essence. Perfect combination for his purposes. The experiments? The children. Gideon's work, using Kasimir's knowledge and position. The curator's expression turned grim. Though your brother may bear burden of those memories, those actions. Kasimir stirred, eyes fluttering open. For a moment, confusion dominated his features. Then recognition. Pain. Understanding. Alaric, he whispered. Brother. Alaric tensed beside Olivia, conflict evident in his posture. 6 years of believing his twin dead. Recent weeks of believing him a monster. Is it truly you? He asked cautiously. Yes. No. Kasimir struggled to sit up. I remember everything. Everything he made me do. Everything I couldn't stop. Horror filled his eyes. The children. Gods, the children. Possession leaves scars beyond the physical, the curator said quietly. Recovery takes time. Fighting continued elsewhere in the facility, distant crashes and shouts as Magnus forces battled remaining Eastern loyalists. Elena was still out there, leading her pack against Western and Northern allies. We need to go, Alaric said, helping Olivia toward the door. Luna waits. Luna. Kasimir's voice caught. My daughter. Our daughter. I felt the connection even through Gideon's control. She knew, Olivia said, surprising herself. She told me the mean voice was named Gideon, and you were trapped. Kasimir's eyes filled with tears. I tried to reach her in dreams. The only times Gideon's control weakened enough. Alaric helped his twin to his feet. The brothers stood face to face, identical yet fundamentally changed by their separate journeys. We have much to discuss, Alaric said, voice tight with suppressed emotion. Much to resolve. I know. Kasimir's gaze dropped. I'll accept whatever justice you deem appropriate for what he's done. Later, Olivia interrupted. Luna needs us now. All of us. Together, they made their way through the battle-scarred facility toward the extraction point where Luna waited. The curator followed with his captured prize, occasionally glancing at the vial with scholarly interest. Outside, moonlight bathed the forest clearing where northern guards protected a small all-terrain vehicle. Luna sat inside, drawing patterns in condensation on the window. She looked up as they approached. Without hesitation, she burst from the vehicle and ran toward them. Daddy! Uncle Kasimir! She threw herself into their combined embrace, small arms somehow managing to encircle both twins. The mean voice is gone, she declared with certainty. I can feel it. Olivia watched as both men knelt before Luna, mirror images united in protective instinct despite everything that had happened between them. Yes, little one, Kasimir said softly. Gideon is gone. Thanks to your mother and father. Luna touched his cheek where the scar had faded. You were nice in my dreams. Now you're nice here too. Something in Olivia's heart squeezed painfully at the simple exchange. Her daughter, accepting this complicated truth with childish directness. Luna, Alaric said gently. There's much to explain. About your Uncle Kasimir, about what's happened. I know, Luna replied with that strange certainty that sometimes overtook her. You're my daddy. He's my blood daddy. The moon magic made me from both of you. The twins exchanged startled glances. How did you know that? Kasimir asked. Luna pointed to her dual birthmarks. They told me. 1 silver, 1 black. 1 for each daddy. The curator approached, crystal vial secured in an ornate carrying case. Children of dual paternity often possess insight beyond their years. Her connection to both of you transcends normal familial bonds. Magnus appeared at the edge of the clearing, now in human form and hastily dressed. Eastern forces retreat, he reported. Elena escaped with her core leadership, but we've captured the facility and freed the children. Thank you, Alaric said with genuine gratitude. The alliance served both packs well today. Magnus' gaze fixed on Kasimir. Your brother lives. And seems changed. A long story, Alaric replied. One I'll share when we're all safe at Silverest. Magnus nodded. My forces will secure this facility and its evidence. Elena will face Interpack Tribunal for her crimes against werewolf children. And me? Kasimir asked quietly. I bear responsibility for what my body did, even under Gideon's control. Magnus studied him thoughtfully. That's for the High Council to determine. For now, consider yourself in your brother's custody. As northern reinforcements arrived to complete the facility's capture, Olivia gathered Luna close. The child yawned, post-ritual exhaustion returning now that excitement faded. Home? Luna asked sleepily. Olivia looked at Alaric, the question silent but clear. Where was home now? The human world they'd left behind, or Silverest with its dangers and complexities? Home, Alaric confirmed, including both of them in his gaze. To Silverest, where you both belong. As they prepared to depart, the curator approached Alaric once more. The ancestral vault, he reminded him. My payment for services rendered. You'll have your access, Alaric promised. After we've all recovered from tonight's events. The curator smiled enigmatically. No rush. I've waited centuries for certain knowledge. A few more days means little. He turned to Olivia. You've only begun to discover your Moondimmer heritage. When you're ready to learn more, I'll be available to guide your training. Why? Olivia asked directly. What do you gain from helping us? Balance, he replied simply. The supernatural world teeters constantly on the edge of chaos. Moondimmers were created to maintain equilibrium between human and wolf, between competing magics. He glanced at Luna, who dozed in Olivia's arms. And your daughter represents something unprecedented, perfect balance inherent in one being. The bridge between worlds that prophecies foretold. She's just a little girl, Olivia said protectively. For now. The curator bowed slightly. But destinies reveal themselves in time. All we can do is prepare the way. With that cryptic statement, he melted into the forest shadows, the case containing Gideon's essence clutched safely against his chest. Olivia turned to find both twins watching her, identical faces with profoundly different expressions. Alaric's held protective determination, Kasimir's remorseful gratitude. Let's go home, she said simply. Luna stirred against her shoulder. All of us. Olivia met first Alaric's gaze, then Kasimir's. Yes, she decided. All of us. As they walked toward the waiting vehicles, Luna safely between them, Olivia realized that family had taken on a meaning she never could have imagined when this journey began. A human Moondimmer. A werewolf alpha. His twin brother recovering from supernatural possession. And a child of dual paternity with unprecedented abilities. Not a traditional family by any definition. But theirs nonetheless. Chapter 15. Silverest welcomed them with caution. Guards escorted Kasimir to secure quarters, comfortable but monitored. Luna received immediate medical attention, her dual birthmarks fading to faint silver crescents as she recovered. 3 days passed. Olivia hardly left Luna's side, while Alaric managed the political fallout from Elena's attack and Kasimir's return. On the 4th morning, Olivia woke to Luna's excited voice. Uncle Kasimir taught me to make the water dance in my dream. Luna demonstrated by making her juice ripple in fascinating patterns. See? Olivia watched, equal parts amazed and concerned. You saw Uncle Kasimir in your dreams? He visits me there. Luna sipped her magically rippled juice. He says it's safer than visiting for real because people are still angry at him. Before Olivia could respond, Alaric arrived for his daily check-in. He looked exhausted but managed a smile for Luna. Daddy. Luna leapt into his arms. Watch what I can do. She demonstrated her water trick. Alaric's expression shifted from tired to alarmed. Who taught you this? He asked carefully. Uncle Kasimir. In my dreams. Luna beamed. He says I'm a natural talent. Alaric set her down gently. Luna, why don't you show Dr. Mira your new skill? She's waiting in the playroom. After Luna bounded away, Alaric turned to Olivia. Kasimir is reaching her through dreams. The twin bond and dual paternity create pathways. Is it dangerous? Olivia asked. Unknown. Alaric ran a hand through his hair. The curator claims Gideon's essence is contained, but Kasimir's mental state remains questionable. He seems genuinely repentant. Seems being the operative word. Alaric's jaw tightened. The High Council meets today to determine his fate. Many want execution despite the possession explanation. What do you want? Olivia asked quietly. Before he could answer, Alaric doubled over in sudden pain. His features contorted, eyes flashing gold, then blue, then back to their normal green. Alaric. Olivia reached for him. He straightened, but something was different. His posture, his expression, subtle changes that reminded her disturbingly of Kasimir. Interesting, he said, voice slightly lighter than Alaric's usual baritone. The blood ritual created unexpected connections. Olivia backed away. Kasimir. A smile, different from Alaric's rare expressions, confirmed her suspicion. Temporarily, he admitted. The ritual that expelled Gideon created pathways between Alaric and me. Twin resonance amplified by Luna's dual paternity. Where's Alaric? Panic edged Olivia's voice. Here. Aware but momentarily suppressed. Kasimir and Alaric flexed his hands experimentally. This is unexpected. Fascinating. Get out of him. Olivia raised her bracelet threateningly. I'm not possessing him like Gideon possessed me, Kasimir explained quickly. This is more like temporary consciousness transference. I didn't initiate it intentionally. Alaric's features contorted again. His posture shifted back to familiar patterns. Olivia. Alaric's voice, unmistakably his deeper tone. Alaric. She approached cautiously. Something's wrong. He pressed his temples. Kasimir's thoughts, in my head. Another shift. Kasimir's consciousness resurfaced. The blood ritual, he realized. When you expelled Gideon, you unintentionally created channels between us. Twin souls separated for years, now reconnecting. Fix it, Olivia demanded. We need the curator. Kasimir and Alaric moved toward the door, stopped, doubled over as Alaric fought for control. Lock me in, Alaric gasped during a moment of dominance. Until we understand what's happening. For the next hour, Olivia watched in horror as the twins battled for control of Alaric's body. They flickered back and forth, sometimes mid-sentence, disorienting and terrifying. Dr. Mira arrived to investigate, followed by Marcus. Unprecedented, Dr. Mira murmured after examining Alaric/Kasimir. The blood ritual, twin bond, and dual paternity created perfect conditions for consciousness bleeding. Can you fix it? Olivia demanded. Not without the curator's expertise. Marcus received an urgent message on his phone. Eastern Pac forces regrouping under Elena's command. Northern scouts report movement toward our borders. Timing couldn't be worse, Alaric growled, temporarily dominant. The Pac needs stable leadership. We need to find the curator, Olivia insisted. He's gone, Marcus reported. Left after securing access to the ancestral vault. Kasimir resurfaced. The vault contains texts on soul magic. Potential answers. I'll go, Olivia decided. Guide me to the vault. With Marcus's reluctant help, she navigated deep beneath Silverest to ancient chambers untouched for generations. Bloodlocked doors required Alaric/Kasimir's presence, both identities providing necessary access. The vault itself took her breath away, a cathedral-like space filled with artifacts, scrolls, and books thousands of years old. The curator had left evidence of his visit. Certain texts arranged on a central table. Soul binding and separation, Kasimir noted during his consciousness's dominance. He found what he sought. Did he leave solutions for your condition? Olivia examined the texts. Maybe. Kasimir traced symbols in an ancient grimoire. This describes twin soul reconnection after traumatic separation, the consciousness blending we're experiencing. Alaric resurfaced. It's getting worse. Harder to maintain separation. The text suggests two options, Kasimir returned, fingers trailing over faded writings. Complete separation through ritual similar to Gideon's extraction, or what? Olivia demanded when he hesitated. Controlled integration. Harmonizing both consciousness aspects rather than fighting for dominance. Merge you both? Permanently. Horror filled her voice. Not merging, Kasimir clarified. Harmonizing. Like Luna's dual spirits, but with clear dominant structure. Absolutely not, Alaric growled, retaking control. I won't surrender my identity. Neither option is ideal, Kasimir conceded when he resurfaced. But Elena approaches, the pack needs leadership, and our condition worsens by the hour. A distant alarm sounded, border warning. Decision time, Marcus urged from the vault entrance. Eastern forces cross northern territory heading straight for us. Olivia looked between the ancient texts and Alaric/Kasimir's conflicted expression. Luna, she realized suddenly. She's the key. What do you mean? Both twins asked simultaneously, voices overlapping eerily. Her dual spirit nature balances two essences perfectly. The stabilization ritual could be adapted. Olivia gathered specific scrolls. Not to separate you completely, not to merge you, but to establish clear boundaries while maintaining connection. Temporary solution until permanent ritual can be prepared, Kasimir agreed. If it works, Alaric added skeptically. Another alarm blared, closer, more urgent. We're out of time, Marcus reported. Eastern forces breach outer territories. Northern allies engage, but they're outnumbered. Olivia made her decision. We try the modified stabilization. Now. In the vault's center, using materials at hand, she created a smaller version of Luna's ritual circle. Her bracelet glowed as she channeled moondimmer energy. Focus on separation with connection, she instructed Alaric/Kasimir. Like adjacent rooms with a door between, not warring territories. As she worked, Olivia felt something extraordinary. Luna's energy joining hers from somewhere above. Their moondimmer abilities resonating, strengthening the working. Luna helps, she whispered in wonder. She feels us. The ritual culminated in silver light enveloping Alaric/Kasimir's form. When it faded, Alaric stood straight, expression clear. Kasimir? Olivia asked tentatively. Present but contained, Alaric replied, his voice fully his own. Like a voice I can choose to hear or ignore. The connection remains. Marcus confirmed. Yes, Alaric nodded. But ordered, controlled. We need to return to Luna, Olivia said. Complete the stabilization. As they hurried from the vault, Marcus received critical updates. Elena's forces penetrate central territories. 20 minutes from compound. Prepare full defensive protocols, Alaric ordered, his alpha authority fully restored. Evacuate vulnerable pack members to secure shelters. And Kasimir's physical body? Marcus asked. Alaric paused, clearly consulting the internal connection. Secure but unharmed. His consciousness remains primarily with me for now. They rushed through suddenly chaotic corridors as pack members prepared for imminent attack. We need to finish what we started, Olivia insisted. Luna's connection to both of you makes her vulnerable while your consciousnesses remain unstable. In the medical wing, they found chaos of a different kind. Luna's bed lay empty, her monitors disconnected. Where is she? Olivia demanded of the nearest nurse. Victor took her, the frightened woman replied. Said it was Alpha's orders for her protection. Victor is dead, Alaric growled. I killed him myself at the research facility. Cold realization dawned. Someone had impersonated Victor, or worse, the traitor somehow survived. Outside, Howls announced Elena's forces approaching the compound. Inside, Luna had vanished. Chapter 16. Lock down the compound, Alaric ordered, fury radiating from him. No one leaves. Find her. Pack security scrambled to implement his commands. Olivia clutched Luna's stuffed rabbit, left behind in her bed. He wouldn't take her without this, she whispered, dread building. She never goes anywhere without Bunny. Alaric examined security footage with Marcus. The cameras showed a man resembling Victor escorting Luna from the medical wing, the child following willingly, if sleepily. How is this possible? Marcus growled. I saw Victor's corpse. Facial reconstruction technology, Dr. Mira suggested. Or a relative similar enough to fool camera resolution. Or something supernatural, Olivia added quietly. Through Alaric's eyes, she caught a flash of realization. Kasimir's consciousness contributing insight. Gideon, Alaric said, voice tight. The soul splitter. The curator secured his essence, Olivia objected. Perhaps not completely. Alaric's expression darkened. Someone familiar with Victor's appearance and mannerisms, able to gain Luna's trust. An explosion rocked the compound's eastern perimeter. Elena's forces had arrived. We're under attack from 2 fronts, Marcus reported grimly. External forces breaching defenses, while someone inside has Luna. Coordinated, Alaric concluded. The internal breach timed with Elena's assault. Olivia closed her eyes, focusing on her connection to Luna. Since the blood ritual, their bond had strengthened, sometimes allowing emotional impressions to pass between them. Underground, she whispered, eyes snapping open. She's below us. Moving through tunnels. The evacuation network, Alaric realized. It connects to outer territories. They're using our own escape routes. With the compound under attack, resources stretched thin. Alaric made tactical decisions with cold efficiency. Marcus, coordinate compound defense. Dr. Mira, prepare the infirmary for casualties. He turned to Olivia. We'll find Luna. They raced through increasingly chaotic corridors, descending toward the tunnel network beneath Silverest. Pack members rushed in opposite directions, some to defensive positions, others escorting children and elders to secure shelters. More explosions shook the structure. Dust sifted from ceiling panels. Elena brought serious firepower, Alaric grimaced. She's not planning to take prisoners. The entrance to the evacuation tunnels was guarded by 2 wolves who saluted Alaric sharply. Any unauthorized access? He demanded. No, Alpha, one replied confidently. Only designated evacuation groups with proper escorts. Check the logs, Alaric ordered. Who authorized a child transfer? The guard checked a tablet. Victor Blackwell, sir. Executive authorization. Victor is dead, Alaric growled. The authorization is false. Alarm spread across the guards' faces. One immediately activated an emergency protocol on the tablet. Red lights flashed throughout the tunnel system. Full tunnel lockdown initiated, he reported. All exit points sealed. How many exit routes from the tunnel system? Olivia asked. 17, Alaric replied. All secured during lockdown except emergency override access points. Which would require Alpha authorization, the guard added. Alaric and Olivia exchanged glances. If Gideon had somehow taken over Victor's identity, he might have access to override codes. They entered the tunnels, which resembled modern subway systems more than crude passages. Brightly lit, wide enough for emergency vehicles, with directional markers at regular intervals. Luna. Olivia called, voice echoing. Can you hear me? Nothing but distant rumbling from the battle above. Alaric closed his eyes briefly, head tilted as if listening to internal advice from Kasimir's consciousness. This way, he decided, turning left at a junction. Kasimir remembers the oldest exit point, one dating back before electronic security. Manually locked rather than system-controlled. They ran through curving passages, descending deeper beneath Silverest. The lighting grew sparser, the tunnels rougher and narrower. We're beyond the modern network, Alaric explained. These tunnels date back centuries. A child's cry echoed ahead. Luna. They sprinted forward, emerging into a broader chamber where ancient stone met modern reinforcement. Luna stood beside a figure who indeed resembled Victor, but something about his movements seemed wrong, puppet-like. Mommy. Luna called, trying to run toward them. Victor, not Victor, yanked her back roughly. Family reunion, he said, voice carrying unnatural harmonics. How touching. Gideon, Alaric snarled. How did you escape the curator's binding? The Victor puppet smiled unnaturally. Soul-splitting is my specialty. The fragment your curator captured was merely a splinter. Enough to satisfy his detection abilities while my core essence remained free. Let her go, Olivia demanded, activating her bracelet. You're surrounded, your escape route sealed. Am I? Gideon and Victor glanced upward at the ancient stone ceiling. Tunnels collapse so easily during bombardment. Elena's timing is impeccable. As if summoned, another explosion shook the chamber. Dust and pebbles rained from above. The child comes with me, Gideon continued. Her unique dual nature makes her the perfect permanent vessel. Not just royal werewolf blood, but moondimmer heritage. Unprecedented. Luna whimpered, struggling against his grip. Her birthmarks began glowing faintly, responding to her distress and proximity to both her biological fathers. You'll never escape the territory with her, Alaric stated, edging closer. Every pack member would sense her passing. Which is why Elena provides such useful distraction, Gideon replied. By the time order is restored, we'll be beyond reach. Olivia focused her moondimmer energy, but hesitated to unleash it with Luna so close to the target. I know what you're thinking, moondimmer, Gideon smirked. Use your power, and you might harm your precious daughter. Another explosion, closer. Larger chunks of ceiling crashed down, forcing Alaric and Olivia to dodge. Luna suddenly bit Gideon's hand. As he reflexively loosened his grip, she stomped his foot and twisted away, self-defense moves Alaric had apparently been teaching her. Alaric lunged forward, throwing himself between Luna and Gideon. Olivia rushed to scoop up her daughter. Run! Alaric ordered, grappling with the Victor puppet. Get her out. Olivia hesitated only a second before racing back toward the main tunnels. Luna clutched tightly against her. Daddy, Luna cried, looking over Olivia's shoulder. He'll be right behind us, Olivia promised, hoping it was true. They reached the junction where modern tunnels met ancient passages. Alarm lights still flashed, but the rumbling explosions had stopped. Either Elena's forces had been repelled, or worse, they'd breached the compound entirely. Miss Blackwood. A voice called from ahead. Marcus appeared with armed guards. Thank the moon. We've been searching the entire network. Alaric's back there, Olivia gasped. Fighting Gideon, possessing someone who looks like Victor. Marcus immediately dispatched guards toward the ancient tunnels. The compound is secure. Northern reinforcements arrived just in time. Elena's forces retreat. Relief flooded Olivia. Luna needs medical attention. Of course. Marcus escorted them upward. And the Alpha? I'm right here, Alaric's voice called from behind. They turned to find him approaching, dusty and bloodied but walking under his own power. Something seemed off about his movements, slightly too careful, too measured. Olivia tensed. Alaric. He smiled, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. Safe and sound as promised. Luna squirmed in Olivia's arms, trying to get down. That's not Daddy, she said with absolute certainty. Marcus immediately pushed Olivia and Luna behind him, drawing his weapon. Identify yourself. Clever child, not Alaric sighed. So inconveniently perceptive. Before anyone could react, he moved with supernatural speed, slamming Marcus against the wall with enough force to crack concrete. Guards raised weapons, but hesitated. The attacker wore their Alpha's face. Olivia backed away, shielding Luna. Where's Alaric? Temporarily indisposed, not Alaric replied. This vessel suits me far better than Victor's limited form. Alpha power, royal blood, twin soul resonance, perfect. Horror dawned. Gideon. You've taken Alaric. Transferred consciousness would be more accurate, Gideon in Alaric corrected. Victor's form collapsed once I departed. Your mate fought admirably, but the soul channels created by your little ritual provided such convenient access. Luna whimpered against Olivia's shoulder. I can feel Daddy. He's trapped inside. Perceptive indeed, Gideon smiled with Alaric's face. Both of them, actually. Twin consciousness, still linked despite your stabilization attempt. 2 for the price of 1. More guards approached from behind. Gideon noticed and sighed theatrically. It seems our reunion must be cut short. He backed toward the ancient tunnels. But don't worry. Once I've properly settled into this excellent vessel, I'll return for the child. The complete set, as it were. Gunfire erupted from the approaching guards. Bullets tore into Gideon and Alaric's body, but he merely laughed. Werewolf healing already closing wounds. Alpha privileges, he mock-bowed, then turned and fled with unnatural speed into the darkness. Marcus struggled to his feet, blood streaming from a head wound. Lock down all exits. He ordered the remaining guards. Nothing leaves Silverest. Olivia clutched Luna, mind racing. Gideon now possessed Alaric's body, with access to both twin consciousnesses. The Alpha's authority, knowledge of pack defenses, and accelerated healing abilities made him nearly unstoppable. Take Luna to the infirmary, she told Marcus. I need to find the curator. He's gone, Marcus reminded her. Then I'll find what he left behind. Determination hardened her voice. There must be information in the vault about fighting soul splitters. As Marcus escorted them upward, Luna whispered against Olivia's ear. Uncle Kasimir is fighting too, Mommy. I can feel them both pushing against the mean voice. Her small hand touched her dual birthmarks, which pulsed with faint light. They need our help. Above them, Silverest assessed battle damage. Below, somewhere in ancient tunnels, 3 consciousnesses battled for control of one powerful body. And time was running out. Chapter 17. Lockdown complete. No sign of Alpha Alaric or the entity controlling him, Marcus reported grimly. The Western Pack Council had convened in emergency session. Olivia attended at Marcus's insistence, her moondimmer abilities and connection to Luna making her essential to the crisis response. How does a soul splitter possess an alpha werewolf? Councilwoman Marissa demanded. The protections should be impenetrable. The twin connection created vulnerability, Dr. Mira explained. When Kasimir's consciousness transferred partially to Alaric during the blood ritual, it opened channels Gideon exploited. Luna slept in the infirmary under heavy guard. The compound remained on highest alert, with northern allies reinforcing security after Elena's forces retreated. Our priority is extracting Gideon without harming Alpha Alaric, Marcus stated. Ms. Blackwood believes answers exist in the ancestral vault. Then why are we talking instead of searching? Olivia stood impatiently. Every minute strengthens Gideon's hold. The council reluctantly authorized her return to the vault. Dr. Mira and 2 pack scholars accompanied her, along with armed guards. The curator spent hours examining these texts, Dr. Mira noted, studying the arranged volumes. He knew exactly what he sought. Olivia carefully examined the ancient grimoires. Luna says both Alaric and Kasimir fight Gideon's control. That gives us an advantage, 2 consciousnesses against 1. If they can coordinate their resistance, a scholar cautioned. More likely they're fighting separately, potentially interfering with each other's efforts. A page of notes in flowing script caught Olivia's attention. Not ancient text but recent editions. The curator's observations. Soul-splitting originated in the first convergence, she read aloud. When boundaries between realms thinned, allowing consciousness transfer across species barriers. The first convergence, Dr. Mira breathed. That's prehistoric. Ancient even by supernatural standards. Olivia continued reading. The auction house stands where barriers remain thinnest. The master collects power across centuries, fragments distributed to ensure survival. The auction where this all began, Olivia realized. Gideon is connected to it somehow. Not just connected, Dr. Mira said, reading further. According to this, Gideon may be the auction master. The pieces clicked together in Olivia's mind. The auction where Luna first shifted in public. The timing, the hunters, Elena's involvement. It wasn't coincidence. A trap, Dr. Mira concluded. Orchestrated to bring Luna's existence to light. We need to return to the auction house, Olivia decided. If that's where the barriers are thinnest, it may be where Gideon is most vulnerable. Marcus objected when informed of her plan. Too dangerous. Elena's forces could regroup at any moment. We don't have time for caution, Olivia insisted. Luna's connection to both twins gives us tracking capabilities. She can sense them. You would endanger your daughter? Marissa asked incredulously. I would use her natural abilities from a safe distance, Olivia clarified. She doesn't need to enter the auction house itself. After heated debate, a compromise emerged. A small team would infiltrate the auction house. Olivia, Magnus representing Northern allies, 3 elite Western guards, and Dr. Mira for medical support. Luna would remain in a secure vehicle nearby, helping locate Alaric, Kasimir, Gideon through her unique connection. They traveled under heavy escort to San Francisco. The auction house stood dark and seemingly abandoned. The chaos from their previous visit had apparently suspended normal operations. I don't like this, Magnus growled, sniffing the air. Too quiet. Luna sat in the armored SUV parked 2 blocks away, connected to Olivia via secure comms. He's inside, Mommy. Deep inside. The place where the floor feels funny. Olivia remembered the auction's main stage, how it had seemed to vibrate subtly beneath her feet. The main auction floor, she told the others. That's where the barrier is thinnest, according to Luna. They breached the building through service entrances, moving silently through darkened corridors. The auction house felt abandoned but not empty, a subtle energy hummed just below perception. Magic, Magnus whispered, fur rippling briefly across his skin. Old magic. They reached the main auction hall, a cathedral-like space now shrouded in darkness. Moonlight filtered through high windows, casting eerie shadows across the empty stage. Luna, Olivia whispered into her calm. Are you sure he's here? Below the stage, Luna's voice crackled back. There's a hidden place. Magnus found the concealed access panel. A staircase descended into darkness beneath the auction stage. I go first, he insisted, claws extending. Northern Pack owes blood debt to Western now. They descended into an older structure, ancient stone contrasting with the modern building above. Symbols carved into walls glowed faintly with eldritch power. Containment wards, Dr. Mira observed. Designed to hold something in, not keep intruders out. The staircase ended at a circular chamber. In its center stood a crystalline altar, pulsing with soft blue light. And before it, examining ancient texts, stood Alaric's form, now moving with unnatural precision. Visitors, Gideon said without turning. Right on schedule. Guards raised weapons. Magnus growled, partially shifting. Release Alaric, Olivia demanded. Your true nature is exposed, auction master. Gideon finally turned, smiling with Alaric's face. Clever moondimmer. The curator shared his insights, I see. You've manipulated events from the beginning, Olivia continued, edging closer. Elena, Kasimir, the hunters, all puppets in your game. Not puppets. Partners, however unwitting. Gideon gestured expansively. I simply nudge existing conflicts toward mutually beneficial outcomes. Beneficial for whom? Magnus snarled. For supernatural evolution, of course. Gideon's expression turned zealous. Species stagnate without pressure. Werewolves grow complacent, moondimmers nearly extinct, humans ignorant of what shares their world. Olivia's bracelet warmed as she channeled power, preparing to strike. Where are Alaric and Kasimir? Still here. Gideon tapped Alaric's temple. Fighting admirably, if futilely. Royal twins have remarkable resistance. Through her calm, Luna whispered, "Daddy's getting stronger, Mommy. Uncle Kasimir helps him." Hope flickered. If the twins coordinated their resistance. "You orchestrated everything," Olivia realized aloud. "Possessed Kasimir 6 years ago, arranged our meeting, ensured Luna's conception." "A calculated risk," Gideon acknowledged. "Hybrid children usually fail. But a moondimmer mother and royal twin father? Potential worth waiting centuries to realize." "You wanted Luna from the beginning. A perfect vessel." "The child represents supernatural convergence, wolf, human, royal blood, moondimmer magic." Gideon's voice took on reverent tones. "A living key to barrier dissolution." Magnus tensed beside Olivia. He wants to permanently thin the barriers between realms. "Imagine it," Gideon entreated. "Supernatural energies flowing freely again. Magic accessible to all beings. The natural order restored." "With you controlling the convergence," Olivia countered. "Positioned to absorb power from both sides." Gideon shrugged Alaric's shoulders. "Someone must guide the transition. Who better than one who remembers the first convergence?" "Luna will never help you," Olivia declared. "She won't need to." Gideon gestured to the crystalline altar. "Her essence alone completes the key. The auction house stands at a nexus point. Barriers already thread thin. One final ritual with her dual nature blood will tear them permanently." Guards shifted positions, surrounding Gideon. He seemed unconcerned. "Your backup approaches," he commented casually. "Elena really is reliably predictable." Distant alarms sounded above. Eastern forces attacking again. "You're still working with Elena?" Magnus demanded. "Elena works for herself. I merely ensure her ambitions align temporarily with my needs." Gideon checked an antique pocket watch. She should reach the child's vehicle in approximately 3 minutes. Horror struck Olivia. "Luna." "She's well guarded," Magnus assured her. "Against conventional forces, yes." Gideon smiled. "Against what I've provided Elena, less certain." Olivia activated her comm. "Emergency extraction. Get Luna away now." Static answered. Communications jammed. "You monster." She unleashed moondimmer energy directly at Gideon. He staggered momentarily, then laughed. "Diluted by distance from your daughter. Moondimmers draw strength from familial proximity." Frantic, Olivia attacked again, pouring everything into breaking Gideon's hold on Alaric. The guards opened fire simultaneously. Gideon moved with unnatural speed, dodging bullets while deflecting Olivia's energy. He reached the crystalline altar and activated hidden mechanisms. The chamber shuddered. Stone ground against stone as the floor began reconfiguring. "The Nexus awakens," Gideon announced triumphantly. "Whether the child comes willingly or must be compelled matters little. Tonight, the barriers fall." Magnus launched himself at Gideon, massive werewolf form colliding with Alaric's possessed body. They crashed against the altar, supernatural strength evenly matched. "Run!" Magnus shouted to Olivia between blows. "Save your daughter. We'll hold him." Olivia hesitated only a moment before racing toward the stairs. Dr. Mira followed while the guards joined Magnus' attack. Above, chaos reigned. Eastern wolves battled auction house security. Humans in tactical gear, hunters allied with Elena, deployed strange weapons emitting silver mist. "They're heading for the SUV," Dr. Mira pointed toward distant activity. Olivia ran faster than she'd ever moved, channeling moondimmer energy to enhance her speed. The distance to Luna felt infinite, each second stretching with maternal terror. She rounded the final corner to find the armored SUV surrounded by Eastern wolves. Western guards lay motionless nearby, not dead but paralyzed by the silver mist. Elena herself stood beside the vehicle, attempting to breach its reinforced door. Luna's frightened face pressed against the window. "Stop!" Olivia shouted, unleashing power toward Elena. The Eastern Alpha turned, eyes widening as moondimmer energy struck her. She stumbled, shifting abilities temporarily suppressed. Impossible, Elena gasped. No moondimmer could affect an alpha from this distance. Olivia advanced, bracelet glowing brilliantly. You threatened my daughter. There are no limits to what I can do. Eastern wolves surrounded their alpha protectively. Hunters raised weapons. Olivia didn't stop. Her connection to Luna amplified her abilities beyond normal limitations. Silver light cascaded from her hands, dropping wolves and hunters alike as their supernatural aspects shorted out. Elena backed away, visibly afraid for the first time. You don't understand what's happening, Gideon promised. Gideon lies, Olivia cut her off. He's using you, like he used Kasimir. No. We have an arrangement. Pack unification. Enhanced abilities for loyal wolves. Elena's voice betrayed uncertainty. He wants to tear down the barriers between realms. We'll all be consumed in the chaos. Doubt flickered across Elena's face, quickly replaced by determination. Even if true, I've come too far to retreat. She pulled a small device from her pocket, something technological rather than magical. A detonator. The vehicle is rigged, Elena stated coldly. Surrender the child willingly, or no one gets her. Olivia froze, moondimmer energy still radiating around her. You're bluffing, she whispered. Gideon taught me to prepare contingencies. Elena's thumb hovered over the button. Unlike Alaric, I don't let sentiment cloud strategy. Inside the SUV, Luna pressed her hands against the window. Her birthmarks glowed visibly even through her clothing. Mom. Luna's voice came faintly through the glass. I can help. Before Olivia could respond, Luna's eyes flashed gold. The SUV's windows frosted over instantly with intricate crystalline patterns. Elena startled. What is she doing? The frost patterns spread rapidly across the vehicle's entire surface, creating a shimmering barrier. Luna's face disappeared behind the growing ice. No. Elena pressed the detonator. Nothing happened. She pressed again, increasingly frantic. Impossible. Temperature manipulation, Dr. Mira whispered beside Olivia. She's frozen the explosive mechanisms. Luna's voice called from within the ice-encased vehicle. Mommy. Daddy needs you. I'm safe now. Olivia hesitated, torn between protecting Luna and returning to help Alaric. Elena, seeing her advantage lost, signaled retreat to her remaining forces. This isn't finished, she warned before disappearing into the night. Dr. Mira touched Olivia's arm. I'll stay with Luna. Go. The twins need you. Trusting the doctor's judgment, Olivia raced back toward the auction house. Inside, the building shuddered with unnatural energy. The nexus point Gideon had activated was growing stronger. She descended to the underground chamber to find destruction everywhere. Magnus and the guards fought not just Gideon but shadowy entities emerging from thinning dimensional barriers. Olivia. Magnus called, bloodied but unbowed. The barrier weakens even without the child. Gideon stood atop the crystalline altar, Alaric's body glowing with eldritch power. Too late, moondimmer. The convergence begins. As she watched in horror, reality itself seemed to ripple around the auction house. The final barrier between worlds had begun to tear. Chapter 18. Reality fractured around the altar. Shadowy appendages reached through tears in space, beings from another realm sensing weakness in the dimensional barriers. The first convergence reborn. Gideon exulted, arms spread wide. Worlds reunited after millennia separated. Magnus fought valiantly against shadow creatures while the guards retreated, overwhelmed. The Northern Alpha roared to Olivia, "Stop him." Only moondimmers sealed the barriers originally. Olivia channeled power through her bracelet, but Gideon deflected it easily. Alaric's body gave him werewolf strength and healing, while his ancient knowledge countered her untrained abilities. Your daughter wasn't necessary after all, Gideon gloated. Merely optimal. The Nexus responds to the twin resonance in this vessel almost as effectively. Alaric. Olivia called desperately. Kasimir. Fight him. Gideon laughed. They try. Quite determined, you're twins. But fractured consciousness cannot overcome united purpose. Luna's words echoed in Olivia's memory. Uncle Kasimir is fighting too. I can feel them both pushing against the mean voice. Both fighting, but separately. Understanding dawned. They're fighting individually, not together, she realized aloud. Precisely their weakness. Gideon's smile twisted Alaric's features. Lifelong rivals cannot coordinate resistance. Olivia closed her eyes, focusing on her connection to Luna. Through their bond, she might reach the twins indirectly. Alaric. Kasimir. Stop fighting separately. Unite against him. Gideon tilted his head curiously. Interesting approach. Doomed but creative. A shadow creature lunged toward Olivia. She blasted it with silver energy, temporarily disrupting its form. The barriers won't hold much longer, Magnus warned, dispatching another shadow entity. These are just scouts. Worse follows. Olivia tried again, focusing harder on the twin bond through Luna. Their daughter formed a unique bridge between the brothers. Through Luna, you're already connected. Use that connection. Work together. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Gideon stiffened, surprise crossing his features. Impossible, he growled. They can't. His body contorted suddenly, face transforming in a ripple of agonized expression. When he spoke again, the voice was Alaric's. Olivia. He gasped. The altar, destroy it. Before she could move, Gideon reasserted control, though visibly strained now. Temporary resistance. Nothing more. He raised glowing hands toward the ceiling. The convergence accelerates. The chamber trembled more violently. Reality thinned further as Gideon channeled power into the nexus point. Olivia fought toward the altar, blasting shadow creatures aside with increasing desperation. Magnus covered her advance, taking grievous wounds without faltering. Almost, she grunted, nearly reaching the crystalline structure. Gideon noticed her approach. Enough. He gestured sharply. Invisible force slammed Olivia against the chamber wall. Pain exploded through her body as she collapsed to the floor. Witness the dawn of a new age, Gideon commanded, turning back to his ritual. Dazed, Olivia struggled to stand. Her connection to Luna flickered weakly, distance and injury diminishing the bond. Then, unexpectedly, she felt something new. Luna was channeling energy back to her, strengthening their connection despite the separation. Mommy, Luna's thoughts touched hers. I'm helping Daddy and Uncle Kasimir talk to each other. Through this strengthened bond, Olivia sensed the twins' consciousnesses, no longer fighting separately but coordinating resistance. Luna somehow facilitated their cooperation, her dual-spirit nature creating pathways between them. Gideon sensed it too. His control of Alaric's body faltered, movements becoming jerky and uncoordinated. No. He snarled. Impossible. Olivia seized the opportunity. Channeling energy through her grandmother's bracelet, she targeted not Gideon himself but the space between consciousnesses, seeking to widen the gap Luna and the twins had created. Gideon howled, dropping to his knees atop the altar. Alaric's body convulsed as internal war intensified. Now Magnus. Olivia shouted. The Northern Alpha leapt forward with the last of his strength, smashing into the crystalline altar. Cracks spread through the ancient structure. Stop. Gideon shrieked. Millennia of preparation. The weakened nexus point began destabilizing. Shadow creatures retreated through closing tiers in reality. The chamber shuddered differently now, not with convergence but with collapsing magical infrastructure. Alaric's body went rigid, then slumped forward. When his head raised again, his expression had fundamentally changed. Neither Alaric's determined focus nor Gideon's cold calculation. Kasimir, Olivia realized. He nodded quickly. Temporarily dominant. Alaric holds Gideon immobile, but can't speak. His gaze darted around the disintegrating chamber. We must contain Gideon before the nexus collapses completely. How? Olivia demanded, dodging falling debris. The curator's binding ritual. I observed it when he captured the fragment. Kasimir and Alaric moved stiffly, fighting both Alaric's and Gideon's influence for control of their shared body. But I need a vessel. Magnus staggered toward them, bleeding from multiple wounds. Use this. He produced a small obsidian box from inside his jacket. Northern Pack Containment Artifact. Designed for rogue alpha spirits. Kasimir took the box, examining its inscribed symbols. It might work. Temporary solution until proper banishment. Hurry, Olivia urged as the chamber began collapsing around them. Kasimir positioned himself within the ritual circle's remnants. I need moondimmer energy to separate Gideon from us. Like pulling apart stuck pages. Olivia channeled her power, focusing on the tangled consciousnesses. Through Luna's continued support, she identified the boundaries between entities. Alaric's determined strength, Kasimir's calculating intelligence, and Gideon's ancient malevolence. There, she whispered, finding the edges where Gideon's essence adhered to the twins. She pushed silver energy into those boundaries, creating separation. Kasimir recited the binding words he'd memorized from the curator's ritual, his voice gradually blending with Alaric's as they coordinated their effort. Black mist began rising from Alaric's body, Gideon's essence forcibly extracted. The obsidian box glowed in response, lid opening to receive the unwilling occupant. No. Gideon's voice echoed without physical form. The convergence is necessary. Worlds meant to be united. Not through deception and possession, Olivia responded, pushing harder. The extraction accelerated. Gideon's essence compressed unwillingly into the obsidian container. Magnus stood ready, slamming the lid shut the instant the transfer completed. The box trembled violently in his hands, symbols glowing as they contained the ancient entity. It won't hold him forever, Magnus warned, securing the box. Long enough, Kasimir gasped, still in control of Alaric's body. Until proper banishment. The chamber collapsed faster now, the nexus point destabilizing without Gideon's power. Ceiling chunks crashed around them. Out. Now. Magnus ordered, supporting Olivia as they rushed toward the stairs. Kasimir followed, movements becoming increasingly uncoordinated as internal consciousness battle resumed without Gideon's presence. They escaped the auction house moments before it imploded, reality snapping back into proper alignment with a thunderous crack. The building collapsed inward, leaving only rubble where the nexus point had threatened dimensional barriers. Emergency vehicles approached in the distance, human authorities responding to what they'd perceive as a structural failure. We need to move, Magnus urged, still clutching the obsidian box. Questions we can't answer coming soon. Olivia stared at Alaric/Kasimir, unsure which twin currently controlled their shared body. His expression shifted continuously, internal war still unresolved. Luna, she said urgently. We need to get back to Luna. They retreated to where Dr. Mira waited with the SUV, now thawed from Luna's unexpected ice protection. The child rushed into Olivia's arms the moment she approached. Mommy, you did it. Luna beamed, then looked uncertainly at Alaric's body. Daddy? Uncle Kasimir. His expression softened, stabilizing briefly. Both, little wolf, he answered in a voice between the twins' distinct tones. We're managing. The consciousness transfer remains, Dr. Mira observed. Without Gideon forcing unnatural merger, the twins might separate naturally over time. Or not, Magnus said bluntly. Twin souls rarely disentangle willingly once united. Luna approached Alaric/Kasimir cautiously. I can still feel both of you. She reached up, touching his face with small hands. Where she touched, calm spread visibly across his features. The warring expressions settled into something new, not Alaric, not Kasimir, but a balanced integration. What is she doing? Olivia asked softly. What she was born to do, Dr. Mira replied. Bridge disparate elements. Create harmony from conflict. Luna stepped back, nodding with satisfaction. They decided to share. Alaric/Kasimir knelt to her level. Not permanently, he explained in that blended voice. But long enough to heal. to understand each other's perspectives. Like when I have two different ideas for a drawing, Luna reasoned. And make something new instead. He smiled, an expression combining Alaric's rare warmth with Kasimir's quicker mirth. Exactly like that. Sirens approached from multiple directions. Magnus secured the obsidian box in a lead-lined case. I'll take this to Northern Territory, he decided. Our containment facilities are better suited for ancient entities. Western Pack owes you a blood debt, Alaric/Kasimir acknowledged. Consider it partially repaid for your assistance against Elena. Magnus nodded respectfully to Olivia. Moondimmer, your daughter's existence changes everything. For better or worse remains to be seen. As they separated, Magnus toward Northern Territory with his dangerous cargo, the others toward Silverest. Olivia watched Alaric/Kasimir carry an exhausted Luna to their vehicle. What happens now? She asked Dr. Mira quietly. With them sharing one body? Unprecedented situation, the doctor admitted. But Luna's intervention created stability. They're neither fighting for control nor attempting to exile each other. But long-term? The curator might know options. Or answers may lie in the ancestral vault. Dr. Mira squeezed Olivia's shoulder reassuringly. For now, they've achieved what seemed impossible. Cooperation between rival twins. In the car, Luna curled against Alaric/Kasimir, clearly comfortable with his blended nature. He stroked her hair with the gentle protectiveness both twins shared, despite their many differences. Two kings, Olivia murmured, recalling an old story her grandmother told. One crown. Perhaps that's the solution Western and Eastern territories needed all along, Dr. Mira suggested. Unified leadership with balanced perspectives. Olivia watched her daughter sleeping peacefully against her father's. The dual birthmarks on her shoulders had faded to faint silver crescents, balanced, harmonized, no longer in conflict. Like the souls of the twins who had created her. Balance in all things, she quoted her grandmother's favorite saying. The moon has two faces, yet remains one celestial body. As they drove toward Silverest and whatever future awaited this unprecedented family, Olivia realized some questions remained unanswered. Elena had escaped. Kasimir's physical body lay empty and preserved at Silverest. The curator had vanished with knowledge of both incidents. And Luna's growing abilities continued to surprise everyone. Yet for this moment, at least, balance had been achieved. Worlds remained properly separated. Shadow creatures returned to their realm. And within one royal werewolf body, twin kings learned to rule together. For now, that would be enough. Chapter 19. 3 weeks after the auction house collapsed, Silverest hosted representatives from every major pack. The High Council chamber overflowed with curious observers. Word of recent events had spread throughout supernatural communities. Elena stood trial for conspiring with hunters and endangering royal children. Northern Alpha Magnus presented evidence recovered from Kasimir's research facility, while Olivia testified about the kidnapping attempts. Eastern Pack leadership requires reassessment, Magnus concluded. Elena violated fundamental pack laws protecting children. Agreement rumbled through the assembled alphas. Elena stood silent, defiant despite her obvious defeat. I propose exile, Marissa suggested. Stripped of alpha status and territory rights. Too lenient, another council member countered. Execution is traditional for betraying pack principles. All eyes turned to the council head, where Alaric/Kasimir sat in the alpha's ceremonial chair. 3 weeks of shared consciousness had changed him physically. Silver streaks now highlighted his temples. His posture combined Alaric's formal bearing with Kasimir's more relaxed confidence. His voice, when he spoke, still carried dual tones slightly out of synchronization. Elena acted under Gideon's manipulation, he stated. Not excusing her crimes, but acknowledging external influence. You would show mercy? Magnus asked, surprised. After her actions threatened your daughter? Justice, not vengeance. Alaric/Kasimir stood. Elena is sentenced to silver binding for 10 years. Her alpha power suspended, though not permanently revoked. Eastern Territory will operate under Western guidance until suitable leadership emerges. Elena's shoulders slumped, not relief but resignation. Silver binding meant wearing restraints that suppressed werewolf abilities, rendering her effectively human for a decade. A balanced judgment, Magnus acknowledged. Neither too harsh nor too lenient. The council proceeded to other matters. Compensating families of children harmed at the research facility, establishing protections against future hunter-werewolf alliances, and addressing the unprecedented situation of twin alphas sharing one body. Olivia waited outside with Luna, who played happily with other pack children. The girl had become something of a celebrity among werewolves, her dual nature and remarkable abilities inspiring both awe and unease. "Will the council make Daddy be two people again?" Luna asked, looking up from her game. "They're discussing options," Olivia answered carefully. "It's complicated." "It's not," Luna said with childish certainty. "They're happier together than they were apart." The council doors opened. Pack members emerged, murmuring among themselves. Alaric/Kasimir appeared last, expression troubled. "What happened?" Olivia asked when they were alone. "The council wants resolution," he replied, dual-toned voice reflecting internal consultation. "One alpha, not a shared consciousness. They consider our current state unstable." "And what do you want?" His expression shifted through subtle changes as the twins communicated internally. "We disagree," he finally admitted. "Alaric believes separation is necessary for proper leadership. Kasimir argues our combined perspective benefits the pack." "And Luna? Have you considered what your decision means for her?" He looked toward their daughter, who now demonstrated water manipulation to fascinated werewolf children. "Luna thrives regardless," he said softly. "Her connection to both of us remains through the dual birthmarks, whether we share one body or exist separately." Dr. Mira approached, carrying research materials. "We've analyzed the options," she reported. "Kasimir's physical body remains viable. Consciousness transfer could restore separate existence." "Or?" Olivia prompted, sensing alternatives. "Permanent integration. The twins' consciousnesses fully merged rather than coexisting separately." Dr. Mira looked uncomfortable. "Neither option guarantees success." Luna abandoned her game, running to join them. "Are you talking about fixing Daddy and Uncle Kasimir?" "Yes, little wolf." Alaric/Kasimir knelt to her level. "The council wants us to make a choice." Luna studied his face thoughtfully. "You're scared about choosing?" "Yes," he admitted. "Both options carry risks." "Then don't choose yet." Luna said it as if the solution were obvious. "Stay together until you're ready to decide." "The council insists." "Tell them I said wait," Luna interrupted with surprising authority. "They'll listen because I'm special." "Despite everything," Olivia laughed. "That's not generally how councils work, sweetheart." "Maybe it should be," Alaric/Kasimir murmured, genuine amusement coloring his dual voice. The curator's unexpected arrival interrupted further discussion. He appeared at the compound entrance, calmly bypassing security as if they didn't exist. "I hear decisions are being made," he remarked, approaching their small group. "Perhaps prematurely." "Where have you been?" Olivia demanded. "Gideon nearly succeeded because your binding failed." "Not failed, was incomplete by design." The curator seemed unbothered by her accusation. "Some events must unfold naturally for proper balance to establish." "You knew." Alaric/Kasimir's voice deepened with anger. "You allowed children to be endangered?" "I knew potentials, not certainties." The curator knelt to Luna's level, eyes shifting to match her amber color. "Hello, bridge child. You've grown into your abilities nicely." Luna regarded him without fear. "You took the mean voice away properly this time?" "Indeed. Gideon resides in appropriate containment dimension now." The curator straightened. "As for your father's situation, I bring relevant information." He produced an ancient scroll from his seemingly empty sleeve. The ancestral vault contained pieces of knowledge. My collection holds others. Together, they reveal options beyond simple separation or permanent merging. Explain, Dr. Mira requested, professional curiosity overriding skepticism. Royal twins historically shared more than blood, the curator began. Soul echo, the resonance between identical spirits, allowed natural consciousness transference under specific conditions. Like now? Olivia asked. Similar, though current circumstances were externally forced rather than naturally developed. The curator unrolled the scroll, revealing diagrams of twin werewolves with energy flowing between them. Ancient royals utilized this connection rather than fighting it. How? Alaric/Kasimir asked, interest evident despite lingering anger. Cyclic sharing. Consciousness alternating between bodies based on lunar phases. The curator traced symbols on the scroll. One spirit dominant during waxing moon, the other during waning. Both present at full and new moons. Like timeshare, Olivia translated. Each gets the body part-time. Precisely. Natural rhythm rather than constant conflict or forced merger. Luna clapped delightedly. That's perfect. Daddy can be alpha sometimes, and Uncle Kasimir can be alpha sometimes. The council would never accept such arrangement, Alaric/Kasimir objected. Pack leadership requires consistency. Yet royal packs once thrived under precisely such leadership, the curator countered. Different perspectives, complementary strengths, no single blind spot. Dr. Mira studied the scroll with growing interest. The physiological framework exists already. Your body demonstrates remarkable adaptation to dual consciousness. And Kasimir's original body? Olivia asked. It remains in stasis at the medical facility. Would house both consciousness aspects during transitions, the curator explained. Neither spirit fully separates, they simply shift dominance between vessels. Alaric/Kasimir paced, internal dialogue visible in his changing expressions. After several minutes, he stopped. We would consider this alternative, he announced in perfectly synchronized dual voice. If medically viable. It is, Dr. Mira confirmed. Though unprecedented in modern times. The council might resist, Olivia cautioned. The council doesn't fully understand what we face. Alaric/Kasimir's expression hardened. Eastern territory requires rebuilding. Hunter threats persist. Luna needs protection while developing her abilities. Complementary leadership, the curator nodded approvingly. Alaric's defensive strength, Kasimir's strategic innovation. Luna tugged at her father's hand. You'll both still be my daddy? He knelt, holding her small hands in his. Always. Sometimes in this body, sometimes in the other. But always your father. Promise? She asked. We promise, he replied, dual voice perfectly aligned. The decision made, preparations began immediately. The High Council reacted predictably, with shock, objection, and finally reluctant acceptance when Luna demonstrated how she could easily distinguish between the twins regardless of which body they occupied. She identifies soul pattern, not physical vessel, the curator explained. A rare talent even among moondimmers. 3 days later, under the quarter moon, they gathered in Silverest's ritual space. Kasimir's original body lay on one altar, Alaric/Kasimir stood beside another. Runes marked the space between them, channeling energies for controlled consciousness shifting. Olivia and Luna watched from the circle's edge, the little girl clutching her mother's hand tightly. Will it hurt them? Luna whispered. They say no, Olivia replied honestly. But it's new territory for everyone. The curator directed the ritual, ancient words flowing as naturally as conversation. Dr. Mira monitored vital signs with supernatural and technological tools combined. Light built between the twins, silver connecting Alaric's current shared body to Kasimir's vacant original form. The shared body slumped momentarily, consciousness transitioning through the established channel. Kasimir's original body twitched, then sat up suddenly, eyes flying open. At the same moment, Alaric's body straightened, expressions shifting until only one consciousness remained dominant. Alaric. Olivia asked the body she recognized. Yes, he confirmed, voice fully his own again. Solely me for this phase. Uncle Kasimir? Luna turned to the other altar. Kasimir flexed his fingers, reacquainting himself with his original body. Hello, little niece. His voice sounded rougher, unused for months. Or daughter, technically. Luna ran to hug them both, unconcerned with biological technicalities. It worked. Phase 1 worked, the curator corrected. The consciousness shift requires regular reinforcement during lunar cycle transitions. We'll adapt, Alaric stated confidently. The pack will adjust to dual leadership. And our family? Olivia asked quietly when Luna stepped away. Uncertainty crossed both twins' faces, the first time they'd had to consider this implication separately. That requires discussion, Alaric admitted. Extended family dynamics weren't our priority. Perhaps they should be, Olivia suggested. Luna needs stability amid these changes. Kasimir cleared his throat awkwardly. I have much to atone for, even knowing Gideon controlled many of my actions. I don't presume any familial rights beyond what you both allow. You're her father too, Alaric acknowledged, the admission clearly difficult but sincere. Biologically and by lunar bond. We'll figure it out, Olivia decided, watching Luna demonstrate her water manipulation to the fascinated curator. Family isn't defined by traditional boundaries anymore. Later that night, Luna slept peacefully between her parents, Olivia and Alaric, while Kasimir recovered separately in the medical wing. The arrangement felt temporary, transitional, like everything in their rapidly evolving lives. The council accepted the arrangement conditionally, Alaric murmured, watching Luna sleep. 6 months trial period. And then re-evaluation. They fear confusion, divided loyalty, power imbalance. And what do you fear? Olivia asked, seeing worry behind his stoic expression. Alaric hesitated, then admitted softly, that sharing leadership might work better than my sole rule ever did. Would that be so terrible? It challenges everything I believed about being alpha. His fingers gently stroked Luna's hair. But then, she challenges everything I believed about family. About possibility. She has that effect, Olivia smiled. Rewriting rules simply by existing. Luna stirred slightly in her sleep, dual birthmarks glowing faintly as they sometimes did during dreams. Silver light briefly illuminated the darkness. What happens now? Olivia whispered. We rebuild. Heal damaged territories. Establish new boundaries with northern and eastern packs. And us? This unconventional family. Alaric considered the sleeping child between them, product of complex circumstances, bridge between worlds, beloved by 3 different parents. We choose love over tradition, he said finally. Security over certainty. Luna deserves nothing less. As moonlight filtered through the windows, Olivia realized they had created something unprecedented. A family spanning werewolf royalty and moondimmer heritage, traditional enemies united by love for one remarkable child. Whatever came next would be uncharted territory. But they would face it together, in all their complex, unconventional glory. Chapter 20. 6 months later, Luna raced through Silverest's autumn gardens, shifting effortlessly between human and wolf form. Golden leaves scattered in her wake as she darted between carefully tended paths. Luna, stay where I can see you. Olivia called, adjusting her silver bracelet, now inlaid with moonstones that amplified her abilities. She's fine, Alaric said, joining Olivia on the garden terrace. The compound is secure. It's not security I'm worried about, Olivia replied. Last week she decided to practice camouflage shifting. Turned her fur exactly the same color as the forest floor and gave her babysitter a heart attack. Alaric chuckled, a sound that had become less rare these past months. Creative application of shifting control. Kasimir was impressed. The mention of his twin still carried faint tension, though vastly reduced. 6 months of lunar cycle consciousness sharing had proven remarkably successful. The twins alternated primary control of their original bodies, with consciousness percentages shifting gradually with the moon phases. Pack members had adapted to the unusual arrangement more easily than expected. They now casually identified which twin currently dominated each body by subtle behavioral cues. During transition days near the full and new moons, both twins shared both bodies equally, leading to occasional confusion but generally stable leadership. Speaking of Kasimir, Olivia began cautiously. Luna asked if he could attend her birthday celebration next week. Of course he should attend, Alaric replied without hesitation. He'll be dominant in his body during that lunar phase anyway. This easy acceptance marked tremendous progress. The brothers had moved from bitter enemies to cautious allies to something approaching friendship, their shared consciousness experience creating understanding impossible through normal means. Luna bounded back in human form, cheeks flushed with exertion. Mom. Dad. I can hold partial shift for 8 minutes now. Impressive, Alaric acknowledged, genuine pride in his voice. Most children your age manage only 3 or 4 minutes. Uncle Kasimir showed me a focus trick. Luna demonstrated a breathing technique. He says it helps settle the energies. Olivia and Alaric exchanged glances. Luna maintained separate relationships with both twins, seemingly unbothered by their unusual arrangement. To her, having two fathers who alternated physical presence based on moon phases seemed perfectly normal. The council representatives arrive tomorrow, Alaric reminded Olivia. Final evaluation of our leadership arrangement. Are you concerned? She asked. No. The territory prospers. Northern alliance strengthens. Even Eastern recovery exceeds projections. His confidence wasn't bravado but simple fact. The dual leadership experiment succeeds by every measurable standard. Luna tugged her father's hand. Can I show the council my water trick? I've been practicing making shapes now, not just ripples. Perhaps, Alaric answered diplomatically, though your abilities might be distracting from administrative matters. He means you might steal the show, sweetie, Olivia translated with a smile. Luna considered this seriously. That would be rude, wouldn't it? I should let Daddy and Uncle Kasimir have the attention since it's their important meeting. Alaric blinked, momentarily surprised by her maturity. That's very considerate, Luna. Dr. Mira says consideration is part of being royal. Luna recited the lesson proudly. Power comes with responsibility. Wisdom beyond your years, Olivia murmured, stroking her daughter's hair. I'm 6 next week. Luna announced, as if this explained everything. Almost grown up. As Luna skipped off to practice more shifting, Alaric moved closer to Olivia. The curator returns tonight, he said quietly. Final evaluation of Luna's dual spirit stability. Is there concern? Olivia asked, watching Luna demonstrating partial shift techniques to younger pack children. Precaution only. Her abilities develop rapidly. The curator believes regular assessment prevents future complications. The mysterious curator had become a sporadic but expected visitor, appearing every few months to check Luna's progress. His ancient knowledge of moondimmers and dual-spirit children provided guidance no modern expert could offer. That evening, the curator joined their family dinner. Kasimir participated through the communication link the twins maintained even while separately dominant. Like a constant mental telephone connection allowing consultation regardless of which body hosted primary consciousness. Luna's development exceeds all historical precedent, the curator announced after examining the child's dual birthmarks. Perfect balance between spirits, enhanced by moondimmer heritage. Is this good news or concerning? Olivia asked directly. Both, as with all exceptional power. The curator's eyes shifted through rainbow hues as he spoke. She bridges werewolf and moondimmer abilities in ways previously theoretical. The potential applications are significant. She's a child, not a supernatural experiment, Alaric stated firmly. Of course. The curator inclined his head respectfully. Yet preparation remains prudent. History demonstrates that exceptional abilities attract exceptional attention, both beneficial and hazardous. Luna, oblivious to the serious undertones, demonstrated her latest achievement, creating tiny ice sculptures with precise control over water temperature and shape. Look! A wolf family. She proudly displayed figurines representing Olivia, Alaric, Kasimir, and herself. All of us together. The adults exchanged glances, recognizing the significance of her unconscious symbolism. Perfect representation, little one, the curator praised. You see connections others miss. After Luna's bedtime, the adults gathered in Alaric's study. Through their link, Kasimir participated actively in the discussion. The council will recommend permanently establishing dual leadership, Alaric reported, relaying information from his latest communication with pack representatives. The Eastern Territory question remains, Olivia noted. Elena's silver binding continues, but leadership remains temporary. The curator sipped his tea thoughtfully. Perhaps solution lies in expanding your current arrangement. Meaning? Alaric prompted. During waning cycles, Kasimir could administer Eastern Territory from his original body while you maintain Western leadership. Natural division of responsibility matching lunar phases. Eastern Pack would accept Kasimir as leader, after everything. Olivia sounded skeptical. With proper introduction and explanation regarding Gideon's possession, yes. The curator set down his cup. Werewolves understand external influence better than humans. Elena's cooperation in testimony helps considerably. Elena had eventually provided full details about her arrangement with Gideon, explaining how the ancient entity had manipulated her legitimate grievances into destructive action. While not excusing her crimes, her testimony clarified motivations and helped prevent future manipulation. Kasimir believes the arrangement has merit, Alaric relayed after a moment of silent communication with his twin, though concerns about Luna's security persist. Which brings me to my proposal, the curator said. Luna requires specialized education. Her abilities development accelerates beyond conventional teaching capacity. You're suggesting she leave Silverest? Alaric's expression darkened. Not permanently. Rather, structured training rotations. 3 weeks here, 1 week at specialized facilities under my supervision. The curator raised a hand to forestall immediate objection. With parents welcome as observers, naturally. What facilities? Olivia asked. I've never heard of supernatural training centers. They exist beyond conventional perception. Places where barriers naturally thin, allowing fuller expression of abilities. The curator produced a map marked with locations worldwide. Ancient sites recognized by moondimmers for generations. Alaric and Olivia studied the map, communicating silently through expressions and small gestures. A partnership that had deepened through shared challenges. We would need guarantees, Olivia finally said. Security protocols, communication access, parental oversight. All provided, the curator assured them. Luna's importance extends beyond family or pack concerns. Her balance of dual spirits in one vessel, combined with moondimmer abilities, represents evolutionary advancement with implications for all supernatural species. She's still a little girl, Alaric reminded him. Her childhood matters more than supernatural politics. Precisely why balanced education matters. Normal childhood experiences alongside appropriate training. The curator's expression softened. She can be both exceptional and ordinary, powerful and childlike, royal and normal. The next morning, council representatives arrived for their final evaluation. Pack members gathered in formal assembly as Alaric and Kasimir, each dominant in their original bodies, presented the results of their shared leadership experiment. Territory prosperity. Strengthened alliances. Reduced border conflicts. Improved integration of human and werewolf communities in transition zones. Dual perspective creates more balanced decisions, Alaric explained to the assembled council. Different strengths applied to appropriate challenges. Traditional leadership posits one alpha, one vision, a councilwoman observed. Yet results argue persuasively for your alternative model. Luna sat between Olivia and Dr. Mira, watching the proceedings with unusual patience for a child her age. Her dual birthmarks occasionally glimmered beneath her formal dress when particularly interesting topics arose. The council's formal endorsement of continued dual leadership came unanimously. More surprising was their provisional acceptance of Kasimir's potential oversight of Eastern Territory during appropriate lunar phases. Rehabilitation through responsibility, Marcus characterized it. Acknowledging possession while providing redemptive opportunity. As formal proceedings concluded, Luna finally grew restless. "Can I show them now?" she whispered to Olivia. "Show us what, young princess?" The councilwoman had overheard. Luna approached the council table, suddenly shy with all eyes upon her. Alaric nodded encouragement from his position at the head table. Taking a deep breath, Luna raised her hands. Water rose from council members' glasses, forming a miniature replica of Silverest's main buildings hovering in midair. With careful concentration, she added tiny wolf figures running through the model compound. Gasps and murmurs spread through the assembly. Such precise control over elements was rare even among adult werewolves. "My family taught me," Luna explained to the astonished council. "Mom helps me focus. Dad teaches me control. Uncle Kasimir shows me creative thinking." The simple statement captured their unconventional family dynamic perfectly. Later, as they celebrated the council's decision with a pack gathering, Olivia found herself momentarily alone watching Luna play with other children. Despite her exceptional abilities, Luna tagged and chased with ordinary childhood delight. "She balances well between worlds," the curator commented, appearing beside Olivia. "Much like her mother." "I'm still learning my own abilities," Olivia admitted. "My grandmother's journal helps, but there's so much moondimmer knowledge lost to time." "Not lost. Preserved in places you'll soon visit during Luna's training." The curator's eyes shifted to match the twilight sky. "Your heritage holds greater significance than you yet realize." Before she could question him further, Alaric and Kasimir joined them, the twins conversing aloud rather than through their mental link, a sign of their growing comfort with separate identities. "The council certified the lunar phase leadership model," Alaric reported. "With recommendation for extending to Eastern Territory oversight," Kasimir added. "Provisional basis initially." Watching them interact, still different in personality and approach, yet aligned in core values, Olivia marveled at how far they'd come from bitter enemies to cooperative co-leaders. Luna noticed her parents gathered and abandoned her game, running to join them. At her approach, both Alaric and Kasimir softened visibly, royal alpha dignity temporarily overshadowed by simple paternal affection. "Family photo," Luna declared, pulling them together. A nearby pack member obligingly captured the image. Moondimmer mother, twin werewolf fathers, and their extraordinary daughter centered between them. "Not exactly traditional," Olivia murmured as they resumed the celebration. "Tradition evolves," the curator replied. "What matters is balance. Function over form. Love over convention." As evening deepened toward night, pack members shifted to wolf form for the traditional full moon run. Luna bounced excitedly, already half transformed with practiced ease. "Tonight's special," she announced. "Mom's running with us." Olivia smiled somewhat nervously. Her moondimmer abilities had developed in unexpected directions, including limited transformation abilities during full moons. Not complete shifting like true werewolves, but enough physical enhancement to keep pace with the pack. "Still feels strange," she admitted to Alaric as they prepared to join the run. "Yet natural," he replied, shifting seamlessly to wolf form, massive and black with silver-streaked muzzle. Kasimir's wolf mirrored his brother's, distinguished by the faint scar line still visible across his face. Luna completed her transformation, silver-gray fur gleaming in moonlight. She pranced between her fathers, already comfortable in her dual nature. The end.